Council, please come to order. All right, good morning, everybody. We are ready to move into agenda item D2 and turn it over to Dr. Hoppala. Good morning.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the council. This is Kate Hoppala with council staff. I'm a co-chair for the Local Knowledge, Traditional Knowledge and Subsistence Task Force, along with Dr. Sarah Wise. And we'll be giving you the presentation today on behalf of the task force. And Mr. Chair, if it's all right, I wonder if we could just stop to see if Dr. Wise is available and she's coming through okay.
That sounds good.
Good morning. Hi, good morning. Just checking my audio.
Yes, good morning. We can hear you.
Great, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So before moving forward, I just wanted to note there's several materials that are posted to the e-agenda for D2 today for the council. So you have the LKTKS protocol as well as the on-ramps document. And then there are 3 meeting reports from the task force's most recent meetings in December of 2022, January 2023, and March 2023. So the task force has completed its work. And so at this meeting, the co-chairs are presenting finalized materials to the council on behalf of the task force. And so for that reason, our presentation today will provide a little bit more context and background than we might otherwise do. And the presentation is going to cover the main content of the protocol, which provides guidance for identifying, analyzing, and incorporating local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information into the council's decision-making process. And I would just note that that guidance is specific to the Bering Sea region. And then we'll be presenting the on-ramp recommendations, which can be understood as opportunities for the council to consider process changes to implement the protocol's guidelines and incorporate these knowledge systems. And then we'll be wrapping up with a summary of meeting recommendations from the task force at those 3 recent meetings. And this slide summarizes the potential actions that are before the council at this meeting. So of course, the council could choose to take no action. The council could also choose to adopt the LKTKS protocol and or initiate work on any one or multiple on-ramp recommendations. And then the council, thirdly, could choose to release the materials that are presented at this meeting for an extended public review and comment period. And I would just note that this third option is the task force's recommended approach for the council. And following up on that, if the materials are released for an extended public review and comment period at this meeting, that means the council would have an opportunity to choose whether to adopt materials at a future meeting. So option 2 and 3 are 2 different tracks for the council to consider at this meeting. Okay, so we'll be moving into some background information. Observable environmental and climatological changes have contributed towards a shift to ecosystem-based fishery management approaches, or EBFM. And ecosystem-based fishery management takes a broader approach to fisheries management by considering the interactions among ecological, economic, social, and cultural components within a system. And the council has worked to implement ecosystem-based fisheries management in the Bering Sea through its Fishery Ecosystem Plan, or its FEP. And National Standard 2 of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, or the MSA, requires that the best scientific information available be used to inform the council's decision-making process. And the best scientific information available includes Western science, as well as the relevant local and traditional knowledge. And these knowledge systems are based on diverse experiences of people that are living, working, and harvesting in particular places. And these knowledge systems can inform understandings on species abundance, species location, spawning and molting areas, migrations, as well as the related social and cultural values of these knowledge systems and those that hold them. The council developed its Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan over a multi-year process. And in response to increasing awareness of the value and importance of local and traditional knowledge, as well as the input that was gained from the council's advisory bodies, fishery stakeholders, Alaska Native tribes, and tribal consortia throughout that multi-year process, the council initiated work to develop protocols for identifying, accessing, and incorporating and using local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information in order to understand how to appropriately engage with these knowledge systems and those that hold it. The council announced the task force's membership, which is displayed here, in October 2019. And I would just note that this task force is a really diverse body and our membership holds different perspectives, worldviews, and we did come at our work over the last 3 years using different knowledge systems and different training and different expertise. The task force convened for its first meeting in January 2020, and we've since met for a total of 8 times. And following that inaugural meeting in January 2020, the co-chairs presented a work plan to the council outlining the task force's goals and objectives for itself. And at the February 2020 meeting, the council adopted these 2 goals for the task force, ultimately creating processes and protocols for identifying, analyzing, and incorporating these knowledge systems as well as subsistence information into the council's process. The task force has worked to create several different deliverables in response to the council's goals, but the primary one that Dr. Wise and I will be presenting today is that protocol document. And I would just note that early on in the task force's work, we decided to create one protocol document that addressed local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information rather than 2 separate protocols because of the strong relationship between traditional knowledge and subsistence. At the February 2020 meeting, the council also adopted these 5 objectives for the task force. And the task force has worked over the last 3 years to create deliverables in response to these objectives. But the primary one that the presentation is going to cover today are those 11 on-ramp recommendations developed by the task force for the council to consider. And with that, I'll be turning it over to Dr. Wise for the next couple of slides.
Thanks, Kate. Before diving into the definitions of certain knowledge systems, it's important to remember one key point about the task force's process, and that's that we are operating within the Bering Sea area, and all that we have done is specific to that region. Knowledge production in all its variation is a social process, and meaning it happens within social networks, conditions, and experiences. And there are multiple knowledge systems in the world. Each is developed from different worldviews of nature, cultural values, and beliefs. Different forms of knowledge may make the most sense in their own context. Local knowledge is knowledge held by someone with some experience to share. It is maybe the most difficult to define because it's broad enough to include anyone who lives, works, harvests, or processes resources in specific places. Local knowledge reflects a person's experience, sometimes within a larger community, say a commercial skipper who works in a particular fishery, or on an individual level. For example, a recreational fisherman who has fished her whole life in the same bay and has knowledge about that area, fishery, gear, etc. Local knowledge holders may be local people with place and community-specific information, or they may live away from that space, but have decades of experience within specific fisheries or ecosystems. They may be well known within their communities of practice, or new seasonal workers with limited social networks. There's no one size fits all example of local knowledge holders. They simply have meaningful observations to share. They may or may not be Indigenous. They may or may not be Alaska residents or vessel holders or permit holders. What they are people who have observed their surroundings. Local knowledge may also change over time and build through practice, but at its core, it is knowledge formed through personal and/or shared experience. Before defining traditional knowledge, it's important to offer a reminder, as I said, that this is specific to the Bering Sea. The task force discussed terminology at length through the past 3 years, and regional knowledge holders on the task force stated that their preferred term is traditional knowledge rather than, say, traditional ecological knowledge or Indigenous knowledge. And this is for many reasons. Central to the reasoning is that traditional knowledge extends beyond the ecological. It also includes cultural practices, values, and beliefs. Traditional knowledge is inseparable to these elements, and it informs and is informed by a way of life. Traditional knowledge is also distinct from indigenous knowledge in that indigenous knowledge can be held by any indigenous person. Indigenous knowledge is an umbrella term that includes traditional knowledge, while traditional knowledge is held only by a select few who have the generational knowledge, the training, the experience and expertise, and the legitimacy of the community. Traditional knowledge is indigenous knowledge, rooted in deep history and regarded as expert in nature by the community. While all indigenous peoples have indigenous knowledge, informed by their unique experiences in the world as indigenous peoples, only some people are recognized by their peers and communities as being traditional knowledge holders. Traditional knowledge is an evolving knowledge system acquired, refined, and assessed over generations, given new observations, new experiences, and environmental changes. Traditional knowledge is often shared orally as people learn from the places where they live, work, and interact with their surrounding environment, and as knowledge builds to incorporate new information over generations. Which brings us to subsistence. State and federal governments define and regulate subsistence uses rather than the term subsistence. For the task force purpose, subsistence is more appropriately understood as a way of life that is integral to the nutritional, spiritual, cultural, and economic well-being of people and communities. Subsistence practices and traditional knowledge are inseparable, as traditional knowledge informs where, when, how, and why people practice subsistence. Subsistence is the activity, whether harvesting, processing, sharing, consuming, that provides the space and place and the need to learn and to share traditional knowledge. And in turn, traditional knowledge systems depend on ongoing opportunities for people and their communities to practice traditions as part of a subsistence way of life. In this way, subsistence is also a pathway for learning and for sharing knowledge.
So the next couple of slides are going to transition the council into talking a little bit more about the local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence protocol, and in particular, the 8 guidelines that are located within section 4 of that document. So this slide provides an overview of all of the guidelines that are located within the protocol. And I would just note that each of these guidelines was written in a way that is informing the council's decision-making process. And when the council formed this task force and tasked a protocol to be developed, the council had expressed interest in having a protocol that could inform its entire decision-making process rather than particular or very specific components of it. And so as the task force has worked over the last couple of years, we've really tried to keep that in mind, as well as taking on the input from different advisory bodies in the council. And finally, I would just note that it's important to understand that the task force, when developing these guidelines, wrote them in a way that they're intended to be perceived as a package. So I'll talk a little bit more about the on-ramp recommendations and that they were written individually to provide the council with a highly flexible approach for determining whether or not it would want to initiate any potential process changes. But these guidelines were not written in a way where the council would be choosing to adopt any one guideline, but rather to see them as a package of guidance. So this slide summarizes the first 4 guidelines that are within the protocol, and I'll just walk through them one by one. So guideline 1 is really overarching for the protocol as well as the council's process as it relates to demonstrating respect for local knowledge and traditional knowledge, as well as the people that hold them. The council's management actions, of course, must be consistent with the 10 national standards under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, but the task force's guidance under guideline 1 is to acknowledge that there may be different worldviews or values operating within the council's process, and when they become clear, to account for those as able within analytical documents. The task force has also provided guidance that demonstrating respect includes not referring to local knowledge and traditional knowledge as anecdotal information, These are really complex knowledge systems, and in the case of traditional knowledge is tested by generations of knowledge holders based on their direct experiences, and it's undergoing its own forms of peer review and accountability. Guideline 2 is focused on using the appropriate terms.
Dr. Hoppala,
Yeah.
Mr. Dwight has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Dr. Hoppala. For Guideline 1, there was a sentence I thought it was really important in the text on page 16 that I just flat out couldn't understand. But it appears to me to be sort of a critical sentence, and it's that one that beginning that first paragraph under 4.1, first within the council's decision-making process. It concludes with, it would be important to account for different worldviews when different they are shared. And there may be a wording problem there, but I just could not get the point that you were trying to make. And it struck me as sort of critical to understanding the whole paragraph. So I wanted to ask, are you with me on that sentence? Is that?
Thank you through the chair. First, within the council's decision-making process, there are multiple and sometimes competing perspectives, values, and needs. That sentence?
Oh, sorry, it's actually, no, it is the next one. If LK or TK were to be shared directly.
Oh, okay. So just for anyone who would be listening online or in the room that doesn't have access to the document, that second sentence on page 15 that Mr. Dwight is referring to reads, if local knowledge or traditional knowledge were to be shared directly with the council, for example, via public comment with staff, for example, via personal communications, informing their understanding of a fishery or potential impacts when writing an analysis, or with AFSC scientists, for example, during research activities, it would be important to account for different worldviews when they're shared. That sentence?
There's a when different in there, at least in my version. When different when they are shared. And I maybe I'm looking at and I couldn't make sense of it. And yet to me, this was one of the seminal sentences in here. So.
Sure, thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Dwight, one of the things that the task force has discussed, and I think there's an extended quote that helps to illustrate this point on page 17, figure 4.1. The task force wanted to be clear that underpinning the council's decision-making process, there are particular values and concepts: attaining optimum yield on a continuing basis, maximum sustained yield, really core principles that guide the council's management process. And there are also other values that are held in particular by Indigenous peoples or Alaska Natives who are engaging in the council's process that may not align, or they may vary from those principles. And to account for those within, say, a social impact assessment is the guidance that the task force would be providing here related to Guideline 1. But I'll see if Dr. Wise has anything more that she'd like to add.
Thanks, Kate. Through the chair, I would just add that I think there is an extra word in that sentence that may be slightly confusing. The bulk of what Dr. Hoppala just explained goes into a bit more details in terms of the varying worldviews that may be brought forward in the council process. However, in reading the protocol of that sentence, I think there is that extra word of different twice there. So I think it might be starting after the comma, it would be important to account for different worldviews when they are shared, rather than when different they are shared. So I don't know if that adds any clarity.
I suspect it does, Dr. Wise. Mr. Dwight?
It does help. I'm still, yes, that helps a lot, but and maybe it's just I can't envision this well yet, but the sentence starts with if information were to be shared directly. I'm so used to information being shared directly that I'm still sort of in a way it sounds like this might help me understand why information isn't being shared directly. and it would be because of different worldviews, but I'm still trying to picture what this is going to look like. And this sentence seemed to me to be trying to describe what it will look like to us as council members and to the larger council process, to have, in particular, TK shared directly with us, or when it's not shared directly with us, helping us understand why it wouldn't be shared directly with us. But we're such an information dependent process that it's hard for me to grasp what it would look like to not be shared directly with us. And yet this is sort of trying to explain why it might not be. Or am I going way too far down a rabbit hole? Which can happen.
Thank you through the chair. So I think there's a couple of different things going on here, Mr. Twite. During our December 2022 meeting, some task force members wanted clarification on when council staff in particular, or others within the council process, would be reaching out directly to knowledge holders. Would that be to schedule outreach trips with the council? Would that be to inform their understanding of a particular fishery or the impacts of a management action? Would it be through public comment, things like that? So there was a request for more specificity within this document from task force members, which is why you see the sentence in part written the way that it is. And then to answer another part of your question, yes, oftentimes the council does receive information or knowledge from local knowledge holders directly, but I do think there are different considerations and different protections. And I would say, to be perfectly frank, the council does not receive directly traditional knowledge from traditional knowledge holders, at least thus far within its decision-making process. And I think some of the guidance that's within this protocol is noting that there are additional considerations in those instances where traditional knowledge may be shared, because you're dealing with tribal governments and tribal citizens. So there could be additional protections, intellectual property right considerations for the council or for its staff. I'm not sure if that answers or provides more clarity, but
It does help. Thank you.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Hapola, for this presentation. I think I have a shorter, easier question for you. I get the idea that we want to demonstrate respect, particularly for traditional knowledge systems. But what got me thinking was, if traditional knowledge tells us one thing and Western science contradicts that, and this council emphasizes that they're going to go with the Western science and not use their traditional knowledge, how can we do that in a way that still shows respect for the traditional knowledge? Even in Western science, sometimes different disciplines disagree and we have to choose what we're going to do one over the other. And I just want to make sure that we can receive it respectfully, but also do our job and still show respect for the people that are sharing it.
thanks through the chair. I'm going to actually see if Dr. Wise would want to help with that question, because she's been the lead for Guideline 8.
Thanks, Kate. Through the chair, that's a wonderful question. So thank you for that. And I do think as we get to the guide later in the guidelines, this will also clarify a bit. I think when various knowledge systems do intersect, or there's incongruence among knowledge systems, there is always that discomfort or that unease in terms of, multiple bits of information and sorting them all through. And I think this guideline, in terms of an overarching umbrella of demonstrating respect, is really an opportunity to keep that in the forefront and keep that in mind, which is really, I think, at the basis of what you just asked. So that in itself would be an example of that. Secondly, I would also really highlight at the heart of this protocol and of this task force is the notion of the importance of relationships and relationship building. And the task force embarked on that process through its multiple meetings in building those relationships and then developing trust and being able to discuss really complex issues and questions, such as what happens when knowledge systems differ and contradict one another. And with a baseline of respect and relationship building, I think that sort of process will become more evident as it emerges, evolves, and develops and strengthens. I'm not sure there's a one size fits all. This is how you would manage that process. But I think as relationships strengthen throughout, as these guidelines help to sort of guide that process, then I think that that those kind of interactions with a baseline of respect can occur and be more informative. Not sure if that answered your question. So if there's any follow-up, I'm happy to answer that.
Through the chair, thank you. I think it answered it enough so that I want to hear a little bit more about Guideline 8 when the time comes. So thank you for that answer. I appreciate it.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Since we're asking questions, I could have asked under the terms, but the protocol is very specific to help delineate between traditional knowledge and indigenous knowledge. And I appreciate that, that traditional knowledge is a form of indigenous knowledge and most often shared orally and held by certain traditional knowledge holders. How does the council, or what's the task force recommendation for also doing better or having guidelines around just better incorporation of indigenous knowledge? Would all of the guidelines in the protocol that are specifically talking about traditional knowledge and would that also apply to indigenous knowledge, or is this all in the local knowledge section?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. I think all of the guidelines would also pertain to indigenous knowledge in terms of a broader umbrella term. And if you're asking about demonstrating respect for different knowledge systems or worldviews, then certainly I think that's the case. Also because some of the on-ramp recommendations, or I'm looking at guideline 4 here, engage in early and frequent communication with relevant entities. In that sense, yes, that's, that guideline in particular would apply to indigenous knowledge holders as a broader sense. And in particular, we could think about tribal consortia or tribal governments under that, which some of their representatives or members may not be traditional knowledge holders, but you would still follow the same guidance.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. And maybe as we go through and after testimony can think about how to bring that out more in the protocol itself. So we have guidelines. I think most often we do receive indigenous knowledge and we're trying to incorporate indigenous knowledge, local knowledge, and traditional knowledge. So appreciate that response. I have one more question if I can. On guideline 1, in that section on 4.1, I can appreciate and Mr. Twite's questions about what it looks like, how to appropriately acknowledge different worldviews in our analytical documents. And I hope that the task force can think about that some more. But I do think that and wonder if the task force considered some of the language in here about kind of underpinning the council's decision-making process does seem like it's our choice or just Western science. And I wonder if the task force really described some of the federal law requirements that we're under, that worldview is encompassed in federal law that the council does not have the ability to change, and maybe drawing out a little bit more about what we're required to do. And then I don't think it's a contradictory statement with trying to incorporate other worldviews, but I think that's important if this lives as a protocol. And I didn't know if the task force discussed whether that's appropriate to include in a protocol.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question through the chair. Yes, I think the task force has discussed in particular that the MSA is what guides the council's decision-making and the council's process. And so in that sense, it would be appropriate to add, if that's what the council is looking for, more clarifying language that there are particular directives that the council follows. And I think we have some of that within the document, but if it would be helpful for this document, knowing that if the council were to adopt it, would become the council's informing its process, including into the future, then we can certainly add some of that clarification and exactly what those directives are, including the national standards.
Any further questions? Dr. Hopla.
Okay. So just briefly, guideline 2, understanding and using the appropriate concepts for local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information. This is really about making sure that everyone within the council's process is on the same page and communicating in a clear way, both in terms of documents and then, of course, at the table and in dialogue. And I would just note that that second bullet there identifies that definitions for these knowledge systems may vary, and the guidance that the task force has provided is to note and to account for when those variances occur, particularly within written documents. And then guideline 3 is really central, I think, to the protocol in terms of appropriately and accurately identifying local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information. And so I was just going to spend a little bit more time talking through the guidance that the task force has provided related to that guideline. And so that's what you see here on this slide. So local knowledge holders, as Dr. Wise noted, could be skippers or crew members. They could also be shoreside processing workers and more. Local knowledge holders that are directly involved with a fishery may have on-water or shoreside experience that could be gained from one or many seasons. And based on this definition in particular, I think local knowledge is currently being received and used in the council's process in a variety of ways, including fishermen's representation on council advisory bodies, hearing local knowledge during public comment, and certainly other forms as well. Local knowledge holders could also be local people that reside in villages with place and community specific knowledge to share. And in a community, local knowledge holders may be youth, adults, or elders with knowledge about harvesting and gathering seasons. Traditional knowledge holders may most appropriately be identified by their peers. They're often Alaska Native elders who have experience with going out and gathering, people who have had lifelong mentors and they know how to gather and prepare food. This includes knowing the seasonal migrations of different species, and TK holders have real life histories, and they also have permission to make oral histories on behalf of their tribe or their community. They have such experience that they can also make prediction about weather patterns, and often these are individuals who fished for over 60 years. Subsistence information, broadly speaking, is inclusive of some basic information on who harvests or who gathers, when, where, and why. Subsistence harvesters and gatherers could be identified as residents of a community having experience as active gatherers, but they may also be inactive currently, and that would be in particular perhaps indicative of Alaska Native elders, and having experience preserving most foods or hunting and fishing in all seasons.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Hopla, I really appreciated this because it sort of really crystallized this, at least in my thinking, quite a bit, but it left me thinking a lot about our reliance on the SSC and for their assistance with helping us sort of identify, at least to date in our process, we look to the SSC for guidance on best available science, and then also sort of implicitly, we look to the SSC for a determination of is it credible as part of that. And it strikes me that this is largely, particularly for identifying TK holders, we need to understand, it makes it clear that there's a set of experiences and criteria that somebody has to understand for it to come forward to us as credible TK information. And I really wondered about, are we putting that on the SSC, or who assists us in determining and understanding that the voice we're hearing or the knowledge that's being transmitted to us is somebody who would fit the definition of a TK holder under this framework?
Thank you, Mr. Toit, for the question through the chair. So I think there's a couple of different ways the council could look at that. One of the points of guidance that the task force has provided under Guideline 3 is that, for example, if in public testimony, somebody identifies themselves as a traditional knowledge holder and that they're sharing that knowledge in public comment, it would be appropriate for the council and its advisory bodies to accept that identification. This guidance is something that could be put into practice from AFSC scientists if they wanted when performing or conducting their own research. This is a practice and a tool for identifying that the council could put into practice during outreach trips. It's also a set of guidance in terms of identifying knowledge holders that council staff could put into practice when they're talking with individuals or reviewing literature for analyses. Granted, those documents that are produced are going to have their own sets of methods and questions and requirements. So you can't, to some extent, there's going to be a limitation on which you can check boxes and cross-check to make sure everything is exactly precise with this guidance. But I do think what the task force has been able to provide is something that is broad enough that multiple entities within the council's process could put into practice, and therefore the council would not be singularly relying, for example, on the SSC to provide this sort of checks and balances in terms of whether or not the knowledge is reliable or the identification of the knowledge system is reliable. Dr. Wise, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Thanks, Kate. Through the chair, I would just quickly add that in following guidelines 6 and 7, we also do talk about capacity, and we get into a bit of working with LKTK systems and systems information. Excuse me, and some of the needs, that that may require as this process evolves. We really very much recognize that this isn't a static process, and that as it continues and evolves, there's going to be additional information and tools that we can build on, more research that starts to emerge that analysts can then rely on, and so forth.
Right, thank you, Dr. Wise. Anything further before we move on?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So finally, just returning to this first set of 4, Guideline 4 provides some information and context for engaging in early and frequent communication with all relevant entities within the council's process. And one of the things the task force notes is that what constitutes early is going to vary. And so one example of when council staff may need to put this guideline into practice is when they talk to fishermen or community members to better understand an action. Before information would be shared further, staff may need to convey any known limits to confidentiality working within the council process and just be clear on that. So that's one of the important early considerations. And then I'll turn it over to Dr. Wise for guidelines 5 through 8 here.
Thanks, Kate. Through the chair, the following slide summarizes guidelines 5 through 8, and I'll just go through these one by one and then spend some extra time on guideline 8. So guideline 5 talks about adhering to local and cultural protocols that entities have established for sharing and communicating LKTK and subsistence information. And this guideline acknowledges that many entities, including Alaska Native tribes, organizations, communities, fishing associations, and others, may have established protocols in place for sharing information, including how to reference that information, context for which it can be used, how to navigate intellectual property laws, and perhaps proprietary information that considerations that are involved. So being aware of and adhering to these existing protocols is foundational for demonstrating respect and a first step to following free, prior, and informed consent for information sharing. Guideline 6 acknowledges an
Dr.
account.
Wise, Dr.
oh,
Wise,
yes.
I apologize before you move on. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and apologize, Dr. Weiss, for interrupting your flow. But there's a very interesting point that the protocols make on this last guideline, and it's the one right in the middle of page 22 about essentially it's the confidentiality of the information. And it, as I was reading, it just struck me that we have in place, in part due to the Magnuson Act, we have provisions for maintaining confidentiality that have been requested by the industry, by harvesters and processors, that are fairly scrupulously followed. We're very used to this. We're very comfortable with it. You know, it's the rule of three, et cetera, and staff sign agreements about disclosure. And so it's a fairly well worked out process that seems to work well to allow industry the ability to share information without feeling like they're compromising their ability to be successful in their business. And so because there is a model there, it left me wondering two things. One is, can't that existing model be expanded, or would that actually require a change to either federal law or agency guidelines about how information coming through TK channels in particular, how that's handled in terms of meeting these very understandable points about the relative discomfort or the reluctance that might arise. And so I'm just, that may have been beyond the purview of the task force at this point. But it struck me as, I mean, clearly those confidentiality provisions that we have now are fundamental to our ability to gain the kind of information we need in order to make informed decisions that provide that balance between making informed, transparent decisions and at the same time not forcing individuals to divulge information that might be injurious to their interests. And so I'm wondering if you're willing to dive into that a little bit more now, or if that's more just to be developed.
Sure. Sorry.
Go ahead, Kate.
Okay. Through the chair, I think I can take a first go at this, and then I'll see if Dr. Wise wants to add on, and perhaps the counselor might also have some input here. So this is something, this issue in terms of how to protect knowledge holders as well as the information that they've shared. This is something that the task force has spent a lot of time on. So I think there's a couple of important things to note here. Tribes and traditional knowledge holders are going to have different protocols in place for sharing information than industry. And you're right, the MSA is very clear in terms of some of the limitations of information and what can be shared in the rule of three and those confidentiality requirements and others. But I do think one of the threads the task force has had some conversation on is that as the council's process potentially changes going forward and it becomes more inclusive and there's more normality to working with local and traditional knowledge systems and those that hold them, there are people who will be participating in the process that are new. And they may not have an understanding of the public process that the council is working in. For example, that when they share public comments, that is on the record. And there's also a recording of those comments. And so there's an onus to be more transparent about how the proceedings of the council and its business is undertaken. And then I think related, there are limits to confidentiality. So one of the things that I could think of that I might have to be mindful of as staff is if I were to be talking with somebody who is a traditional knowledge holder, being very clear that while there are steps I could take to protecting confidentiality, if we have an email correspondence that contains traditional knowledge or sensitive information, those records might be responsive to a litigation request or to a FOIA request. And so just being mindful and very transparent, particularly with people who may be new or have different protocols for sharing information. And so that's where I think the preeminence of relationship building and communication in the protocol really comes into play. And then in terms of whether or not there would need to be a change to legal guidance, I can't speak to that. But that is the extent of the conversations that the task force has had, and as well as some hopefully practical examples of where that may come into play. Does that answer your question, Mr. Dwight?
It helps a lot. Certainly, if either Counselor or Dr. Wise wants to weigh in, that would also be helpful.
Counselor.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Dwight. This is something NOAA GC has looked into, conferred briefly. I'm not the expert on MSA confidentiality, but I've conferred briefly with other attorneys in my office. One of the limitations to protecting information that could be gleaned from local and traditional knowledge holders is that the protections under the MSA in Section 402B extend only to information that is required to be submitted in compliance with the Act. And that provision we've interpreted fairly narrowly to be information that's required to be submitted by regulation. So given that, it doesn't appear that the statutory protections of the MSA would apply to the information without further regulatory changes. More broadly, when we think about how we protect information that we receive as an agency, we sort of look to the end, what happens when we get a FOIA request or there's litigation. Under FOIA, there's 9 exemptions that allow us to withhold material from disclosure. Statutory protections, so that would tie back to the Magnuson-Stevens Act. There's also a provision that applies to confidential and privileged business or financial information and trade secrets. And we've thought about whether that would extend to, for example, subsistence information. And we've had requests come in from researchers who've been working with traditional knowledge holders who've asked us whether we could withhold that information. It's a fairly limited basis to be able to withhold information because it does apply to confidential and privileged business and financial information. I can give you some more context for that request because it might be helpful. So that request was the location of harvest information, which is something that we're all very familiar with, typically being treated as confidential in the MSA. There was overlap between commercial and subsistence harvest information. And so in that context, NOAA GC opined that we would assert the privilege in that instance, given the overlap between subsistence and harvest information. I just offer that as an example. The FOIA, whether we can withhold something in FOIA is also complicated because it's often a fact-dependent, context-dependent inquiry. I'll also note, though, that there's also protections for private information, the disclosure of which would constitute an unwarranted invasion into someone's privacy. And that's usually information like your social security number, birthday, things like that. But we have extended it to other types of information. Kate and I have talked about this quite a bit, and I think one of the recommendations we have is, you can always reach out to NOAA GC for help on these issues. And we advise staff to do that before providing any assurances that the information could be considered private.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have a comment but also a sort of a follow-up question that ties back slightly. The comment is just maybe to you and the ED that we might want to flag some of the ambiguity that Counselor just described and Dr. Hoppola just described for the next time we're requested to comment on Magnuson-Stevens revisions. We might want to raise this as an issue that Congress might want to consider. And that is how to maybe extend some of the existing confidentiality for us to be able to view it more broadly. It's not just for commercial harvest, but potentially also to protect culturally important sensitive information. The question that I have, I thought there was an interesting tie back between this guideline and one of the reflections in the previous guideline about appropriate handling, about setting context for how public comments are handled. And when I looked at that, I'd wondered a little bit about the role of the media. Many of us, including people offering public testimony, often get quoted in the media. And whether there's a way for ultimately the council to provide some essentially advice and guidance to the media about how to appropriately frame and provide appropriate perspective around public presentation of traditional knowledge. Following this same, this is very good advice to the council and participants in the council process. It seems like the same advice could be given as well to members of the media. And is that something the task force had envisioned as well? Or is that even in the task force view, is that even appropriate?
Thanks through the chair. Mr. Twite, you're coming through with some good questions this morning. The task force has not had any conversation on how the council or its process would provide direction to the media. It is a challenge that the council's process is open to the public. It's one of the great things about the council's process, but it does provide a limitation to the protection that you could provide in terms of information that's shared. I don't think I could provide any guidance as an individual or as the co-chair, given that the task force hasn't discussed this. The only extent to which we've talked about that has been in relation to the advisory bodies or the council. So for example, on page 20, we have some guidance as a task force under guideline 3 that the council's process is open to the public, and its meetings, as well as the scientific and statistical committee and the advisory panel, are recorded. And certainly local and traditional knowledge may be shared in those public meetings and is therefore captured in the recordings. And those are publicly available and may be further disseminated in response to specific FOIA requests or litigation. And general reference to the substantive content of the public comments would be appropriate in meeting reports to the council or in an analytical document. That last sentence is a very specific response to some of the concerns and requests that the SSC had in terms of, if we are to receive this information, how could we capture this to the council in an appropriate way? The next related set of guidance is that prior to those, and this might apply to the media, how you would provide that input to them, I don't really know. But prior to those comments being directly quoted with personally attributable information, a best approach would be to talk with the testifier and ensure that the context and intent of the knowledge shared is accurately captured and understood. And it would also be appropriate and important to understand how the testifiers would like to be attributed. So that's the best I could do.
And indeed, that is exactly the paragraph that's sort of where I could see the linkage and that triggered that question.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for this discussion. I guess when I was reading this, guideline, and I appreciate you pulling that, Dr. Hapla, that section out to the council's attention. I was reading this as just, tell me if I'm oversimplifying, that the council and staff, this protocol would suggest we make an additional effort, more effort than we're making now, to be very transparent about how public comment is used, that it is public and broadcast and is being shared in that way publicly, and that at any time we did something specific, like an outreach effort in a community, we're very transparent with whether, and asking whether that information can then be used to report back to the council on what was said or what was shared. My focus on this guideline was really about on the transparency of the process, less so than changing the whole process, but being sure that we are careful and getting that approval, I think, from knowledge holders to share the information that they provided. So am I simplifying this guideline too much? Or I was very surprised by all the confidentiality and Magnuson Act references, and I just maybe bring me back to what the task force was trying to get across to us.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question through the chair. I think you have it right, that the primary takeaway is to be more transparent and to be more forthcoming about the council's process, but included within that is being clear about some of those challenges and limitations. So I think there is a relationship between both threads of conversation, but you do have the main point correct.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And there was I thought a very good section on the challenges associated with the protocol in section 3. I didn't know if you are planning to review that, or we should just make sure that we read that on our own. Some of them very particular to this discussion and this guideline. Were you okay? Section 3.
Thank you through the chair. No, Ms. Kimball, we're not presenting section 3 of the protocol or within today's presentation, but for those listening and for council members, there's several challenges to achieving the council's goals related to local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information. And the task force does anticipate that potentially the on-ramp recommendations, if the council were to choose to initiate work on those, or adopting the protocol and putting some of this guidance into place, those challenges could be mitigated over time. But just for the benefit of the public and those listening, some of those include communication, coordination, and buy-in. There's multiple entities that work within the council's process. And of course, just making sure that everybody's on the same page moving forward. There's challenges with engagement and equity, time and trust. So building relationships. And then I think perhaps the section that Ms. Kimball is referencing is that related to intellectual property rights and confidentiality, which largely covers a good portion of the conversation that we've just had, as well as data availability. And lastly, the issue of regulatory fatigue for knowledge holders that are engaging in multiple decision-making and regulatory processes. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Hopla. I don't see any additional questions. Back to you, Dr. Wise.
Thank you, through the chair. So jumping back to the guidelines, and I think that covers guideline 5, and so we can move to guideline 6, which acknowledge and account for differences in capacity among relevant entities. And this highlights the point that the capacity to engage in council processes varies across entities. For example, some organizations may have full-time staff who are paid to regularly engage in council events, while other entities have limited staff, time, and financial support to travel or to compensate for their time spent. Opportunities to engage in council events allow for two-way information sharing, relationship building, opportunities to weigh in through public comment or other means, and are all critical to effective and informed decision-making. However, this also requires resources or capacity to engage, and this was a topic of discussion that the task force discussed at length. Capacity to engage in these events is uneven due to a host of reasons. Many tribal governments are tasked with coordinating multiple public services, including healthcare, childcare, housing, and so forth. Subsistence seasons are central to community well-being and food security and may overlap with council events. Smaller fisheries may not have the same ability or capacity to participate in council events, but still have valuable local knowledge to share. And acknowledging and accounting for these differences in capacity is important for developing an environment that is inclusive of LK, TK, and subsistence experts, and one that can continue to strengthen relationships. I'll pause for just a sec to see if there's questions. If not, I can jump to Guideline 7.
Please continue.
Guideline 7 builds appropriate capacity for working with LK and TK systems and subsistence information. Achieving the council's goals with respect to LK, TK, and subsistence would require making sure that there is enough support to work with these knowledge systems across the council's decision-making processes. And there's a need for greater scientific information related to LK, TK, and subsistence that is specific to the marine environment and those fisheries under the council's jurisdiction. So supporting additional research and developing greater access to social science research on LK and TK and subsistence information would enable meaningful inclusion of multiple knowledge systems into the council's decision-making process. This guideline is foundational as it will continue to facilitate and provide support for the other guidelines that we have listed thus far, which takes me to Guideline 8, and that is understand how to navigate.
Dr. Wise, Mr. Twite has a question.
I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And again, Dr. Weiss, I apologize for interrupting your flow. I really appreciated the task force's suggestions here under 7, acknowledging that it's useful to begin thinking about ways to increase capacity so that we're not in a zero-sum game. And the question I had was the task force had one suggestion about where the council could begin a discussion about looking for additional resources. And I thought it was really constructive. And I was a little frustrated that I read that suggestion after I'd looked at the most recent version of the CCC agenda and hadn't been thinking about that when I had. And I'm hoping that we can think about that relative to the next CCC meeting. The question, though, I had was, did the task force talk about any other approaches? So for instance, through some of the tribal national level organizations, and whether there was some possibility there of this being raised to the national level through, so for instance, tribal organizations, or maybe approaching the Association of State Fish and Wildlife Directors, or some of these other national level organizations that are used to developing and raising issues for congressional or administrative consideration.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Twite, through the chair. Dr. Wise, I'm fine with starting on an answer for this, and then please feel free to add on or jump in if you have more. So no, it's a really great question. We, as a task force, did not have a conversation on other opportunities or entities, particularly those that would be tribally led or with other agencies in terms of a broader conversation on capacity. And I think part of that is because one of the challenges that the task force has continued to come back to is that for local and traditional knowledge to be included within an analytical document, a real challenge is that our ability as staff to do that will be limited by the information that we have available. And in that sense, there is a lack of social science research that is drawing on local and traditional knowledge that is relevant to the council's process and specific to the fisheries and the jurisdiction under the council's management purview. And so in that sense, our conversation has been a lot more tailored to the council's process and how analytical staff work. And in that thread of conversation, it just has always been more of a focus on, I guess, the council, the science center, certainly independent researchers or tribal entities that are conducting their own research and social science programs can focus on that. And I think the search engine that the task force has developed includes a lot of information sources. But as you certainly know, Mr. Twite, sometimes the council's actions can be very narrow and very specific. And in that sense, there's a challenge to getting really action-specific social science that's based on local and traditional knowledge. So that's been the vein of our conversation as a task force in terms of capacity and available information. And for that reason, we haven't expanded to other opportunities at the national level.
Through the chair, this is Sarah Wise. If I could just add to that, I think one added element is that we were formed with the Bering Sea very specifically in mind, and so we very much had our focus with that. But I will say, over the 3 years of meeting and discussions and building out these threads, that in itself has led to conversations, across region and as well as on the national level. And there is just informal sort of collaborations and coordinations on multiple scales. So just the process of this task force has really, I think, grown some momentum and some opportunities in that way as well.
Thank you, Dr. Wise. Looks like we're ready to move to Guideline 8.
Okay, so Guideline 8, understand how to navigate multiple knowledge systems. And engaging with multiple knowledge systems, particularly those that may be less familiar, is challenging and can lead to discomfort in working with and bringing together different types of information. As Mr. Twite mentioned earlier, there's familiarity with using multiple knowledge sources. So it's not as if that hasn't happened. But our knowledge, what we know, is based on different assumptions and sources of information and ways of viewing and interacting with the world. And because of this, there can be or will be times when LKPK and Western science don't necessarily match up or may be incongruent. And during these times, it would help to have access to people who are familiar with multiple ways of knowing and as well as navigating these complexities. So it's important to remember that when there's multiple knowledge systems, to really highlight those areas in which there are intersections or overlap, as well as those incongruences. And this can show new areas for exploration, and it can provide deeper understandings of the issues or topics or questions. And it can highlight different sides of a question. So it reflects the need for a deeper analysis often, and attention to which factors may contribute to the various understandings, observations, perhaps time periods and assumptions that are included within or encompassed within those knowledge sources. That is that's all for section Guideline 8.
All right, thank you, Dr. Wise. Mr. Mesereau has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Weiss. Excuse me. It's been a long week. I'm losing my voice. You made reference to having access to people who are familiar with both knowledge systems. Would it be like maybe a member of the SSC that was a social scientist and then another member of the SSC that had a good working knowledge of traditional knowledge systems that you could go to when there was a divergence between the two systems? Or who are those people that we would need access to help us navigate through this?
Thank you. Through the chair, Kate, I'll just start this off, and then if you have anything to add. I think those are great examples, and we do go through and have some ideas for moving forward in terms of building out some of that capacity within sort of bridging some knowledge systems. Just the examples you used are good ideas, and I think that as this process evolves and we all become more familiar with navigating some of these complexities, I think more opportunities will emerge as well. And again, I would highlight the importance of relationships as well, because as the relationships build, as we have questions about why information may, or when information may intersect, we can rely or turn to those relationships to sort out some of those questions as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I shared Mr. Mesro's question. I also, one reason I think I struggled more with this one than all the others. And the main problem that I kept coming back to, problem's the wrong word, but this section seems to largely treat the possibility of divergent information as a problem that the council would need to resolve. And it struck me really that because there's so many differences between traditional knowledge and what we call Western science in so many ways, that it actually divergent information coming from both shouldn't be initially thought of as a problem. It should actually be thought of as highly informative and actually sort of an opportunity. But I didn't really know where to go with that. Other than the question that Mr. Mesro asked that Dr. Weiss answered really well. But I'm wondering if this one should be sort of recast more as an expected and natural outcome that actually is a benefit to the council. Because if we're hearing if we're getting differing perspectives from sort of the same information, it strikes me as the council needs to know that, and that needs to be very much a part of the decision making, because that's more important than, in a lot of ways, than knowing that everything converges.
Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the question through the chair. Dr. Weiss, I wonder if I might just start us off on this. And I think my answer to Mr. Twite's question is really building off of what you had shared in response to Mr. Mesro. I think we could certainly take a look again at how the guideline is written and see if there needs to be a reframing of the language. But one important thing to note that we haven't discussed is that this guideline in particular came from a lot of internal task force conversation and recognizing that folks within the council's process may be unfamiliar in particular with traditional knowledge. And then we found out through the course of the last 3 years, as we gave multiple presentations to advisory bodies and the SSC in particular, that this really was a source of discomfort and concern, where, especially on the SSC, where their charge is to provide the council with the best scientific advice. What do we do if they are telling us different things? If traditional knowledge and Western science are leading us in different directions, what do we do with that? And what is the best recommendation that we could make to the council? And really the task force's response to that is, you should expect that. That happens within Western science disciplines all the time. And that's not necessarily a problem, but the best on-ramp or recommendation that we could provide to the council would be to consider expanding the existing LK and TK expertise on the SSC, perhaps to provide or to solicit a nomination for an additional member who maybe is an Indigenous knowledge holder or a traditional knowledge holder and has also got Western scientific training. So they, as an individual, may be able to bridge that experience, or they could provide additional balance to the existing expertise and membership on the SSC. so that the SSC can have those conversations internally and navigate those instances where there may be a push and pull. But by no means are we meaning to imply that that should be expected all the time or that it's inherently problematic, because there is disagreement or differences in observations among disciplines in Western science often.
Thank you, Dr. Hopla. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hepla. I appreciate the sections in particular on ideas for moving forward that we're trying to kind of translate the guidelines into what it might look like. And when I read the document, often they are directed towards staff, and not just you as staff, but analytical staff. Our staff will now be doing X, Y, and Z. Those are ideas for moving forward. And so my question is whether council staff, analytical staff have had an opportunity to review this document and provide you or the task force, either one, any input on their ability, maybe their positive input on how to have other ideas moving forward, or any other kind of ground truthing of what our staff might be capable of doing.
Thank you for that question, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. There has been some review from council staff on various components. So certainly staff leadership has reviewed these documents. I know some analytical staff have been using the search engine, but in terms of a full comprehensive review of both the on-ramp recommendations and the protocol by analytical staff, we just haven't had the time to do that, in large part because the task force has finalized these materials earlier in March in order to present them to the council in April. So there hasn't been time for a full review of these finalized documents.
Any further questions? Right. Please continue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next two slides are going to walk through section 5 of the protocol document, which focus on the idea of using the guidelines to develop a policy statement for the council. So if the council were to choose to adopt the protocol, the task force envisions that the 8 guidelines in section 4 of the document would become a short and accessible LKTKS policy statement available on the council's management policies webpage. And the purpose of this statement would be to convey to the public or those working within the council's process exactly what is the council's approach to working with local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information. And this is not meant to erase the full protocol, as that document provides the necessary background and context for understanding that policy statement. And what this slide here is meant to do for the council is to compare the current guideline language that you would find in section 4 with revised potential language for an LKTKS policy statement in section 5, so you can see them side by side. And again, the policy statement is intended to define the council's approach in a concise and clear way for working with these knowledge systems. And it provides a more clear depiction of what the council would be committing itself to should it choose to adopt the protocol. And just for the benefit of those who may have a hard time reading this very small script or be listening over the phone, an example of how the language might change slightly is that guideline 1 would change from understand and use the appropriate concepts for local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information to the council, staff, and advisory bodies intend to demonstrate respect for local knowledge and traditional knowledge systems, local knowledge and traditional knowledge holders, social science of local knowledge and traditional knowledge, and subsistence gatherers and or their information. If there's no questions on that section, we'll just move in.
Mr. Twite.
I didn't have any questions. I just had a couple of comments. I wanted to first echo Ms. Kimball's comment about the challenges section. I found it, I mean, we don't usually do that, and I found it extremely useful. I thought it was a little jarring to have the challenges before walking through the actual guidelines, but on reflection, after having read through it sequentially, I realized it was actually useful, at least to me as one council member, to describe some of the challenges first, because it sort of, I think, gave me more insight into the reality of trying to implement those guidelines. And so I was sort of thinking more about them in terms of that. And I think Ms. Kimball's comments reflected sort of that it helped you get to implementation thoughts more quickly. And obviously that's what we want to do. I also just really appreciate that the thoughtfulness of the task force in understanding that as policy, I think it's really important to use the words that the task force suggests that indicate a commitment to try, but not a statement of an understanding that this is aspirational and evolutionary. And I appreciate the wording that way.
Dr. Hopla.
Thank you, Mr. Twite, for those comments. And with that, we'll move on to the on-ramps section of the presentation. So the task force has reached consensus on 11 different on-ramp recommendations for the council to consider. And these on-ramp recommendations are directly related to the 8 guidelines that are within the protocol. And they really can be understood as 11 different opportunities for the council to consider to implement those guidelines. Each on-ramp was written as its own recommendation. So the task force would be providing the council with a highly flexible approach to determining whether or not it would want to initiate work or any potential process change. I would note the on-ramp recommendations are not numbered in the document so as to not imply a level of prioritization for the council. The task force has seen each on-ramp recommendation as a meaningful way for the council to consider incorporating local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information into its decision-making process. And another reason that the task force did not prioritize the on-ramp recommendations is that they all have different implications for the council and staff in terms of time commitment for their development as well as capacity. And so in that sense, those are really determinations for the council to consider when making its choice. The on-ramp recommendations are presented here on the left-hand side of the table, and on the right-hand side are the related guidelines. It's worth noting that these connections are not exhaustive, and each person could take a look at the guidelines and the on-ramp recommendations and perhaps interpret their relationship a little bit differently. But what this table does show is that there was a really clear and intentional effort by the task force to develop on-ramp recommendations that really would help the council to potentially implement each one of those guidelines. The on-ramp recommendations, as you can see when you work your way down, really do vary in their substantive content and how work could move forward. So for example, some of the recommendations like the council initiating a process whereby tribes could engage with the council, which is the third that you see on the list on the left, are focused on direct relationship building efforts and more direct knowledge sharing efforts. Other on-ramp recommendations focus on different tools for incorporating the social science of LK and TK into analytical documents. And these include the recommendation that the council support ongoing work with the search engine, which is the second that you see on the left-hand side, or implementing the analytical template that is located within Appendix A of the on-ramps document. And that analytical template has some guiding questions for staff to use with respect to local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information as they prepare analytical documents for the council. And I'll just stop to see if there's questions, because otherwise we'll move on to the meeting report section of the presentation.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hopla. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I didn't realize we weren't going to walk through each of these on-ramps. So I guess this is when I can ask questions on them. I realize that the recommendation for not numbering these, but it is very difficult to work through it or talk to people about it without them being numbered. So I'm on what would be 4 in the document on page 5. And I just wanted to hear more about the task force recommendations around the council requesting NIMS lead consultation with tribes early in the process. We understand that, and that a non-quorum of council members would participate in those sessions. And one thing I wanted to ask, or maybe note for the task force, and is I wanted to give some credit to, we had a community engagement committee that was made up primarily of Alaska Native organizations and tribal members that had already made the first portion of this recommendation, and the council's already approved that. So, and I was hoping that could reflect their work and that we're not just ignoring their work, but they've already, and the council approved a recommendation to work with NIMS to receive and understand results of tribal consultation meetings as early in the process as possible and before council final action. So I wondered if the task force was aware of that, or that we could appropriately reflect that in the next version of this document.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question through the chair. Yes, the task force has had a lot of conversation on the work of the Community Engagement Committee. They are aware that this is related to the recommendation and the council support from that in its February 2021 motion. So we'd be happy to capture that more clearly.
Thank you. And second question on that on-ramp suggestion is, I just wanted to hear more about, in the portion of that asks for some individual council members to participate in tribal consultation processes, which are between the tribes and the agency. Was there more you could share on what the value of that was to task force members? What would individual council members bring to that process, or how they would appropriately, work within that process, not being part of that government to government consultation? And the things I'm thinking of is if council members participated, but they can't speak on behalf of the council, of course, because they're individuals, or if council members participated and learned something, or had something to share, it's likely not appropriate for them to then convey to other council members or the public what the results of that tribal consultation were. So I wondered if that was a discussion with the task force, or if it might be a place to maybe provide some more information in that section to show what kind of value council members would provide in that process.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for that question. Through the chair, the task force has had a lot of conversation on the importance of relationship building between tribes and the council, but not just through the context of consultations, but really through the vein of incorporating traditional knowledge and local knowledge into the council's decision-making process. And so one thing I would like to note is that I do think the way that the task force has considered these on-ramp recommendations, while some of them may appear similar to the Community Engagement Committee, we've really tried to focus on building relationships with knowledge holders who may be tribal members or representatives of tribes, and not just strictly through a lens of engagement. But that being said, in terms of the value of having council members participate in agency-led consultations when they are invited to do so, I think it really centers on that relationship building. And secondly is direct communication between potentially knowledge holders and the council in a way for that to occur, especially because tribal consultations with the agency can be private or closed meetings. And so in that sense, it is possible, although it cannot be guaranteed, that traditional knowledge may be shared in a consultation in a way that members may not feel comfortable doing so in public comment, for example, with the council.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for that response. So possibly some guidelines around what the council member role might be would be helpful. And then my other question on that section is, we heard earlier in the process, and I've heard in testimony about, the agency working to revise their tribal consultation process. And I didn't know if the task force discussed whether we need to understand what that looks like moving forward in order to fully understand what our on-ramp would be related to that, or if those things can happen simultaneously.
Thank you for that question, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. I think the benefit, so let me back up. My understanding is that the Department of Commerce and NOAA are updating their tribal consultation handbook, and those are not yet available as there's been a little bit of a delay with the Department of Commerce. But when they are available, the intention is to walk through the protocol and the on-ramp documents side by side with those things. It's not anticipated that there's going to be major points of departure, but we don't have those materials from the agency available yet. And that is one of the benefits of a potential public comment period, to allow for additional time for those materials to be released and for task force review.
Thank you. And are we also moving, are we not going to discuss the analytical template, or would this be the appropriate time to ask those questions?
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. This would be the appropriate time. We just wanted to not totally overburden the council's time with walking through everything one by one.
Thank you. I feel like, depending on what the council's action is, that this is kind of our opportunity to provide input prior to seeing a final draft. So I don't also want to take up the council's time if people have other visions of what's happening here, but I'd like to ask a few more questions. Okay.
Ms. Kimball.
The appendix to I found this document so helpful and well done, and appreciate the task force work. And the appendix A is this template for working with that information, which I think is also helpful as somewhat of a guide for council analytical staff. And one of the SSC questions, I was trying to pull it up, was about ensuring that we, somewhere in here, ensure that we emphasize that this knowledge must have a clear, I found it, federal fisheries nexus to integrate into the council process. And I wondered if this might be the place in the appendix for this template to bring in clearly that nexus, or if there's another portion of either the protocol or the on-ramps to be clear with that SSC recommendation.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question through the chair. I think we could bring out the SSC's point about the importance of knowledge and information being relevant to the council's decision-making process, and that federal fisheries nexus here, that would be fine in the on-ramps document. I think I'm sort of stumbling my way through it because I think that's clear in the protocol, but given that we chose to separate these two things, we could certainly make that more clear here.
Just a couple more, Mr. Chair. And then I wondered if the task force had given their other on-ramp recommendations, and I know those, you were very clear that those could be individually selected by the council, unlike the protocol, but did you discuss whether a question for the template should really, be, are there tribal consultation outcomes or reports available to include when appropriate in the template? I mean, is that a question that might be asked of staff when they're working through their analytical documents?
Thank you through the chair for that question, Ms. Kimball. I don't think we talked specifically about whether or not that question could be included in part 2 of the appendix, which includes overarching questions and guidance related to local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information. We certainly could, and I think that would be a good guiding question to include there just for analytical staff as they work through this. Part of that is because typically, and in the more robust and the larger analytical template, there are those sections for regulatory context, which include EO 13175, directing agencies to have consultations with tribes. And so that has typically been the place for any related consultation information to be included. But that's not to say that there's not value in some connection and redundancy here too, especially as that might foreground some of the subsequent questions or needs in terms of working through this analytical template.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last question, if it's okay, on the template is in the section 4 about potentially, did the task force discuss that one of the basic questions should be, does the proposed action affect subsistence use? There may be some initial filters right at the top of each of these sections, I guess I'm suggesting, that then may guide how further down you go in the rest of the template. And I guess I'm making that more of a suggestion than a question, but I didn't know if the task force had considered something like that.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. Through the chair, the task force didn't have a specific conversation about that overarching question, but we could certainly include that in part 4 of this.
And then, Mr. Chair, one more just to be done. Is it one of the other SSC recommendations or suggestions in their report was something I wanted to ask Dr. Happel or Dr. Wise about is, the protocol itself seems very geared toward council work and council staff on the on-ramps. And I wanted to know if there had been discussions, because whether this also would apply to maybe the analytical packages or the things that the agency is primarily the lead on, not council staff. Did you have discussions about how widely this could be shared? I realize the council can only direct council staff and council work, but it seems like an obvious discussion when many of the products that you think automatically would benefit from traditional knowledge or more indigenous knowledge are really in the hands of the agency under, the ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles or the ecosystem status reports, the things that come through our process on a regular basis, but council staff are not the lead. So that's my last question, Mr. Chair, if that applicability had been discussed.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for that question. Dr. Wise, I'm happy to start us off here, and then please feel free to jump in if you'd like. So yes, the task force has had a lot of conversation on this issue. Exactly. And I think the way our conversations have unfolded is such that we've tried to be very specific and very clear that the document that we have produced and the recommendations are specific to the council and its process. But there is a tension that a lot of the information, particularly the scientific information that's produced to inform the council's decision-making, is coming from the Science Center or the agency, which the council can't control. And in that sense, I think we have discussed as a task force the importance or the meaningfulness of the policy statement as a way to set expectations or define the council's approach for working with these knowledge systems. And I think the guidance as we've written it is applicable to agency staff, but one of the challenges we noted in section 3 is that really moving forward with the protocol and incorporating local knowledge and traditional knowledge is going to require a lot of coordination and buy-in and time and investment from agency partners with the council. In terms of taking this document and that being the guiding force for the agency, I don't think that's appropriate. And the task force has talked about that because the agency is going to have their own guidance, particularly from the headquarter level and then at the regional office level. And so with that, we really wanted to make sure that we would be in line with those documents as well, so that the entirety of this region is moving forward in the same way. And I think we've done that. But that's where I think some of those limitations fall. And we've really pointed back instead to the need for capacity. So some of those primary reports that you had mentioned, Ms. Kimball, coming through from the Science Center that inform the council's decision-making process, prior to the wide range of materials, more robustly including local and traditional knowledge to inform council decision-making, I think we'd have to look at the capacity to do that and just the sheer resources required to have more social science research that is focused on those things. But I'll see if Dr. Wise wants to add anything more to that.
Thanks, Kate, through the chair. I don't. I think you captured that really well. I do think at the heart there is this ongoing question of capacity, and I also am aware of the efforts moving forward in the next several months to coordinate across on the headquarters level as well, some of the guidance. So that's simply an uncertainty at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Wise. Thank you, Dr. Hopla, and thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both. So my question is really about the public comment procedures. And I've noticed in the last few meetings, we've had a dramatic increase in public testimony from tribal members regarding salmon issues. And there has been a number of times where members have run out of time, and it's difficult to stick to a time limit and not let people speak when they've come a long way to speak, particularly tribal elders. And this particular on-ramp made me think that maybe there's some way to address that issue and the introduction issue. And what I was wondering was during these committee meetings, was there any discussion of just standardizing the time in which people would testify? Because in the advisory panel and the SSC, you get 5 minutes, and then you come to the council after you've prepared testimony and you only get 3 minutes. So if you're not very experienced with this process, you may well take testimony that you gave at the AP and bring it to the council and have 2 less minutes to deliver it. And that sort of also speaks to the time allowance for introduction. So I didn't know if there was any discussion about standardizing the time to be 5 minutes across the board, and that would provide time for introduction and also work a whole testimony into different advisory bodies, or if that wasn't discussed, maybe be something they'd want to take up when they meet one more time.
Thank you, through the chair. Mr. Mesro, that's a really good question. I think I'm just going to read the on-ramp recommendation for the benefit of those who may be in the room and didn't read the document or listening online. So the task force did recommend that the council modify its public comment procedures to allow testifiers to provide introductions without those introductions counting against their allowed time limit for oral comments at council, scientific and statistical committee, as well as advisory panel meetings. The short answer to your question is that we did not talk about standardizing the time limit across advisory bodies and the council as a way to accommodate for those introductions. But we could have that conversation, especially if the council moves forward for these materials for an extended public comment and review period and authorizes the task force to have that one additional meeting. We could review whether or not that would be a way to satisfy that particular on-ramp recommendation for the council.
Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Hapala. I know in the introduction of the protocol, as well as I think there might be some language in the on-ramp document as well. The task force really tried to identify that this was the discussion was really centered around the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. And I reading through the protocol and the on-ramps, it does appear to me that these could be very applicable and broadly and widely representative of other regions as well. Wondering if there was any discussion on, I guess, how to, or any engagement from other regional or representatives from other regions, or any initial thoughts on how to kind of verify, whether or not there are discrete regional on-ramps that we may have missed, or the task force may have missed. But I really appreciate the work, and I do in my read of both of these documents, it does seem like it could be very broadly applied. But thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drobnica, for that question through the chair. That is a good question, and it is, I think, a tension that we found as a task force, and we've certainly acknowledged in our meetings, is that we've tried really hard to tailor the guidance within the protocol document to The Bering Sea region, that comes out, I think, most clearly in how we talk about traditional knowledge and that being the term of relevance for that region. But then we really struggled to identify on-ramp or process changes that were specific to the Bering Sea. And in that sense, I don't think I could answer whether or not we missed any discrete regional on-ramps for the Bering Sea, but that could be something that you hear in public comment today, or if the council were to release the materials for an extended public comment period. And in part where we really found that tension to become more clear is that we didn't want to speak so narrowly to a particular component of the council's process. So the first that comes to mind would be the tax setting process in the Bering Sea Aleutian Island region. And in doing so, you're not addressing the council's process. And so we often throughout our work as a task force found ourselves in a push-pull between addressing the process, which is what the council had asked for, rather than working down to really narrow components of that process. And so I think that tension comes out in the on-ramps as you've highlighted, but it would be better suited for the public to bring forward, I think, if we've missed some discrete on-ramp recommendations that are region specific.
Any further questions? Please continue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So with that, we're just going to move into our meeting report. And this slide for you here is an attempt to summarize only the primary recommendations coming out of these 3 meetings. And that's because the substantive focus of the rest of those meetings' content was really on the edits and revisions to the document. And I think we've captured those both in writing and then in either the presentation or throughout the questions and responses today. So the first recommendation that I wanted to call the council's attention to is that the council would release the LKTKS protocol and the on-ramp recommendations presented to you at this meeting for a 45-day public review and comment period, then allow the task force to convene virtually to review any comments that are received, as well as have a chance to provide task force members with the input received from the council at this meeting. And then that means that the council would receive revised materials at a future meeting. And as we've discussed it, that would be the council's October 2023 meeting, pending any scheduling issues for the council to consider. But we would be looking for the council to make a determination on whether or not to adopt those materials or initiate work at that time. And then the second recommendation is that the task force would disband after the council takes final action. And so in that sense, the task force would not continue on as an advisory body. This is consistent with the council's original intent for this body. And the reason for this or the rationale for this recommendation is that the task force felt the implementation period for any potential on-ramp would be best carried out by council staff and walk through the council's usual public review process. The third recommendation that the task force is making for the council is that the council would form an ad hoc review or advisory body to determine whether or not the protocol would be applied or relevant to other regions under the council's jurisdiction should it be adopted. And the rationale for this is that there are several elements of this protocol that could carry over to other regions, but it really would, in this task force's mind, be most appropriate to let other knowledge holders and fishery stakeholders from those regions weigh in on their preferences and where they may differ. And then lastly, if the council chooses to initiate a 5-year periodic review period, or excuse me, if the council chooses to adopt the protocol, that it would also initiate a 5-year periodic review period for the protocol. And that is just so that there's an opportunity to allow the council, knowledge holders, and other members of the public to review and provide input on the protocol's continued relevance over time.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Did the task force consider whether that third recommendation could possibly be sort of swept up in a programmatic EIS process that addresses all the regions?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Twite. The short answer is no. We have not talked about a potential programmatic EIS.
Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Hapala. I think I may have skipped ahead a little bit in my previous question. So I guess in your answer, I heard that, you know, one way that we could really draw this question out about the applicability more broadly was public comment. So I guess did the task force also talk about that as a potential avenue instead of an advisor, you know, a more formal advisory body that we could wait to see what type of responses we got back and how widely those responses were, you know, in regards to that regional representation before, I guess, identifying next pathways to answering that question.
Thank you, Ms. Drobnica, for that question through the chair. If you're referencing the 45-day public comment period, I don't think we've talked as a task force about that period being the time in which the council would receive the input on whether or not this document should be transferred to other regions. In terms of just more broadly in the council's process, I think the council certainly could receive input from stakeholders or knowledge holders from other regions about whether or not it would be appropriate to apply this protocol to those regions. But I'm wondering if your question's not in reference to the 45-day public comment period, it would be better suited to think through an agenda item such as the Bering Sea FEP plan team and potentially one of their annual updates to provide a specific point in the council's agenda for that input to be provided. I think I'm just a little unclear on which public comment pathway the council might be receiving those exact comments on different regional determinations.
Thank you through the chair, Dr. Happa. I was more thinking the 45-day period. Thanks.
Any further questions? Key takeaways.
Okay, thank you. So just the final slide that we wanted to capture here for the council today is just some of the key takeaways. So the protocol and the on-ramp recommendations are based on the consensus of the task force, and using the guidelines to inform a policy statement for the council would provide the public, the council, and others working within its process a clear and concise summary of the council's approach to working with these knowledge systems, as well as the council's expectation. It is possible that over time, the council's process could change if the protocol is adopted or on-ramps are initiated, and the on-ramp recommendations would be some, I think, pretty clear process changes for the council if it chooses to move forward with them. But certainly more broadly, the suite of information that's available to inform decision-making would be broader and more robust over time. And potentially the council could anticipate some softer changes to its process in terms of more inclusion of diverse voices and worldviews, and then capturing those throughout analytical documents within its process. And then I would just note the work of this task force could support the council in being more responsive to a variety of executive orders and other legislation that you can find in Appendix B of that protocol document. And of course, if there are more questions from the council, we're happy to take those.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Hopla, and thank you, Dr. Wise. Any final questions? Don't see any. Thank you very much. So just a reminder to the public, if you wish to testify, please sign up prior to the end of the advisory panel report, which we will take next, and then we'll take our morning break, and then we'll come back for public comment. So I believe we have Lauren Mitchell online to provide the AP report.
Sorry for the delay. Do you have me?
Yes, we do. Good morning.
Wonderful. Oh, good morning. So I have the advisory panel report on D2 LKTKS protocol. The AP supports and commends the work of the Local Knowledge, Traditional Knowledge, and Subsistence Task Force. The AP supports the recommendations and products of the LKTKS Task Force. The AP recommends the council consider opening a 45-day period for public review of the task force recommendations and products to allow for final public review of the work and for the task force to address comments received during that review period. And this passed unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Any questions on the AP report? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thanks for your report. I mean, it's very straightforward. Thank you. I wondered if the AP had the time in its agenda to really discuss the components of the protocol and each of the on-ramps, or if the AP was more interested in seeing what the public comment would be after this 45-day period that they recommend before they get into the real substance of each of those documents.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. The conversation around this topic was not very extensive, as the AP was very supportive of what was brought forth by the task force and by the person who presented the motion. So I do believe that where you're going with that in terms of the final considerations with public comment are important in this process. And we look forward to seeing that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take a break, come back at 10:10, and we will take public comment. Council, please come to order. We are ready to begin with public comment on agenda item D2. There are 14 members of the public signed up to testify. First up is Kirill Basarjan. Okay, looks like Mr. Basarjan is not online. Brendan Raymond Yacobian. Good morning.
Morning. Sorry, I signed up remote in case I couldn't make it in. Greetings, Mr. Chair and council members. For the record, my name is Brendan Raymond Yacobian, testifying on behalf of COERIC Inc. COERIC is the nonprofit tribal consortium for the 20 federally recognized tribes of Bering Strait region. COERIC strongly commends the work of the Bering Sea FEP, local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence task force. We also applaud the council for prioritizing this action module. We request the council support and fully implement the task force's protocol and all of its associated on-ramps. The LKTKS task force completed an enormous and challenging undertaking in a short period of time. This work significantly advances council and agency goals related to meeting various national standard mandates, including National Standard 2 with regard to the use of the best scientific information available, as well as goals and mandates related to diversity, inclusivity, and equity, tribal consultation, and EBFM. In doing so, the task force built upon the transparent and inclusive Bering Sea FEP process. The task force brought together LK, TK, and tribal experts, scientists, including social scientists with TK expertise, and council and agency staff. All of this speaks to what may be the council's most intentionally developed collaborative cross-cultural product and its most significant activity to date in terms of ensuring robust inclusion of tribal perspectives in the council process. The result is impressive and of national significance. The protocol provides a discussion and definition of terms and concepts, reflections on challenges related to implementing the council's goals related to LK, TK, and subsistence information, and provides guidelines for moving this work forward. The 8 guidelines included in the protocol provide guidance and associated recommendations to the council for how to equitably incorporate multiple knowledge systems into your processes and outcomes. For example, accurately identifying knowledge holders and building appropriate capacity. The 11 on-ramp recommendations were carefully developed to assist the council in implementing the protocol and guidelines and address areas that need attention, such as tribal consultation and engagement, staff capacity, and other issues. We recognize that the council may choose to implement only some of the on-ramps initially, but we believe that strategically planning to implement them all will improve the council process for tribes, the public, and other stakeholders. Will assist the council in meeting multiple national standards, including 2, 8, and 9. Will support the council's ecosystem policy and as well as the goals outlined in the Bering Sea FEP, and would also be in alignment with national level guidance such as OSTP's guidance on traditional knowledge and guidance related to equity and environmental justice. Following on the recommendations of the task force, we request the council consider opening a 45-day period for public review of the task force's final products and providing the opportunity for the task force to address those reviews. In any case, we reiterate our strong recommendation and request the council adopt and fully implement the protocol and its on-ramps. We recognize these 2 requests may sound a bit mismatched stepwise, so just to clarify in advance, for us, it was key to express support for the adoption and implementation of the protocol and the on-ramps, though also being respectful of the task force's public review request. And in recognition that the council may elect not to open a public comment review period, we didn't want to miss the opportunity to put on the record our strong support for the work that had been done. Without the intention to overstep, perhaps if the council were of the same mind with regard to this work, perhaps a way to combine these dual goals would be to approve a public review period while also stating support for the work that's been done and signaling an intent to adopt and implement the protocol and on-ramps after the review process. So thank you for the opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you for joining us this morning and providing comment. Are there questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, and thanks for your testimony. I might have missed you saying this, but I heard support for the 45-day public comment period, so I assume COERC may have ideas or input that they'd want to provide during that period. If you could confirm that, and whether COERC had direct input on the public sessions that went into developing this draft, either the protocol or the on-ramps, and your participation there, that would be helpful.
Sure, yes. I think that if there was a public review period, COERC would probably provide comment, although I couldn't speak right now as to what that would be. But COERC, yes, did participate in the process and supported the process and the products that came out of it. Does that cover everything you're asking?
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Raymond Yakubian. So COERC as an organization, I believe, has had a really long history, probably from the beginning of incorporating traditional knowledge into your decision-making processes. And I'm wondering that from that perspective, as an organization that's apparently reasonably successfully sort of tackled some of these challenges, what are some of your thoughts about the challenges section of the document and what it might be saying to us?
Maybe before answering that, could I ask also for maybe just some examples about elements of the challenges that you'd like me to speak to specifically?
Sure. Both the challenges of having something of a public face to and public exposure to traditional knowledge. And I realize that your interface with the public is pretty different than ours, but still that one. And also the one about regulatory fatigue that caught my eye a lot too. Would be two I'd be particularly interested, but I don't want to limit you either if you've got some others that you'd like to.
Sure, thanks. I'll try to answer the question. Please feel free to follow up if I don't get it all. I think that the idea of, I think it may have actually been you who mentioned this earlier, that the idea first off of the task force sort of presenting these challenges was a really a good thing just at the outset to create that discussion about them. And I do think that a number of the challenges are also opportunities, as I think you also mentioned as well. Well, actually, I think you mentioned something else, but I think that that's true as well. I think, for example, some of the challenges that are hinted at, they may not be in that section as well, but throughout the document related to capacity and related to issues that were talked about earlier about shareability of information, about the different nature of, so let's call them processes broadly as, say, consultation, and how that information can be inputted and who can be involved in those and how that would, I think all of those are definitely challenges. I think that they're being worked out or can be worked out in a variety of ways. For example, through the Alaska region working on its tribal consultation policy, through the council continuing its engagement efforts, through adoption of the protocol itself. And I also think that a lot of the questions that came up today, maybe not a lot, but some of these questions and the challenges as well that you're pointing to, I think a lot of that will probably work itself out as well through the addition, not only of addressing them like such as capacity, but also through, as Dr. Hoppel pointed out, the sort of normalization of something that may be a bit unfamiliar now. And it will sort of work itself out through the evolution of a process of incorporating this type of information into this process. And I think that that's probably true for all institutions historically, as well as they bring in a new set of information and apply them to new challenges. And I feel like I probably meandered off course from your original question, so feel free to follow up.
No, that was really helpful, actually. Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you. Okay, next up is Stanislaus Shepard. Mr. Shepard, but before you begin, I noticed that both you and James Landlord are representing the same tribe. And typically, the tribe would get 6 minutes. And then an additional testifier could testify on their own behalf and testify for 3 minutes. So I apologize for that confusion there. Would you be testifying for 6 minutes or 3 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go ahead and go for 3 minutes. Because I do signed up for another testimony on E.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Shepherd. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members. On this traditional knowledge, we're looking at I'm looking at the Yukon River, and each tribe, regardless if they're neighboring villages or like where I'm at is like the mid part of the lower Yukon and the coastal. We each have our difference, even in the interior, the Athabascans. We each have a different traditional knowledge. One tribe is not the same throughout the Yukon. So we respect each and every one tribe's traditional knowledge. We look at it as our history's life cycle. You know, if it wasn't for our tribal chief 30, 50 years ago, I wouldn't be sitting and trying to represent and continue passing on our traditional knowledge. As growing up, I was diagnosed with tuberculosis in my younger age, and with the traditional knowledge in our community, the steps I had to take, the plants I had to eat, and I was in Anchorage here for several months. That made me kind of like dyslexic somehow. I don't know how it triggered. So instead of looking at letters, reading was my number one failing, because in our traditional way, when we speak, it's jumbled. The English way is, please hand me the knife, okay? In Eskimo, it's backwards. Jawihak taizgu means knife, give it to me. So with the elders seeing that, my parents seeing that, they used traditional knowledge to teach me. And this is where I'm at 60 years later. I never thought I'd get this far. So thank you very much. Any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. And we're not supposed to ask softball questions here, but I know you may have expected to have 6 minutes to testify. So I want to give you the opportunity to cover anything else that you wish to cover as one of my questions. Is there anything else you'd like to bring up in your testimony?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just that we do in understanding traditional knowledge, the whole river wide and all the tribes don't share the same traditional knowledge. They have different. Okay, thank you. I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that, Mr. Shepherd. Let's see if there's any questions. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Thanks for your time. It's been a long week and you've been a strong individual sticking with it. One of the on-ramp items is to incorporate tribal co-management partners in relevant reports out, like at the B report at the beginning of the meeting. And tribes on the Alaska Native tribes on the Yukon and on the Kuskokwim work closely with the state of Alaska and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Department of Fisheries Oceans Canada to help manage the fisheries there. Also deeply involved in helping co-manage migratory bird pathways management. Curious what that co-management, that representation in some of those reports might look like for you. What opportunities you see to participate in some of those updates.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Martin. In co-management, it really would make a big impact. If I may, Mr. Chair, using an example, we're in the state of Alaska right here. This is the Canadian border. The good example in co-management was Hooper Bay, Chivak, Scammon Bay area and the southwestern part of the National Wildlife Refuge in Unit 18. Co-management, the migratory birds, they have two nesting areas in that area and say California. When the birds numbers decline, co-management with the U.S. Department of Fish and Wildlife, automatically us natives were restricted. We could not hunt. The same year, when they migrate back down to California, they were allowed to hunt them, okay? But the second year, still the same. And then they start this co-management, and then they came up with this international migratory bird act that closed both nesting areas in this migratory. Okay, that worked very good, and I tried to explain to a couple of the board members when I had the chance to talk. Looking at that migratory co-management, we picture those three communities as the Yukon River. Picture California as the pollock fishery and False Pass Area M. We're in the same situation they started when the Migratory Bird Act was. We could not hunt. It's the same situation on the Yukon River. We cannot fish, subsistence, nothing. But just like in California, they kept hunting birds. Pollock fishery and False Pass Area M are still allowed to take the salmon, which we are cut off from. Does that kind of answer your question?
Mr. Martin.
Yeah, as a follow-up, thank you for that description. I was curious, one of the on-ramps is about having further representation during B reports and other committee updates from individuals representing tribes that are working with federal agencies and stuff. So I was just, opportunities, curious if you had specific opportunities in mind, what that might look like, where you would participate with an entity that's giving a B report at the beginning of a meeting. So I can follow up with you further later.
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, if we could follow up would be good. That way I might steer in the wrong direction, Yeah, thank you very much.
Any further questions? Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Shepherd, for your testimony. You did mention that each tribe and region may have their own traditional knowledge in your testimony. And I believe the protocol tried to identify that and acknowledge that as well as in our document here. I just wanted to make sure that you believe that it's been appropriately captured, or we will certainly look at this, read this very carefully through that lens and through your testimony, and just wanted to see if you had any additional thoughts on anything that was missing in the protocol at this point. Thanks.
Through the chair, I can't pronounce your name. It's just that all the tribes have different, I really don't have a good answer for that, but I just know that all the tribes, even in a neighboring tribe from St. Mary's and Drisky, Algato, their knowledge is different than Mountain Village because we're 18, 20 miles apart. You know, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Appreciate it.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you for your comments. Kind of along the same lines. In terms of, with those different perspectives from different Alaska Native groups, have you seen examples where those different voices, are able to come together and provide input to a process? So in other words, how do you think the process could work well that incorporates all those different voices, for example, along the Yukon River? Do you have any ideas or suggestions on how those voices can come together to feed into a process such as the council? Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Moore, that I could only give you an example. Back in the early 90s, I think it was the Lower Yukon, the Mayor Association, when they had Mayor's Conference, they submitted a proposal to have a moratorium for moose from Mountain Village downriver. And there was a lot of opposition against that. Yet still, coastal people were used to going up to Russian Mission, Pine Meet in that area to do their fall moose hunting. With the input of the communities after talking, it was Lower Yukon Moose Management was formed, and in forming that, the Department of Fish and Game used us as a tool to monitor, and we came up with language with, we could have a 5-day hunt after 2 years. But we needed to come up with numbers. And we finally settled on 50 bulls to 100 cows. And that allowed us to open up a 5-day hunt. So with that, the following year, the calving season was good. And when talking with the rest of the communities, they're giving their input, the tribal communities. We're now standing at over 42,000 moose in just that area alone. That's sort of like all the communities giving their input with the Department of Fish and Game. And that's in similar ways, I see tribal consultation with task force, coming together, making up decisions that you could agree on, and better livelihood for people that depend on this salmon so badly, health-wise. Most of the natives are going down because of that one content, fish oil content. That's, example, if you go to a restaurant, you'll be so used to ordering hamburger, cheese, and a Coke. You go there one day and there's no more Coke, only hamburger. You'd be disappointed. Thank
you, Mr. Shepherd. Any additional questions? I don't see any additional questions. Thanks again.
Thank you very much.
Next up is James Landlord. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Chair and board, council members. My name is James Landlord. I am from Azad Tribal Council. That's how I was signed up to represent that council, but I'm also a tribal member and citizen of Mount New Lakes. Regarding traditional knowledge, it passed down generations to generations. Like my dad. My dad also had a dad, and he was a elder man. I think he passed away in 1941, and I was born in 1947. When I was born, even though he died how many years ago, 6 years ago, after I was named after him. So my name is Chikukok, like he was. And when he passed away, Mount Newlet had a IHS hospital back in them days. There was Federal Reserve land there. It was created so the hospital can be built. Anyway, when he passed away, and the death certificate, he was a chief landlord. He was a chief as he was a good hunter, good trapper, and a fisherman. And the local people looked up to him, and when the federal government, like BIA, because you had BIA schools and back then, they looked up to him for advice and how policies or what federal government's going to do. Anyway, they named him landlord because he had 2 sets of dog team, 2 fish racks, and maybe 2 smokehouses. He used the dog team to go out hunting, trapping, and he helped people, hired people to cut fish or whatever. He was a good trapper and hunter. Anyway, that's how my last name became landlord, because of our grandpa. With my dad, he was also a good hunter, trapper, and fisherman. But he passed away in 1971 from lung cancer. He used to smoke unfiltered camels, and he was addicted to nicotine. And before he died, he taught us a lot about tundra, the river, the animals, fish, how to set traps. And when he died, our mom took over because so our mom raised us in 1971 until our mom died how many years ago? Maybe 4 or 5 years ago. Anyway, this knowledge was passed on from way back then to even to our kids. And right now I'm the oldest in my family, and they look up to me. There's a lot of advice. I get a lot of texts, a lot of calls from my siblings. But also with the tribal government, our office, the federal government has to go direct in some of the policies that they like to see implemented. So our office in all the departments of the federal government, and we try to deal with them. Our main responsibility was the Department of Interior with the self-governance. There was an elder, a family that moved from downriver to Mountain Village. When he moved to our village, he respected our governance and or the village of the tribal members of Mountain Village. Because he come from a different village and he started residing in our community, and he really every time he wanted to do something, he would ask permission to do something. He was an elder, but he respected our culture and our responsibilities because he came from another village to our village. And I was amazed just how much respect, even they're old, getting older, how much respect they had for going from another village to another village. That amazed me. All of it till he passed away. Even myself, when we were traveling, like to like maybe Hooper Bay or Scanlon Bay, Kotlik or St. Michael, they know their area, their local, everything in the local area, all the tides, the river conditions, everything, how far it can be shallow, like for the mouth of the Yukon River, maybe 6-8 miles. And those are kind of knowledge that we respect when we go to another village and we have to ask, or they tell us the knowledge that they know in the local area. So it's not only from Mountain Village. When you go to another, you have to respect their culture and their knowledge, their tourism knowledge. I don't know how long I'm supposed to be speaking.
Your time has been up for a little while now, Mr. Landlord, but if you have any final recommendations for us to consider on this issue that you'd like to share, I appreciate hearing that.
But we have,
If your time is up, but if you have any recommendations for us on this agenda item, I think we'd all appreciate hearing them, or we can see if there's questions if you prefer.
well, I went to another meeting with the state BO Board of Fish, and there's big difference with these two agencies. Tourism knowledge was not on the agenda. Local knowledge. When one of the members brought up when they made their testimony, because we were dealing with Area M and Falls Pass, we were trying to ask them to fish pass so that we can at least get some for the summer, because we haven't had any fish for about maybe 4 or 5 years. Anyways, it just brought up according to our traditional knowledge, and one of the board members said, our law, he meant the state statutes, our law does not recognize traditional knowledge. And so I appreciate this council respecting the Alaska Natives, that they live here like I described my grandpa and my dad. They have knowledge that they pass on. And if you have questions, you can go to another village and maybe, it's not only local, you can get more knowledge from another village or elder. When we attended AVCP, it's a regional nonprofit that they have annual meeting and we're in the break. I heard an elder, he's standing beside me and I heard him, he wanted to know something. He asked another elder, he didn't know. He went to another elder, he didn't know. And I followed him because I wanted to find out too the questions that he was asking. So he finally found an answer he wanted. And I was kind of amazed just how our dad taught us. In the winter time, he said, because water, if there's water in your skin or outside of your body, whatever, you'll get cold faster. And he taught us not to drink too much water, especially in winter time that you'll get cold. But the doctors, tell us you got to drink a lot of water. That's the medicine that you're taking. So that's some of them. So it's not only local that from your village that you gain knowledge. You can go get more knowledge when from other villages because of it. Differences in your culture, even in your language, are a little bit slightly different. One time we had a meeting in the Bethel.
Mr. Landlord,
You pick.
would it be okay to see if council members have any specific questions for you at this point? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Landlord, I had a question as I was listening to you, and I think you were actually starting to answer it there in a way. I'm wondering, as somebody who grew up in a very different culture than you, as we begin to integrate traditional knowledge into our process, how will that change us? What do you have some thoughts about how hearing your voices, understanding your traditional knowledge will change us?
The people that live on the Yukon River, Kasokun River, Arctic area, and the coastal people, upriver people, they know their surroundings. I think the knowledge that are in the villages should also be respected. But it's not learned overnight. It's passed on from generations. I think that would be one of those that you acknowledge that we didn't, we live been living here for a very long time, and the men that know when they're going to go out hunting, they have to know their surroundings. um, tundra, the river. I know my dad told me a lot about the river and got to respect it. And the current and depth and southeast wind, southward, northward, and all that. So appreciate your taking up as your agenda item to acknowledge traditional knowledge. Oyana.
Thank you, Mr. Landlord. I don't see any additional questions. Thank you for joining us today and providing your testimony. We really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mateo Pasadon.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Mateo Pasadon, and I'll be speaking on behalf of the city of St. Paul. First of all, I wanted to express support for the very thorough work that Kate Happala and Sarah Weiss undertook in leading the LKTKS task force. Simeon Swetzoff, former mayor of St. Paul, was part of this task force, and I participated in several of their meetings. Their work was very comprehensive, thoughtful, and respectful. From a big picture, 30,000-foot perspective, it is clear that the very capable scientists that are part of this council process can't be everywhere throughout the state, collecting and monitoring environmental developments of scientific relevance to this process. In order to respond to the challenges of climate change and its impacts on fisheries management, the council must begin to rely and work closely with LKTKS knowledge holders and gatherers in remote regions and villages. This will be an ongoing process and may take many years to improve and perfect, but it's got to happen. From a legal perspective, it is important to note that the LKTKS task force's work is anchored in National Standard 2, best available science guidelines, and sometimes the best available science is LKTK. On this point, National Standard 2 guidelines state that criteria to consider when evaluating best scientific information are relevance, inclusiveness, objectivity, transparency and openness, timeliness, verification and validation, and peer review as appropriate. And further on down on inclusiveness, the guidelines state that 3 aspects of inclusiveness should be considered when developing and evaluating best scientific information. One of these is relevant local and traditional knowledge. Parens, example, fishermen's empirical knowledge about the behavior and distribution of stocks, and parens, should be obtained where appropriate and considered when evaluating the best scientific information available. I would argue that these guidelines are in need of updating, given our greater understanding today of the value of LKTKS input from fishermen, tribal and native peoples, and rural communities in this body's scientific process, but at least the reference is still there. But in addition to strengthening the LKTK component of this council's work, it is responsive to National Standard 4, equity and allocations, and the need to recognize the fishery rights of Alaska Native and tribal participants. National Standard 6, the need to take into account variations and contingencies in fisheries resources, something we are increasingly observing and experiencing, and often the first reports of changes come from remote villages. And finally, National Standard 8, sustained community participation. It's about bringing into this process previously disregarded and undervalued knowledge and wisdom of an entire sector of Alaska's population, those whose interests under National Standard 4 and National Standard 8 have in many instances been negatively impacted. I view the LKTKS as being complementary to Western science, but to the extent that they are in quote unquote conflict, I would point out that such conflict exists in Western science itself, within Western science. Reflecting on the halibut AVM action, this council undertook a 1 to 2 year process to determine what were the proper indices to measure halibut abundance and recruitment, for example. And at the end of the day, the council came up with a system that was responsive to National Standard 2 and took both major indices into account. I would see this playing out in a similar fashion. Going forward, we support releasing the LKTKS task force materials protocol, the on-ramp recommendations and policy statements. And we look forward to seeing the finalized documents presented to the council after this comment period. To conclude, and I notice I have a little bit of time, this final comment is perhaps more appropriate under staff tasking, but given the outpouring of testimony and participation from interior salmon dependent communities, tribes and stakeholders, both in person and virtually, which we witnessed over the weekend, and many of whom were from the Fairbanks area, you may want to consider holding a meeting in Fairbanks at some point in the future when action on a salmon agenda item is ripe. That might be a good venue for the council and Alaska Interior fishery participants to learn from each other and to engage, and is also responsive to on-ramp number 3 and protocol guideline number 4 regarding engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Postledon. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Melissa Johnson. Nope, not at all. Good morning.
Okay, I apologize. I had to close the door. The background noise was causing a disturbance. Wanga Nalakmutun Melissa, Mellisa, Inupiak Sinira Maktoyak. Nom Eskimo community tribal member me, Sitnasong me Aningarunga, Pangmapak Kisakring me Inyurunga, Johnson Koya Harunga, Angayukhaka Alan Johnson Jr. Lu, Sarah Jack Lu, Asia Tataka, Alan Johnson Sr. Lu, Teresa Norbert Lu, Suli Raymond Sidamona Lu, Edna Sanungatug Lu, Suli Louis Jack Lu, Daisy Noyakak Lu, Savaktunga Akara Pelararalu Mukulurulu Azuklurulu Artikukon Kuskokwimi Government Affairs Policy Director me, Suli University of Alaska Anchorage me, Adjunct Faculty Language Instructor me. Quinuk to the LKTKS for bringing forward recommendations to work to be inclusive of the different knowledge systems, especially traditional knowledge or from the tribal sector could be known as indigenous knowledge. I support the recommendations out of the task force with adopting the protocol. I support the recommendations from the AP, and I also support the efforts of this task force to be heavily considered for the Gulf of Alaska, with one recommendation that public review period be extended to 60 days, as we do not know the true impacts of Typhoon Merbok and are harvesting to continue our indigenous way of life. Though this is a minor step in the process of working to have inclusive representation of LKTKS ways of knowing, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council must work harder to express strong support by way of a letter committing to continued meaningful tribal integration and tribal representation on this body and throughout the council processes. This body and other management bodies throughout the state of Alaska must continue to include traditional and/or indigenous knowledge in its work to support all variances from the tribal sector. Are you able to pull up the... I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get the whole because the internet. You can turn yours back. Okay. Is it, am I, there's still an echo. Anyways. Okay, all right, thank you. I appreciate the staff trying to work with the, I was able to show it during the advisory panel and happy to share it. And I know my time is up, but happy to share. It is found on social media. It was shared with permission by Joseph Akako, nephew of the performer in the video, is in reference of how traditional knowledge is shared through dance by, and he has 3 Inupiaq names, Alasuk, Alasuruk, and Alasauluk. His English name was Clifford Daniels. He tells a story about a long-legged king crab after walking on the beach after a storm in Utqagvik, formerly known as Barrow. And the North Slope Inupiaq way of saying crab with long legs is Puhukayam Teketina. And again, it's found on social media via Facebook is one platform. And if you look, if you do have Facebook, you can type in crab dance barrow and you'll see the elder in the beginning of the video. And with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for your testimony. I know staff was trying hard to get the video up. I appreciate that. You mentioned briefly in your testimony an extended public review period was supported for 60 days. And I wanted to understand, since that's different from the AP recommendation and the task force recommendation, why you thought that might be beneficial.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for your question. So as mentioned, we know that Typhoon Merbok impacted a lot of the western coast of Alaska last fall. There are many devastating impacts to the regions, the YK and the Norton Sound or Bering Strait region. Funding is definitely another area where, you know, there's as with any other areas like the crab industry or any others where funding assistance is a very timely and lengthy process. Through the devastation of the typhoon, the season is coming up to continue our Indigenous way of gathering, harvesting, and sharing with others. We still do not know the true impacts of the typhoon on our traditional and or Indigenous way of life, sharing of knowledge, and the 60-day review period is to give our tribal members, especially those significantly impacted by the typhoon, opportunity to review the outcome of the LKTKS, but also, again, we don't know we already have food security crises occurring. We still don't know the true impact of this season coming up with respect to, the devastation to the typhoon. And many of our campsites were unfortunately washed away, but that, so we don't have places necessarily to go to practice our way of life. And it's really unknown at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With your indulgence, I heard Ms. Johnson request that the council write a letter in support of tribal representation on this council. And I believe we've discussed this before, but I just want to make sure maybe the counselor could let us know if we're allowed to do that or if we're forbidden to do that. And if we're not forbidden, we can discuss that. And if we are, we'll know that.
Counselor.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for the question. The council is prohibited from directly or indirectly lobbying for, sorry, I'm just trying to find my for the introduction of federal or state legislation and the enactment or modification of any pending legislation.
Thank you, Counselor. Mr. Mesereau.
So can we state our support for that in some form and still not be violating that law? Or if we state support for it, that would be viewed as lobbying?
Apologies for the delay. The council is not prohibited from providing technical or factual information related to the performance of your grant. Often we've advised that it's appropriate for the council to provide that technical and factual information as long as it's tied to the performance of your obligations under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. So I could probably think through some specific ways to say it, but I'm hesitant to do it on the fly.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you. And maybe we can think about that and take it up at staff tasking if there's an appropriate way to do that. Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. As my second question, Ms. Johnson, is on the on-ramps document. And I didn't know, it was very clear the task force didn't want to prioritize any of those over another. But I didn't know if you had advice for the council on any of those that might be of higher importance. And if not, that's fine as well, but I needed to ask.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for your question. I do also serve on the advisory panel, not as a designated tribal seat member, but working with folks within the tribal sector. Unfortunately, when this agenda item came up during the advisory panel, we did not have the extensive presentation by Dr. Hopala and Dr. Wise on the specific on-ramps and all of our prioritization of those. And we didn't have any extensive deliberation around our panel. So as a community member, I think that the on-ramps are important, and continuing to work within the tribal sector to maybe within this the suggestion that I had for the 60-day review period. I think that's a perfect opportunity to continue to engage with the traditional knowledge holders and other knowledge holders on prioritization of those on-ramps.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Mr. Abnika?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Johnson. Sorry about that. I just wanted to go back to the first question, and you just reiterated your support for a 60-day comment period. And I think you make a very compelling argument. I just I noticed that you participated in this last task force meeting. I just wanted to affirm that or whether or not that discussion came up for the extension, and whether or not the task force deliberated on it and came down with a 45-day for other, balancing of a schedule or other reasons, or if this just didn't come up in discussion as far as you know. Thanks.
Through the chair, Ms. Drobnika, thank you for your question. Though I did participate in the LKTKS task force meeting, I've also participated in numerous meetings that had a lot of opportunities. And from what I can recall, and please don't quote me on this 100%, but from what I can recall, part of the concern may be that with the 45-day or 60-day review period, that it because of the way that the council agenda functions, if we stick with the 45-day review period, then we may take this up in October of 2023. If we possibly go with the 60-day review period option, it may push this agenda item to the December 2023 meeting agenda. And I must say, as an advisory panel member, I think given the uncertainty of this coming harvesting season, that there's more opportunity, one, for the advisory panel to take thorough deliberation on this agenda item, and also members of the public to to continue to work to prioritize this topic within their respective areas, because not just speaking, and I don't speak for all 229 tribes, but from all sectors that are involved in this management body and other management bodies, we still realistically don't know the impacts of that Typhoon Merbok had on all of our respective sectors.
Any further questions for Ms. Johnson? Thank you.
Thank you, and safe travels back home.
Thank you. All right, next up is Marissa Wilson. Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Marissa Wilson. I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. I want to extend gratitude to Dr. Hoppola and Dr. Wise, to the LKTKS task force members. Sorry about the feedback. Thank you. To the LKTKS task force members and to everyone who's contributed to this work and discussion. I've really appreciated the conversation this morning around the table about how to do well by the protocol and on-ramp recommendations in all affected Alaska Native communities. We all benefit from these efforts. AMCC supports the recommendation for a comment period on these materials before the council takes further action. So sorry for that feedback. I also want to take this opportunity to help underscore that people with traditional ways of knowing are not simply producers of data points to fill in gaps in Western frameworks, but are experts in their own right. And if anyone here is interested in further reading to understand how to prevent a process that feels assimilationist for Indigenous participants, I highly recommend a book about efforts to co-manage sheep in Southwest Yukon Territory called Hunters and Bureaucrats. Even the introductory chapter alone is illuminating, and most of it is available for free on Google Books. And though it's 20 years old now, it's been really helpful for me personally to grow my own awareness around why efforts for decades to incorporate traditional knowledge systems into Western management structures have left many Indigenous participants frustrated. And this is related to the question about what's under federal law. While this body is responsive to MSA, as spoken to by a previous testifier, the agency must be responsive to the trust responsibilities of the U.S. government. Early and ongoing engagement with tribes before alternatives are selected can help to alleviate discrepancies between different worldviews, as the construction of the framework for analyses would be more inclusive. And having members of geographically diverse Alaska Native tribes on council staff, advisory bodies, and on the council itself will help address concerns about capacity and fatigue by helping to facilitate the trust and relationship building that is necessary for a sharing of traditional and local ways of knowing. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Wilson. Are there questions? Thanks again. Okay, next up, testifying remotely is Steve Marks.
Good morning. Thank you. Am I coming through?
Yes, you are. Good morning. We'll have staff increase the volume a little bit, but whenever you're ready, Mr. Marks.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Steve Marks, testifying today on behalf of the Pew Charitable Trusts. I would really appreciate the opportunity to offer some comments on this agenda item. I do want to start out by expressing gratitude and appreciation to the council staff, and members of the task force for their commitment and time spent working on this, on these products, and conducting meetings, soliciting engagement over the last several years. We've really appreciated the opportunity to participate in this process, and we do fully support the council taking action to adopt the protocols and to adopt the LKTKS protocol and initiating a process to implement the associated on-ramps. We feel doing so constitutes a critical step forward in improving management of fisheries in the Bering Sea, and also helps advance multiple stated objectives of the council. The Pew Charitable Trust has supported efforts to advance the incorporation of traditional knowledge in fisheries management since the council initiated development of the Bering Sea FEP in 2015. Our engagement has included attendance and participation in plan team meetings, LKTKS task force meetings, providing testimony at ecosystem committee and council meetings, supporting peer-reviewed publications, and supporting and facilitating the participation of tribes and tribal organizations in the council process more broadly. Adoption of the protocol, we feel, the council will help the council achieve a significant milestone in its work to advance ecosystem-based fisheries management in the Bering Sea. As noted in the draft protocol, there is a growing concern that Western science is not able to keep pace with the rapid changes occurring in the Bering Sea and the associated impacts on subsistence communities, cultures, and traditional ways of life. And also that there is a need to better incorporate alternative ways of knowing and understanding the marine environment. We greatly feel that the LKTKS protocol helps address this stated need. We also feel that the protocol helps the council to better meet its obligations under National Standard 2. There's increasing acknowledgement in recent scientific literature that the best scientific information available includes not only Western science, but also the knowledge and experience of people living in and depending upon the marine ecosystem. As stated in the draft protocol, such information can help advance understanding of fluctuations in species abundance, location, spawning areas, migrations, ocean currents, sea ice, and much more. Taking action to adopt the LKTKS protocol can help the council ensure that the information used to conduct analyses and provide rationale and justification for its decisions utilizes the best available science. And I would also echo the comments of Mr. Posseldon relative to the other national standards that would be advanced through adoption of this protocol. Moving on, want to just call out a few of the stated objectives of the council that are really supported and would be advanced through adoption of the protocol. Specifically within the Bering Sea FEP itself, there's a set of objectives that are intended to help the council make progress towards its 6 Alaska-wide overarching ecosystem goals. And the LKTKS protocol is responsive to 3 of these in particular and to others more broadly. Additionally, as many know, the 2004 Programmatic Supplemental Environmental Impact Statement led to the council's establishment of its current groundfish management policy. This policy includes 9 management goals, one of which is to increase Alaska Native consultation. And under that management goal, there's 3 specific objectives, numbers 35, 36, and 37. All of these will greatly be advanced with adoption of the protocol. So again, expressing our support for the council to take action to adopt the protocol, knowing also that there is this stepwise issue regarding a public comment period, and we support the staff recommendations of sending this out for a broad public, one last round for broad public review and public review, and potentially scheduling an additional meeting of the task force to address any comments and considerations. We also support the task recommendation in the council considering ways that this draft protocol could be applied outside of the Gulf of Alaska. There are traditional knowledge holders and subsistence-based communities throughout Alaska, and the best practices, suggested actions and management on-ramps should have value just outside of just the Bering Sea. And last, we also support the task force recommendation that the council consider making time in its workload planning to conduct a 5-year review of the protocol, giving an opportunity to take a retrospective look at the extent to which the protocol has been implemented, whether it's been effective, and whether any changes are needed. So we also support that task force recommendation. In conclusion, thank you again for the opportunity to comment, and much gratitude and appreciation to all the work that's gone into this product. And we've appreciated the opportunity to engage and look forward to council action on this. Thank you very much for the time today.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Any questions? Okay, don't see any. Thank you again. Next up is Lauren Devine. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Keenan and council members. For the record, my name is Lauren Devine. I represent the Aleut Community of St. Paul Island Tribal Government. I want to add my appreciation and commend the work of the task force, council staff, and the council for prioritizing this action module under the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan. This has been an enormous and challenging undertaking in a short time during a pandemic. As a member of the Climate Change Task Force, we've been watching and following the work of the LKTKS Task Force for our own work, and they have certainly set a high bar. Seeing this protocol, guidelines, and on-ramp recommendations for the LKTKS Task Force certainly sets a great precedent for future action modules as well. I'm truly impressed by the contents, the process for getting here, the discussion, reflections, comments, and questions during this agenda item. And we support the recommendations from the AP to advance this work for the review process for the final products. And we look forward to providing a written comment during that process, and we'll certainly participate if the task force is provided time to address comments through a virtual meeting after the review period. As a tribal government with community members that are knowledge holders, hunters, and fishermen, we strive to incorporate LKTKS in all of the local projects and programs that we do. We're encouraged by the recommendations that they can achieve greater representation of knowledge of tribal entities and communities into the North Pacific Fishery Management Council decision-making process as they significantly impact our livelihoods. And we hope that adoption of the document will set a precedent of advancing LKTKS knowledge systems from a diverse set of communities and regions within the council purview. Speaking as a co-management agreement holder, because Mr. Martin asked an earlier testifier, we see the inclusion of co-management organizations into the process as envisioned by the LKTKS task force, such as we have with annual updates to the ecosystem committee with our National Marine Fisheries Service co-managers, as something that could be implemented now There are opportunities to include the organizations into the current process through reports and regularly scheduled agenda items and council body meetings where a wealth of knowledge and information from these organizations can flow into the process. And just to add one bit on broader representation of tribal voices into the process in response to the discussion with Ms. Johnson, and as referenced briefly by Mr. Marks in his comments as well, Mr. Steve Marks on the phone, just in case. Perhaps the council may suggest that a lack of tribal voices inhibits your ability to meet National Standard 2 and other standards to operate within the guidelines that NOAA General Counsel laid out earlier. And really, thank you again. I can't say enough how impressive this process has been to participate in.
Thank you, Dr. Devine. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Jennifer Hooper testifying remotely. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you. Dear Chairman Canine and council members, my name is Jennifer Hooper, and I am here today speaking remotely on behalf of the Association of Village Council Presidents. We are here to provide comments regarding the local knowledge, traditional knowledge, subsistence protocol, and on-ramp recommendations you've been discussing the last couple of hours. Again, AVCP is a consortium of 56 federally recognized Alaska Native tribes spread across 48 communities in the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta region of Western Alaska, an area of approximately 58,000 square miles. AVCP provides human development, social services, and other culturally relevant programs to promote self-determination, protection, and enhancement of our culture and traditions through a working partnership with the tribes. Since time immemorial, Alaska Native tribes and tribal citizens successfully and responsibly stewarded the waters and marine life in Western Alaska. The knowledge of our ancestors is passed down from our elders to today's subsistence fishers and their families. Western science alone has been unsuccessful in identifying a solution to the marine ecosystem disaster we find ourselves in today, but meaningful inclusion of Indigenous knowledge in fisheries management decisions will help us begin to find solutions that will work. For these reasons, AVCP fully supports the work of the LKTKS task force, and we thank them for the countless hours spent developing the protocol for identifying, analyzing, and incorporating local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information into your decision-making process. These 8 guidelines are necessary and important to moving the Council's work forward, working together toward equity and protecting the resources that countless Alaska families and communities rely on. If the Council adopts the task force's protocol and associated on-ramps, you will be at the leading edge of all councils across the country in incorporating Indigenous knowledge into decision-making. On behalf of our tribes, we respectfully request that you adopt the recommendations of the task force for both the protocol and the on-ramps, including the 40-day public review period, along with creating a review and advisory body and process. The more access the Council has to high quality and relevant knowledge and information, the better the outcomes in fisheries management decisions. If you'll recall the comments I shared on Saturday from an elder of our region, we are once again reminded that these salmon are our inheritance, and we have to do something. Otherwise, all we will have left are stories to tell our grandchildren. So let's work together, fully incorporating Indigenous and traditional knowledge to ensure that our grandchildren do inherit a healthy and thriving ecosystem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hooper, for joining us this morning and providing testimony. Any questions? Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Hooper, for your testimony. I have a pretty quick question here. You referenced the comment period in your support, I believe, of the task force recommendation for 45 days. We've heard from some testifiers today who, or one testifier who expressed interest in a longer period for outreach to 60 days, wondering if you had any initial thoughts or concerns about the council considering an expanded timeframe for comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Abnica. I think knowing that we are approaching the start of a very intense and busy subsistence season with people gearing up to begin hunting, for migratory birds, and then slowly preparing for the summer season. I think a longer period of time, as long as it doesn't delay, critical action, by the council and your process, I think a longer time frame would definitely be agreeable, preferred, and would be welcomed by the subsistence and tribal communities of Western Alaska.
Thank you, Ms. Hooper.
Don't see any additional questions. Thanks again, Ms. Hooper. Next up.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next up, testifying remotely is Heather McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Heather McCarty. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you again. This is Heather McCarty representing Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, CBSFA, which is the CDQ group for St. Paul Island. We would like to comment on this as the third distinct entity from St. Paul Island to thank the council for this process and for the outcome. The task force and its leaders and the entire staff of the council that has participated in this. I think it's a remarkable effort, and it's resulted in a remarkable result. We'd like to echo the comments of the city of St. Paul and the tribal government of St. Paul in their support of this. And we'd also like to say that, again, echoing the previous testifier, this really will be, when it's implemented, a feather in the council's cap. The result of this effort was beautifully organized with a level of clarity in the recommendations that truly offers a pathway for the council to recognize and incorporate local and traditional knowledge into our process for the benefit both of Alaska's coastal communities and peoples, but also for the council itself. The on-ramps that are being suggested are really where the rubber will meet the road. And I'm imagining that they may be taken up sequentially, but I'm not exactly sure what kind of process you'll undertake. I'm sure it will be a good one. I'm not going to comment on the time for the public comment period because I think there are people better qualified to do that than I, but I like the idea of spreading this far and wide. And I would, of course, expect that the council will undertake a sort of a public information process so that everyone can benefit from that either 45 or 60-day period. Again, congratulations to everyone involved and encouragement from this CDQ group, at least, and this community of St. Paul to continue the process in a timely manner and make it a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty. Any questions? Don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony. All right, next up is Alice Rose Crow. Good morning.
Good morning again. Now I know who you are. My introduction, I carry my late Amak, my great-grandmother's name, our name into the space. I lay our name, Marak, on the record with these 306 words for contemplation in advance of the contemplated public comment period. I am also one of near 4,000 citizens of the Uruk Saragamute Native Council, and I nest in Spenard. And this is my testimony. Thank you for taking right steps to achieve robust, codified, comprehensive, and centrally incorporated translingual ancestral knowledge, science, and engineering of and by indigenous memory keepers and true experts in any and all purpose and need statements, tasking, preliminary and peer-reviewed analysis and reports, and clearly evidenced in the uptake and incorporation of condensed public testimony, sidebar conversations, motion-making, amendment crafting, respectful, grounded, and balanced deliberation, and ultimate recorded decisions of the body. This means input recording and incorporating the knowledge of affected citizens, fishers, fish preparers like myself, eaters, and peoples across affected marine and river ecosystems. This means advancing and respecting the federal trust responsibility to secure and engage in government-to-government consultation with federally recognized tribes, 220 plus within Alaska alone. This also means adequate representation and consideration of ancestral knowledge and tribal consultation on the council, the advisory panel, task forces, and committees. And please note, our Guskukfak representatives who actively voice our lifeways and concerns while also building consensus are still yet limited to the nascent or expiring Salmon Bycatch Committee. I support ABCP's recommendation for a designated ancestral knowledge committee. Further, and I'm almost done, I suggest that ancestral knowledge must be incorporated into the NEPA EIS process, including the design and implementation of a robust health impact assessment on vulnerable populations across impacted river ecosystems. Each tribe, each community, each camp must be considered, validated, respected, and included. The protocol and on-ramping language are an important and good first step of many steps required on this journey forward. I appreciate the focus and demonstrated interest.
Thank you, Ms.
Now I have to put my glasses on to see you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony today, Ms. Crow. I wondered if you had I heard your support for the protocol and on-ramps, and I wondered if you had an opportunity to look specifically at the policy statement that was part of that protocol.
I read it once. I have not read it twice, and I haven't slow read it and redlined it, but I have taken an interest, and I recognize that it's a very important, and I don't want to downplay it. It's a very important first step. And I want the council also to know that work is not done. It's just commencing. So there's the big umbrella is really good, but there's a lot within that. Because look at me, I'm from Kuskokwim, Kuskokwim. Our camp is off the river near my mother, who's going to be 82's home. And we use agula or tundra protocols for how we do our fish. So if you just go on the river, you'll keep my family out, and we're salmon users, we're salmon people. So keep that in mind. It's like in my tribe alone, there's 4,000 of us.
Thank you.
It's a big task, and everybody does it different, and my mama does it best, just so you know. Anything else?
Doesn't look like it. Thank you.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning. Next up is Rebecca Skinner. Good morning.
Good morning. Rebecca Skinner, resident of Kodiak and a member of the Shunak tribe of Kodiak. It looks like I'm the only tribal member from Kodiak and the only resident of a Gulf of Alaska community testifying on behalf of being a resident of a Gulf of Alaska community. I think this work is great. I'm not going to comment on whether it should be adopted or not because I'm not from the Bering Sea region. I would highly recommend to the council that before this, if you do look at rolling this out to the Gulf, that you at the very least form some kind of a group of Gulf representatives to vet it and give comment it may be that it fits perfectly as well in the Gulf. It may not. And I think that to just take something that was prepared by a specific set of people for a specific purpose and assume it's going to fit in a different region is really against the spirit of what I think you're trying to do. And from because this also encompasses local knowledge, I think that at least in Kodiak, there's a lot of local knowledge that would not be traditional or indigenous knowledge that I think it would be very useful to have input on that. And people didn't engage on this because it was Bering Sea specific. So I think there's a real missed opportunity here if you roll this out to the Gulf as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Skinner. Any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying, being from the Gulf, and Ms. Skinner, and I heard your request for a separate group of Gulf participants to look at a rollout. And I guess I just want to confirm that if the council does allow for a public comment period, which would be different from our normal process to do an additional public comment period on a document like this, just trying to get responses from Gulf participants or tribes in your region, that would not be sufficient to try to get some kind of interest in this document and see how or whether at all it could be applicable. And I ask not to be contrary to your testimony, but only because most of what's in this document to me is at that 30,000 foot level and highly specific about how different each region is. And so any further comment on that, I guess, is what I'm asking for, is how we could best do that without going through a whole nother couple-year process to do so.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So in my mind, it would not be another 2-year process. I don't think the wheel needs to be reinvented, but I think, and I know the council has heard that there's a huge difference between a public comment opportunity and really trying to engage with the people you're trying to engage with. And in this case, there's a huge focus on tribal and indigenous people. And so I like I said, I guess the clearest I can be is that a public comment opportunity is not the same thing at all. But I wouldn't think that a 2-year process is necessary. I think there's a tremendous amount of work and really, and this is just one person's opinion, but I think that the goal would be to get the right group together to look at and vet the work and make sure that it's appropriate.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Skinner. Okay, last up, testifying remotely is Shannon Earhart. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We'll get the volume turned up, but whenever you're ready.
So good morning. My name is Shannon Earhart. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but thank you I came home and had a wonderful Easter with my family. I work for the Ten-Chiefs Conference. I am a Navajo tribal member of the interior of Alaska. Ten-Chiefs Conference is a nonprofit consortium that represents 42 communities, 37 federally recognized tribes, and we span an area of 235,000 miles, which is about the size of the state of Vermont for perspective. And I think you guys all kind of saw a map that I showed of our AYK region on Saturday. But I haven't had a chance to thoroughly, as you asked some other people, I've skimmed through this and I fully support the protocol guidelines that have been presented and moving forward, and do highly recommend and thank everybody for taking this time and effort. I wanted to take the time to share some other thoughts with you. So for the Athabascans of the interior, our Athabascan values are self-sufficiency is number one, hard work, care and provisions for family relations, unity, humor, honesty, fairness, love for children, sharing, caring, village cooperation, responsibility to village, respect of elders and others, respect for knowledge, wisdom from life, experiences, respect for the land, respect for nature, practice of traditions, honor ancestors, and spirituality. And I'm only reading those to you because everything that you're trying to accomplish is pretty much within those values that we have as a people, as the indigenous people. And when we talk about life and you talk about the salmon, and I know this is focused on the Bering Sea, but as we've been noticing, the sea affects us river people, and that's why we're coming to these meetings now. So keep that, I would like that to be kept in mind when we think about, as the previous person talked about, their region. We're all a little different, but we're all similar. And so when we talk about all this respect and that our people, and when you hear our people give testimony, it's because we respect the land, we respect the animals when they come back, and we never over harvest. And so when we do stewards of the land, as you've been hearing, it's very important. I wanted to point out a few references in support of all of this. The Alaska Native Language map, if you look at it from UAF, you could search for it online, and you look at the distinct colors of that map, how different we are what our language means. And you heard from an earlier testimony that what you say in English is different than what you hear in our native languages. And to keep that in mind, that things can be a little bit different when you are talking. There's also a book, the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association, that you could find from their website called When Will the Salmon Come? Advice from Elders, that was written in 2010. It's out of published, but they do have it an online link. And in there, you hear about our cultural traditions that our elders passed on to us, and why I think this is so important, that when we talk about our testimony for these protocol guidelines, and when we come to you to testify on behalf of our different issues, that this is what's influencing why we are here. I also like to agree with the previous testifier who said you should hold a meeting in the interior of Alaska in Fairbanks. There is a lot of people that are affected in this area and do come and live and also work when they go flying south. I think public review be extended to 60 days from the 45 would be wonderful. As a previous testifier stated, that we are coming up into a busy summer season where people have their temporary jobs. They also are trying to do subsistence uses in the summer. And many of our councils aren't going to be able to meet in a 45 time period when they meet once a month to agree on something, to send in letters or to give us direction as a tribal consortium. And I think it is what you just heard from the last testifier, when you're in regions outside of your area, or they're not focusing, because this was Bering Sea focused, we could present these protocols by holding small committee meeting or whatever, 3 or 4 people, and do a Zoom and target people in those areas. So those are just some of the things, but the main thing that I wanted to come out with why we are pushing for the LKTS from our elders to show stuff is balance. Everything we've been testifying that you should be hearing is that when you take one thing out of balance, it affects everything else. And we need to stay balanced in our management and in our uses and in the user groups. You have to have everybody involved at the table and hear from them. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Ms. Earhart. Appreciate your testimony. Any questions? Okay, I don't see any questions. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, that is a run through our list. We had one person that we missed, Kirill Basarjan. Okay, and he is not online. Okay, so that will conclude public comment. Let's stand down for 5 minutes and we'll see what action the council would like to take. Stay close. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we have received our public comment and are about ready for action, but I understand there's a question for staff. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Apologies for not having asked this before the break. But I wondered, Dr. Hapala, given the committee recommendation for a certain length of comment period and then some testimony on an extended period, if you could provide the council with any repercussions from that. I think what had been intended in that we don't talk about timing during the agenda item, we talk about it in staff tasking. I read the intent to be to bring back this final drafts of these documents for the council in October. And I wondered if by pushing and having a longer review period for the public, if we would potentially be missing that date, or we could still have an October review.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question through the chair. So I hope it's okay if I provide a little bit of background for where the task force's rationale for how they reached the 45-day comment period. If the council were to extend the review period timeline to 60 days, it would not impact the task force's ability or the co-chair's ability to bring back materials in October. The trade-off that the task force had discussed is that by releasing materials for review and comment, there's that step in the process. Then if the council wishes the task force to convene for a meeting to review those comments, that's the second part. Conducting the work coming out of that task force meeting and the feedback from the council at this meeting is the third part, and then presenting to the council in October is the fourth. The issue that the task force ran into with consideration of the 60-day time period is that it was a real challenge for the task force to find a time where a quorum of members could meet in July, because there's subsistence considerations for members of our task force in the month of July as well. And there was some concern that if the review period were to begin on April 15th and then end on June 15th, the last 2 weeks would be during the council meeting and people's attention wouldn't be fully on the materials during those 2 weeks. And the dates for a subsequent meeting that worked best for task force members was at the end of June. And there was some concern that that wouldn't provide enough time for task force members to potentially meaningfully engage with all of the comments that they could receive. So that's where we ended on the 45-day period, just to provide the council and the public with the full scope of rationale if they weren't participating in the January 2023 meeting, which is totally understandable. But the short of it is that if the council wanted to change the review timeline from 45 days to 60 days, I don't see that as your issue for receiving materials in October.
Thank you.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Hapala, on a different subject that I was reminded of as I was listening to public testimony on this. I had heard somewhere along the line, and I can't even quite recall where, that the task force envisioned the protocols as essentially as a comprehensive package, and was fairly clear that the council shouldn't consider individual components as parts that could be pulled out or added in, and that really the council should review it when it comes to us for formal review as a whole package, and that was very separate from the on-ramps, which could be treated as sort of individual ideas. I don't know if I heard that correctly. I was listening to public input and trying to read back through, and I couldn't really find that described in the package as it stands now. I probably just missed it or something. So I thought I would just ask and see if that is indeed the case, and whether it would be valuable to sort of maybe emphasize that more to the public prior to review.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the question through the chair.
my understanding of your question is that you have that correct. The protocol is intended to be a document that the council would consider in its entirety and choose whether to adopt it or not. The on-ramp recommendations as a separate document, each recommendation is presented individually, and the rationale and the longer explanation for those two different approaches is in the introduction of the on-ramps document. We could certainly provide potentially on the e-agenda page at the top, if the council moves forward with a public review and comment period, that distinction. But as the chair of the ecosystem committee, and perhaps just for the benefit of those in the room, you have received a presentation, or the ecosystem committee had received a presentation previously when the on-ramps were included within the protocol document. So that was previously section 5, and they were all together as one. The reason the task force separated them into two different documents is to be very clear that if the council chooses to adopt the protocol, it would be adopting the protocol in full. And in doing so, it's not automatically adopting and therefore initiating work on all 11 of those on-ramp recommendations. And we really wanted to be clear on that particular element.
Any further questions for Dr. Hoppola? Thank you. Okay, is the council ready to take action? Ms. Kimball.
Mr. Chair, I'm just sending a motion to staff. I hope that is working.
For those online, a motion has been sent and we're getting it posted here, so just stand by.
I apologize. It says it was sent. I can, if we stand down for 1 minute, maybe we could take care of this.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion reads, the council supports and commends the work of the local knowledge, traditional knowledge and subsistence LKTKS task force. The council approves releasing the draft LKTKS protocol and associated on-ramp recommendations from the LKTKS task force for a 50-day public review period. The council approves an additional LKTKS task force meeting to review council analytical staff input, the SSC and council's April input, and the public comments received from the 50-day review period, and to recommend any modifications for final review by the council. At final review, the council also requests information about additional capacity and resources that may be needed for successful implementation of specific on-ramps. And with a second, I'll speak to it.
Seconded by Mr. Jensen. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Apologies for the delay. That was completely my fault. Very briefly, I think as the council has shown, and it's even discussion during the presentation, I think I'm very supportive of this work. I think the body of work that was brought to us as a draft is tremendous, and the amount of time that not only the task force, but the public and those that participated in those meetings put into it is really shows through in the documents we have. This motion really just extends a little bit more of I know it's unique, but a public review period to ensure that we can get voices heard and look at the draft document prior to making any final recommendations. I don't want to get hung up on the days in the review period, but I do apologize for not having asked staff that question previously. The committee and the task force and the AP both had recommended a 45-day period. This just extends it, a week, just a little bit of extra time to try to get more input from folks. I think that there are some real trade-offs with a much longer review period that staff just provided, Dr. Hapola provided to us, that we need to be able to enable the task force itself to meet and discuss in a summer period in order to figure out how to address those recommendations from the public. So I think there is a trade-off with making it a little bit earlier. Clearly, the task force had that discussion, and I'm just trying to reflect a little bit of an extension in that process. I did, if you look at the first line of the second paragraph, we had a discussion with staff during the presentation that council analytical staff, much of which this would affect their work or how they go about doing their work, have not yet had an opportunity to review the document. So I'm just putting out there that I hope that that opportunity can happen and occur prior to the next time that we see a final draft that might improve the document or improve the process. I hope that the SSC and the council's April input that was discussed during the presentation of the documents can be brought also to the task force for those that weren't listening. And then, of course, any public comment that we receive in the review period. And then I expect the task force to have one more meeting, which they have recommended doing so, even though that wasn't in the original plan, in order to provide final drafts for the council. I haven't noted, which it's not appropriate, I realize, to say when those final drafts would come back. We don't do that during this. We would do that in staff tasking, but clearly the expectation has been that it would be in October. At final review, this last sentence, requesting some more information about capacity and resources that may be needed for the on-ramps. I think that will be helpful for the council, as the on-ramp document, as was just discussed, is really, moving us in a good direction, but maybe picking some of those that we're able to do right away and understand very carefully and clearly what resources we would need to do them well. So I think that might be helpful information to come back to the council. That's just the details of the motion, but I think through the work of the task force and clearly our testimony today, we are on a really great track to see final documents and have some more discussion. I did want to note that I hope we have sufficient time on our agenda for whichever meeting that is, hopefully October, to review this document, as I hope the advisory panel also has sufficient time on their agenda and we can receive a full discussion and input from the AP. So just very appreciative of the work. I hope that the council and the public see that this is full support for this work. We just want to be able to allow the public more time to review before final adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Are there any questions on the motion? Any amendments? Okay, any comments on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Kimball. You eloquently captured all the thoughts that were running through my mind as I was listening to public input and thinking about the staff presentation at this point. I'll just confess that as one council member, I have mixed emotions about my support here. On the one hand, I'm enthusiastically ready to move forward and see where this takes us. On the other hand, I'm cognizant of that there isn't any kind of roadmap nationally. I think other councils have to some extent picked up incorporation of traditional knowledge, but in very different situations, the Western Pacific and the Caribbean in particular, that aren't particularly useful guidance for us, their approaches. And so I think the prudence here and my sort of nervousness about proceeding is just trying to get off on the right foot. And I think adding as much review as possible, even though 5 days seems like almost a trivial addition, but I think it's actually really useful and it signals that we want to make sure that as we move forward, even though we're on the one hand eager to do it, at the same time we do want to make really sure that it is the right first step and that we've really thought about whether we'll have the resources to actually follow through on what is, to me, is a fairly daunting commitment. And so those are the emotions that I'm balancing in my mind. I do hope that we're able to, when we attend when council leadership attends the CCC meeting in later May, I hope that we're able to bring this up as an item for future, as an item to be put on the agenda for a near future CCC meeting to begin to discuss the challenge this poses, but gets just as the task force recommended, begin to take a look at this from a bit more of a national perspective And to that extent, I think both at least the Caribbean and the Western Pacific, who have been trying to do some of this work, would probably be interested as well in a discussion about national level resources. So, and then my hat is just really off. This product so far exceeded my imagination for what it could look like. Ms. Kimball put it very well. I can't describe it any better than that.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, I align myself definitely with Ms. Kimball's comments in speaking to the motion. I just wanted to point out a couple things that I will support this motion, and particularly appreciating Ms. Kimball taking into account the public comment we received today in terms of the review period for the documents, and working with staff to extend that by the task force recommendations just a little bit, but still make it work within our schedule. I just really appreciate that. And also for the last sentence of the motion in terms of the request for information to be included in the version that comes back to the council on the on-ramp document about additional capacity and resources that may be needed for successful implementation. That issue definitely came up in testimony multiple times today, and it is on my mind, and I think it will be really important the degree that staff can provide that little bit of extra information to help the council and the task force members and the public understand and sort of have realistic expectations and get a sense of the trade-offs that might need to be considered to move forward with implementation. So thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any additional comments, Mr. Down?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. I want to thank Dr. Happel and Dr. Weiss for their presentation that led to Ms. Kimball's motion. I just wanted to mention a few things that, my rationale for supporting the motion. In listening to Mr. Landlord's testimony here today, I found that when I was listening to his storytelling and I recognized the difficulty of a storyteller working against a timer and a clock, and I appreciate some of the leeway that we were able to have on that. But I found that my heart rate dropped a little bit, and I found that there was a calmness and that overcame me that's unlike a lot of what I experience here as a member of the council. And so I appreciate that very much. I could have listened to Mr. Landlord for a couple of hours easy. So I really appreciate the fact that we were able to take some time to hear some of the testimony today. And I appreciate in the questioning Mr. Mesereau's comments on the timing issue and the issue that came out from the LKTK task force on the introduction timing. And I'm anxious to talk about that a little bit and see what Mr. Mesereau might have in mind for staff tasking. I also, and I'm not singling anybody out because I enjoyed all of the testimony, but Alice Rose Crow's poetic prose nature of her testimony is quite moving to me. And also I got to say it's not really fair either, because I've been trying to do writing, and I've been a writer for many years, and it's just not fair when you see somebody that comes up and who so naturally is able to put together words in that type of format. So I really appreciate that. And Sharon Eckhart's list of all the values and in unity and balance and all of the terms that she used, I subscribe to that myself and try to teach my own children those things. But I think sometimes those words mean a different thing to me than they do to other people. I think that's part of why we're here. I'm supporting this motion because I'm anxious to incorporate more of this kind of experience that I've had here today into our process. So I appreciate that and I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Any additional comments, Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a final note that I neglected to mention, like in the motion, it definitely says to bring to the task force the council's April input and we could have gone about this a different way and had a laundry list or list of bullets about all the things that we discussed. This motion, as short as it is, doesn't really reflect the council's discussion and interest in each of the portions of the protocol or the on-ramps. But I know that Dr. Hapola was paying close attention to the council's input as we went through the presentations. And that's what I mean by April input, you know, all of those things that council members brought up that she can bring back to the task force for further consideration. So I felt like I did not speak well to that in describing the motion, and I wanted the council and the public to be very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any additional comments? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I support the motion and appreciate the comments as well. And I just wanted to clarify that my discussion with Dr. Hapola regarding the extending or changing or considering more time to speak or standardizing, that was the intent of that, was to get that into the minutes so that the public could comment and that this task force could also comment on that. I don't want to, it's not necessary to bring this up again at this meeting. I really think it's important, as we need to hear from during the public comment period so that we can come back and make a decision if this is going to accomplish the goals in this particular action. And if it doesn't, we can also continue the discussion at a subsequent meeting if that's the will of the council. But I just didn't want to give the public the expectation that this was going to come up at staff tasking again. It would be inappropriate to do that. Although the public is welcome to comment on whatever they want at staff tasking, it's not my intention to bring that back up. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity, Mr. Mesereau. I like that approach. Anything final? Okay. Right. Is there any opposition to the motion? Right. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Anything further on this agenda item? Okay, so let's go ahead and break for lunch with an eye on still getting concluding the meeting today. 45 minutes ought to suffice for lunch, I think. So let's come back at 1:15. Council, please come to order. Okay, we are ready to move into our D3 agenda item, and here to present that to us is Dr. Diana Stram and Kirsten Holzman as well. No.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Diana Stram, council staff. I can move it, right?
Making sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Diana Stram, council staff. I'm the co-chair of the Climate Change Task Force. My other co-chair, Dr. Kirsten Holzman, is not available today. She's on a plane to Europe. I did want to, before I get into the agenda item, note the members of our task force. We have a diverse group of members of our task force that have been very responsive and helpful in working through some of the issues that we've been working through with the Climate Change Task Force. We just to remind you kind of where we've been recently, we had come to you in October with our climate readiness synthesis, which was a snapshot of the council's climate readiness on a variety of fronts, both management, state safe report, as well as the incorporation of different knowledge sources, both agency and Western science, as well as LKTK, like you just had your discussions. That is meant to be an annual snapshot. With the AP and the council reviewed that, as well as some suggestions from the ecosystem committee for a broader workshop of climate scenario planning, which you then in October in your motion endorsed our plans for considering a climate readiness, scenario planning workshop. The SSC at that time, however, did not have a chance. They ran out of time to review the climate readiness synthesis. And so this, our review with them occurred in February. And so the report that I'm giving you today is based on a meeting that we just had March 1st and 2nd to go over both the SSC comments on the climate readiness synthesis, as well as to begin to plan for this climate scenario planning workshop. And so just to remind you in terms of the goal of the climate change module is facilitating the council's work towards climate ready fisheries management that helps ensure both short and long-term resilience for the Bering Sea. And at the slides aren't projecting.
They're there and they're online.
Apologies, Mr. Chairman. I just want to quickly acknowledge all of our the members of our task force. We did have everyone present either virtually or in person for our last meeting. And everyone's been very responsive and energetic, especially as we move forward towards the final phases of our climate change task force. So again, just to remind you, the goal of the climate change module is facilitating council's work in climate ready fisheries management work that helps ensure both short and long-term resilience for the Bering Sea. And just to remind you here at the bottom of the slide, your original motion creating the task force was to acknowledge that the module's overall intent is to evaluate short and long-term effects of climate change on fish and fisheries and develop management considerations. To that end, and you've seen this slide before, this is part of our work plan in terms of our overall objectives. Just to summarize them quickly, in terms of collating existing information, synthesizing key climate change impacts, adaptation actions and risk, and then communicating by summarizing and communicating potential risks and adaptation actions. So adaptation actions, again, leading into a suite of potential management recommendations that might stem from the work of the Climate Change Task Force. We are now in the synthesis and communication phase of our overall work plan. The collating phase was bringing together in our first year to the information that went into our work plan, online resources, coming up with an idea of where we are now. And that led to our climate readiness synthesis that, again, we presented to you in October and then received feedback from the SSC at our last February meeting. And now we're moving forward towards synthesizing information and then communicating, identifying potential management tools and actions for consideration by the council that could help increase resilience and adaptation to climate change. So our March 1st and 2nd meeting then had two different focuses, and I'm really only going to talk about the one on developing the climate planning scenario workshop. The other was we systematically went through and as a task force addressed all of the SSC's comments on the climate readiness synthesis. So the CRS has not yet been revised to address the SSC's comments because we wanted to provide our feedback to the SSC at this meeting, make sure that they were in accordance with the way that we would be addressing all of their comments. And then our next step would be to finalize that, and then that would be posted to the council's website as a resource. You heard from the SSC earlier this week on their comments that are reflected in their minutes, and we seem to be on the same page with some of their criticisms at the time were not understanding that the climate readiness synthesis was not our final report. It was a snapshot. I think that we had a good dialogue with them earlier this week in their understanding that the final report will address more of the comments and concerns that they had, not the climate readiness synthesis. And then we did discuss with them the plans for the climate planning scenario workshop, which you also heard from Dr. Muter earlier this week. So I'll just go through that briefly. I guess by way of that, I'm saying that I wasn't going to go into any detail on our response to the SSC's comments. I was just going to focus on the ideas for the climate scenario planning workshop so that we might get some council feedback on what the climate change task force has planned. And I would caveat this, both the overview of the workshop as well as when I get to a timing slide later, none of this has been run by our staff or discussion of resources has been had. This is solely stemming from the climate change task force meeting and what our ideas were moving forward. So there's a lot of conversations both with the council as well as internally amongst our staff that would need to occur prior to some of this going forward. The overall arching goal of the workshop is to synthesize and summarize the critical needs, resources, and to develop and maintain a robust and inclusive decision-making process to respond to climate change in the North Pacific. So we divided this out into 3 different parts that we basically would be aligning with 3 different days of a workshop if it went as we proposed. Part 1 then is understanding where we are now in terms of climate readiness. That's the part that we've already just done. We would build on what we've done in 2022 in advance of a workshop, but basically to lay out all of the facets that we put together, both in management and how climate information is incorporated into stock assessment, as well as what knowledge bases are incorporating climate change into the council process and where certain knowledge bases are not yet moving forward. And if you recall at all from our presentation in October, we did rank each of these climate readiness and then an overall ranking of that. Part 2 then would be to identify barriers and solutions for effective response planning and preparation. This would be through looking at both forward and backward looking case studies, so projections forward, as well as case studies looking backwards. We had a little bit of discussion with this at the SSC earlier this week in terms of we were identifying more North Pacific Bering Sea case studies. A suggestion was made that I think you saw in the SSC's report that if we're looking at case studies, we might want to also look a little broader than that and see if there's other case studies that might pull in some issues that we might face, but maybe we haven't initially dealt with yet. And then part 3 would be building a climate resilient management system from information to action. That's really getting at the meat of the recommendations phase moving forward so that we could provide the council a suite of potential recommendations. And then the idea of the workshop is that would form the basis for us finalizing our climate change report to the council as the final work product of the task force, since the task force, as with the task force you just heard from, is meant to be a discrete task force and not something that continues in perpetuity. So our proposed approach then, and this is very much intended to be invited invitees as well as a broad group of stakeholders, and we can get to the stakeholder discussion a little bit later. But the idea would be to encourage those participants to think broadly about potential solutions and tools within our existing process, so incremental, as well as existing as solutions and tools that are outside of beyond our existing approaches. So trying to look at more transformational things that we might not have the capacity to do now, but it might be something that should be considered in the future. And then also to identify bigger picture changes that could be effective to address large scale climate impacts and changes. The way that we are proposing this, again, it's a 3-day workshop using a combination of scenario planning exercises and case studies to look at effective planning in response to climate change through a 3-part discussion. Again, part 1, where we are now. Part 2, What are the barriers and solutions for effective planning, response, and preparation? And then part 3, the more visioning, thinking outside the box. How do you build a climate resilient system from the available information all the way through to action? And that would include short-term incremental changes that might currently be possible, as well as potential outside the box changes that we might not be able to accommodate now, but might be something to be considered in moving into the future.
Dr. Stram?
Yep.
Before you move on, I don't believe the AP took this agenda item up, so I just want to remind members of the public who wish to testify to sign up prior to the end of this report.
Thank you,
Dr.
Mr.
Stram.
Chairman. That's correct. They did not take this up. So in terms of themes, again, going along with those parts, we identified, and again, all of this is draft, and I'll explain at the end that we're looking for feedback on it. But the themes that we discussed, approaches and tools that are in hand, again, ones that we currently have, innovations and approaches that might need to be implemented. So thinking outside the box. And we very much talked at our meeting about inside the box versus outside the box, and putting everything out on the table rather than saying we can't do that because our system doesn't allow for it. We wanted to make sure that everything could be explored, at least hypothetically. And then looking at what approaches can address equity and sustainability in planning and adaptation, identifying what information or tools are missing, and then also what's not missing, but it's not being used, and why is it not being used currently? And then finally, what approaches and information can address these nonlinear trends, as you've heard a lot through the SES 7 and your SSC workshop about non-stationarity. What kind of approaches can we use to address those kind of things? How do we address the tipping points and sudden shocks to the marine ecological and social systems that we've now been seeing more and more often? So the outcomes and deliverables that we would see coming out of this, the ideal is that this would help us as a climate change task force provide to the council a synthesis of concrete advice on how to make fishing communities and fisheries management and council process more climate resilient. So we would be trying to identify, again, the tactical and strategic measures, near and long term, that are currently possible, what feasible tools, incremental changes, and larger long-term recommendations and potential innovations are possible, identifying information gaps, looking at the feasibility and summary of basic actions to address key gaps, and then common barriers and solutions to these. Our proposed timing, and again, I would really caveat this, is we have not run this around to see if this is even feasible. This is just our idea. What our idea was coming out of this meeting with concurrence from the council is that between now and mid-September, we'd be soliciting feedback on these themes, case studies, and the scenarios to be considered. We would also look at broadening our discussion to look at invited attendees from within and outside the region, and try to figure out the best way to broaden the notification of this to bring in the tribal organizations and broader stakeholders that would not otherwise be participating in our climate change task force meetings. We've had mostly virtual meetings. We haven't had a lot of public participation. The idea of this workshop is very much to do the opposite of that and bring in as many diverse perspectives as possible. Then with the feedback that we would be receiving, late September, the co-chairs would synthesize the feedback on these topics in order to provide them to the climate change task force for their review. We would then plan late October some form of CCTF meeting, which would be a workshop, a planning meeting, and a pre-workshop engagement meeting, kind of like a steering committee meeting, but it would be a CCTF task force meeting open to the public. We would provide that feedback then in a report to the council in December, to discuss with the council the results of the scope and the direction of the workshop that would include the public feedback that we had received over that time frame. Tentatively, then we'd be planning a 3-day climate scenario planning workshop in Anchorage, with our idea that the final report from that workshop and our final incorporating the workshop report and our final report to the council as a task force would occur sometime in the fall of 2024, ideally by October. I think that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. So I'll just pause there to just say again, this is a draft idea put forward on how we could accomplish this kind of a workshop. I would say that when we first started talking about doing a workshop from the CCTF, we were envisioning a 1-day meeting of the CCTF. And as we had this 2-day meeting in March, we started to realize that if we really want to tackle these topics, if we really want to get the most stakeholder input, and we want to have the time to have these conversations, that the workshop itself needed to be broader. We probably need to bring in a professional facilitator, and we would need more time to cover all these topics. And that's how we broke it up into those 3 different themes. The idea being that we wouldn't be heavy on the presentation part in the workshop. We'd be much heavier on the trying to receive feedback on a variety of topics, but we wanted to initially solicit feedback on what those topics should be so that we can then best organize the workshop to get the most stakeholder involvement and the best feedback possible, and understand as well, once we have theme topics, who we want to bring in to help us understand different. So bringing in people from other regions that might also have either been studying or addressing different climate change situations, or possibly have other relevant case studies. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll pause if there's any.
Thank you, Dr. Stram. Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Stram. I'm sure we've covered this before, but I can't quite remember. Have any other regions conducted these scenario planning workshops? And if so, have you been able to kind of just discuss that with them and maybe get some initial feedback on lessons learned? And, as we're thinking about the structure of this and what it may look like.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Drobnica. As far as I'm aware, at least 2 other council regions have conducted these. I believe the Pacific Council and the Mid-Atlantic Council. I'm not as familiar with how and what they did in doing theirs. I do know that we've discussed it a little bit amongst ourselves. We were kind of waiting to launch this to then start getting in touch with other councils in terms of the results of their scenario planning. We heard a little bit about, I believe, the Mid-Atlantic one during the SCS 7 over the summer, and initially looking at who would make a good facilitator. There is a facilitator that worked with the Pacific Council that got really good reviews for how they brought theirs in. My understanding is that theirs is a similar sort of concept in looking at what you can do now, what happens when you project something forward. Does your system allow the capacity to address that at this point, or are there other means of going about that? All of them are stakeholder workshops, as I understand it, are open to the public and bringing in diverse stakeholders. But I couldn't say if at this point, without going and talking with those regions, if our outcomes and theirs are specifically aligned. I'm not sure how specific management recommendations that they brought forward coming out of theirs were versus directional approaches. And I think we were hoping, in order to meet what the council requested of the Climate Change Task Force specifically, we were hoping to tailor ours more towards at least a broad range of management recommendations on short, medium, and long-term considerations that we could then put forward in a report to the council to meet what you requested of the Climate Change Task Force when you initially created it.
Further questions for Dr. Stram? Ms. Kimball.
Dr. Stram, I saw in the report from the task force the proposed goal of the workshop. And I do apologize if you already said this. Did you just say this? Is this goal something that you're asking for council concurrence on at this meeting, or is this something you intended to put out in the scoping process?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball. I think everything that we put out in this appendix for the overview is meant to be for scoping. I try not to use scoping because I know that has a specific NEPA term. It's meant to be for public input. This was our idea. We wanted to sort of shop this around and get feedback on it to see, again, what best meets the council's request, as well as what stakeholders and others are interested in. This was what the task force came up with as a first draft to put out there for feedback.
Any further questions? Thank you. We'll bring us to public comment. Looks like there's one signed up to testify. I'm still pulling that up, but I can guess who it is.
I wasn't intending to comment, but there's low hanging fruit. This is an example of how this council and staff and contractors can robustly consult federally recognized tribes and tribal members, affected people. Especially we're here about bycatch and we're told that climate change is part of that equation. And for us not to be represented again, not to be considered again, even in the first draft, I want to see us in the scoping, in the drafts, and fully incorporated throughout. And I'll say more about that during the tasking, but that's the upshot of my less than 1 minute comment to you. Thank you.
Thank
Are
you.
there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Crowe.
Mhm.
Let's see. Let's see any.
Don't drag us in at the back end. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dwight has a question.
Thanks, Ms. Crowe. I understand that we can continue to improve, but several of the members of the task force represent tribal entities.
I did not, I just heard you say you better check. And so I really quick looked. I did not see that. So I think that when this is my personal experience. There's a big, huge committee and I'm the lonely tribal member and I have to consider everything. And I do that, I hope effectively, but that's not the same as consulting tribal governments, of which there's over 220 in Alaska, and that is a federal trust responsibility. So 3 guys, that's good. There's 3 of them. That's 1 more that's on the AP. That's a start, but it does not replace or substitute for consultation with tribal governments in all affected communities. So that would be my answer to your question. Does that make sense? Okay, it puts a big burden on somebody like me, like I'm thinking of my mom and my kids and my mom, my community, my this and that. And I don't have authorization from my tribe to speak. And I hope I speak well for my fellow tribal members, but it's not the same. And I would point out that distinction in the same way that we were hearing from industry that they check with CDQ groups and that ticked the box for Alaska Native consultation. It's not the same thing. It's related. There's a lot of moving parts to it, but it's not the same. And so I'm going to keep bringing that up because it's important to us and it's a crisis and we're not going to go away unless we fall down from exhaustion. Okay. Thank you for your question, sir. Oh,
Thank
through
you,
the
Ms.
chair.
Thank you, Ms. Crowe. Okay, that concludes public comment. Let's stand down for a couple of minutes. Stay close. Council, please come back to order. Hey, Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion that staff is bringing up. Mr. Chair, my motion is the council understands the utility of a climate scenario planning workshop as the final work product of the Climate Change Task Force. The council supports climate change task force plans for scoping for the workshop and expects that the council/SSC subgroup may assist the task force in determining workshop topics as the subgroup develops the roadmap to use assessment and climate science to increase adaptive management capability. It is the council's intent to provide tribal entities, fishery stakeholders, and the public with a clear understanding of how the climate change task force efforts contribute to the council's effort to build capacity to address climate change challenges. With a second, I can speak to the motion.
Second by Mr. Williams. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this point, we're providing a general endorsement for the task force's plans for how to wrap up their work with a climate scenario planning workshop. We understand that the task force is proposing, and scoping is not the best word, as Dr. Stram noted, but to use in the same sense that she described of essentially gathering public input for that, and but expects that in addition to that, the subgroup that was formed by motion earlier this meeting on agenda item D1, the council SSC subgroup, as they look at the charge that we provided to them of developing a roadmap of how all these fit together, all these different efforts fit together, that subgroup may well assist the climate change task force in more clearly describing how their workshop topics will fit in, as well as ensuring that there's a synergy rather than a somewhat independent effort. And as part of that, it's also the final sentence just refers to the council intends to make it clear to folks how all these different efforts fit together, how the climate change task force efforts fit in with the council's other efforts to ensure that we are more prepared to begin to confront the climate change challenges that we're already experiencing and that we know will continue to come at us.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any questions on Mr. Twite's motion? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion. I would like to understand exactly what would be involved in the proposed scoping for the workshop. I'm thinking back to Dr. Stram's presentation, and I remembered hearing, I thought that the ideas presented for this workshop had not even been discussed within the council for whether it was even feasible or viable. And so, Mr. Twite, in your motion, what would go out for scoping, and when would that evaluation for feasibility within the council staff take place before scoping or after? Or can you help me with the timeline for that, please?
And I would hope that Dr. Stram could reproject that page that showed the table of sort of the calendar of development, because I think that provides as clear a description as any of how both tribal entities, as well as our public stakeholders, as well as the council, can all provide further input. And I was just adding to that. I was adding some consideration by the subgroup, the council/SSC subgroup. It was this schedule that Dr. Stram laid out for us that I think gets at your question relative at least to what the opportunities are, and maybe Dr. Stram can describe again with a little more what the substance of that is.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Choi, I can try, and I would say, again, we're still in the early phases. So if you're asking the how we're going to do this, that's what we're still figuring out. We had some discussion at our task force meeting about, given the composition of the work group, we were kind of having a little bit of a discussion about how it would be incumbent upon the different members of our work group to also provide reaching out to their entities. We had talked about possibly putting together a Google form that would be available through a portal on our website. We haven't come to any. We were basically looking for some feedback before we started to put our heads together on what's the best way to solicit feedback. There is the way the council solicited feedback for the SSC workshop, but I know that they didn't feel that that was as broad ranging as they were hoping. And so I think that we need to, should the council, it sounds like if the council this goes forward and supports our efforts to try to solicit feedback, then we need to sit down and try to figure out what's the best way to get the broadest reach. It's easy enough for us to go and invite the people that we would like to come, but what we're trying to do is make sure that a broad range of stakeholders can provide their feedback on what they would like to hear about. And so we are looking for ideas on how best to do that. But I think we would also be working within the members of our task force to reach out as well. Some of the ideas we've had in the past for getting some of this information, we had an idea a while back about a climate form that we would be providing to people to provide us their input. That was on a separate idea that we had on compiling that. I think we would go back to that sort of idea of putting together a pretty simple format of Google form that could be provided broadly in order to solicit input on both themes as well as case studies and different information. I don't know, Ms. Baker, if that gets at your question.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Yes, I did combine two topics in my question to Mr. Twite, and this slide displayed right now does answer the timing question. I think now that you've both responded, my question was more, now that we have the presentation displayed back on slide 8 of this presentation, I guess I was assuming, should this motion pass, that this is what we would be sending out for public comment. And I guess I was just wondering, that means we're setting expectations to propose a 3-day workshop with these parts. And again, I thought I heard that we just haven't had the opportunity to evaluate whether that's even feasible. So maybe it's just my general confusion. I'm not familiar with these workshops, but Dr. Stammer, can you remind me what this slide is for? And is this different than getting input on the themes and case studies and what you just described? I'm confused between these two things.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, my apologies for the confusion. This was our idea of a draft agenda and scope. I don't think this is what we intended to send out as a feedback form. I think in a feedback form, we'd be a little bit more creative about the questions that we're asking, and they'd be a lot more general, that this is the general idea, as Ms. Kimball had noted, where we have the paragraph in the appendix. Sorry, I don't have it in front of me. The appendix has a paragraph that describes what our concept was for this workshop. I think we would put together an information request or a feedback that would have the general concept for the workshop, the idea that we intend to look at case studies and projection scenarios, and then that some general ideas of what we're looking for feedback on. Are there case studies that people are interested in? What are the issues that you are looking to cover in planning for climate change? We basically wanted to get some broad feedback, and then we'd synthesize that into what we think would be manageable in a workshop, but we would be organizing it around this sort of idea, whether it's 3 days or however long it would be. Our idea for the organization of the workshop, but that it would be in these 3 pieces of where are we now, what issues are we facing right now, where are we running into trouble, and then what do we have for recommendations for the future. So regardless of the words on the slide, that's generally where we would be. Where are we now? What are we doing? What can we do now? And what do we need to, what are our recommendations for making modifications in the future so we can address the things that we're running into as barriers?
Ms. Kimball?
I just wanted to get in line. I didn't know if that answered the question. Okay, through the chair, Mr. Twite, in your motion, and my question is somewhat related to Ms. Baker's. When I look at the Climate Change Task Force report, there's a paragraph in there that proposes desired outcomes and deliverables from the workshop. And I read, 5 different pieces to that. And they're lined out very explicitly. Concrete advice on feasible and effective approaches to increase climate resilience for fishing communities and fisheries management. Review of risks, barriers, traps, and responses to climate change and shocks. Identification. I could go on, but there's 5. Is that what you were expecting to be some sort of direction to the public when we're doing the quote unquote scoping process to say, here's what we would think we'd try to accomplish out of a workshop. We would like your input. Or is it as general as laid out in part 1, 2, and 3?
Mr. Twite?
Thanks. I would actually advise the task force to be not quite as general as what's laid out in parts 1, 2, and 3. I would actually advise the task force to consider being a little bit more oriented towards concept or clear suggestions like that I think have arisen out of the task force's efforts to date. I understand their reluctance to shut off sort of quote unquote outside the box thinking. And I think maybe some of that could be binned for later so that they could maybe include that. But we need from the task force, we need first and foremost those suggestions of things that can be implemented now without having to make major modifications. Doesn't hurt to have a list of things that probably fall into that sort of outside the box thing. But I think the task force's efforts in those 5 to try to those are mostly things that we have. It still takes some work, but are more within our control. And so I would at least encourage the task force to continue to focus most on those. But I think it'd be unfortunate to completely leave out some discussion, particularly as sort of because this is intended to be the capstone of their work. I think it'd be unfortunate to simply exclude any ability to come up with some creative solutions that admittedly might have to go into think about over the long term. I also think that having the SSC Council subgroup comment might also, as they take a look at the other efforts that are underway, where might those also inform the climate change task force's efforts to finish their work product. The subgroup might have some suggestions for things that can come in from other processes and we don't have to put everything on the shoulders of the task force. So sorry for sort of a dual answer there, but.
Ms. Kimball?
Thank you for the response. Maybe we could put the motion back up on so we can recall what's on the table. Thanks.
Mr. Mesereau?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Strana, has this task force talked about somehow making this this workshop more accessible to the public by videotaping it or doing something? It seems like this is a culmination of an awful lot of work. It's going to represent a lot of staff time, thousands of dollars. And when you do something like this and it's just for 3 days and it goes away, that means that people that aren't in Anchorage can't get here, don't get the information. It's only the people that show up and devote 3 days in the moment to receive that information. Did they talk about somehow making a videotape of this or putting it on YouTube or doing some way so that the public might have better access to the information? Or was the idea just to do it in 3 days and leave it?
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau. We haven't had a lot of discussion of that, but that's certainly the intention of the task force. We've tried to make things always accessible online. We tried to have online access to anything that we're discussing. I think we certainly wanted the focus of this to be in person because we have been doing everything pretty much virtually as a task force. And we felt that the best way to get stakeholder input would be to try to hold it in person. But I think we certainly wouldn't preclude ourselves from some sort of online access, or as you suggested, videotaping it, making it available later on. We could entertain any of those. Our intention is to provide the most access as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Any further questions for Dr. Stram or for Mr. Twite? Thank you, Dr. Stram. Any amendments to Mr. Twite's motion? Any comments on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think a couple of council members' questions really reflect, I think, a much broader concern that I have as well, even in offering this motion. And that is, oh my gosh, which workshop is this? Which process does this link to? How does this all fit into how are we just going to address climate change by holding a whole bunch of workshops and getting 5 processes going? I think the council's initial reaction to that near the beginning of the meeting when we passed the D1 motion was to rely on sort of that science council conversation that the subgroup is intended to really facilitate to design a roadmap. I mean, this motion quotes directly from that motion to provide the roadmap that leads to us being able to increase our adaptive management capability. And I would expect that that should help us sort of get a much clearer understanding of how these parts fit together. We're a group of very smart people from a broad range of backgrounds, everything from understanding how the Bering Sea ecosystem works, either through traditional knowledge or through our Western science-based knowledge, how we interact with that, and all that. And these pieces will come together, but I frankly admit it's very hard to describe now. And I shared the reaction of a lot of council members when the climate change task force came forward and said, this is how we want to finish out our work and leave you with a durable report at the end. Was sort of, oh dear. But it does, Dr. Stram, I think, described very clearly how that does fit in. But I think that the charge that we've given to the subgroup, we need to look to that subgroup by October for giving us a pretty clear description of how all these pieces will fit together, how we are working as efficiently as we can to and as well as expeditiously as we can to be ready to make sure our tools are ready to confront the changes that are in front of us now.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any additional comments, Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. I'll be supporting the motion, and I apologize for my question, which I think just wasn't direct enough. When I read the motion and then Mr. Twite's response on what would be included in scoping, what are we scoping? I'm really focused on the Appendix A to the Climate Change Task Force report, which really lines out what they would put out there for a goal, what they would put out there for themes to be explored, and what they'd put out there as potential outcomes and deliverables. So with that understanding of what we're scoping for, to give the public a little bit of something to grab onto before going through this process, then I can be supportive of the motion. Notwithstanding Mr. Twite's comments on it would be most helpful if we made some progress on helping ourselves and the public understand where each of these pieces are going and how they're interrelated. So you don't need to be constantly engaging on 17 different pieces. So I will support the motion. I appreciate Mr. Twite putting it forward.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any final comments? Perfect. Okay. Is there any opposition to the motion? No opposition, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Anything further on D3? Okay. Well, thanks again. That will bring us to staff tasking. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to walk through the staff tasking action memo. And while it's only 2 pages, there are 4 staff reports embedded therein. So it's going to take a little more time than you might anticipate. First of all, we did post the committee membership reflecting changes since February 2023. You did call for nominations for new members on the Fishery Monitoring and Advisory Committee. And I would also note that you have a nomination for a plan team membership that you heard an SSC report back on this meeting. Secondly, to go over the meetings that happened this week, the Ecosystem Committee met during the April meeting, and they're developing recommendations for the programmatic EIS. We have staff available for questions, but I think you're planning to give a full report of the Ecosystem Committee in June. The Finance and Executive Committee met last Wednesday to discuss council finances, updates to the council SOP, and other matters. I'm going to walk you through a short report of that's posted of that meeting. And included in there is a revised SOP that was developed with the recommendations from the Finance Executive Committee, and I'd like the council to consider formally adopting that SOP at this meeting, and if we need to make additional changes, we can do that in the future, as this is kind of a fluid thing, in that we don't have to go through continuous formal reviews anymore. So just a quick high-level view of summarizing the Executive Committee meeting. In terms of the SOP, the committee went through it and made some comprehensive revisions, and I've tried to highlight what I think are the major revisions that you'll see. The first being a clarification that only members appointed by the secretary are required to take the oath of office. That question has come up in previous times on nominations when we read the oath of office. Additional revised AP appointment language to reflect the new Alaska Native Tribal seat on the advisory panel. Additionally, the committee recommends that beginning in 2023 and beyond, that advisory panel members be limited to 3 consecutive terms or 9 years maximum, so that you could still appoint somebody as ad hoc, but in some at maximum they would get 9 years. So that language is included in the revised SOP. Some new language that describes the normal council procedures for changing fishery regulations. Interestingly, we have a procedures and statement that we don't even talk about actually how we do business to set forward and the going through initial and final action. So we've added some new language there. Clarification of what constitutes a meeting record, removal of criteria involved in transportation, lodging, et cetera, for council meeting locations. And those requirements change quite a bit over time. So the committee is recommending those get put into a different section of our website and not in the SOP. Removal of outdated policy guidelines for stakeholder involvement. That's no longer a policy directive, so that language was removed. Adoption of the new anti-harassment policy language in the SOP, and 2 appendices that describe the process for resolving and reporting those harassment claims. Increasing the retirement death payout of accumulated sick leave for staff to be more consistent with other fishery management councils. Clarification of travel requirements to allow the executive director to authorize council, AP, and SSC members to travel from locations other than a member's home location in extenuating circumstances. And that has generally, when I've approved those in the past, it's because they've been able to save the council money, or somebody's stuck at a different location relative to their fishing operations. And lastly, OGC helped us out quite a bit by providing some language that would make our SOP actually consistent with Magnuson Act and other regulations. It's been a while since we had a legal review of our SOP, so really appreciate that. A lot of these changes also affect the AP and SSC handbooks, and the committee didn't go through those in detail, but recommended that those draft handbooks as modified get posted and reviewed by the AP and SSC in June for formal adoption. In terms of council meeting locations and timing, the committee reviewed the meeting schedule for the next 5 years and timing as well as possible locations. And if you remember that one of the unresolved issues from our reflections on the council process discussion paper was whether or not the council would consider dropping the February meeting, making it entirely virtual, perhaps having it intermittent, not every year, or some other process relative to the February meeting where it's very difficult for staff to get their meeting materials posted in a timely fashion. There's not much analytical time between the December meeting and the February meeting. So you might think about that. We also just talked about if you drop the February meeting, if we could adjust the April and June meeting timing to provide kind of more spread out analytical work. We also noted that given our new technology, we have the possibility of being able to hold virtual AP and SSC meetings and have just the council meet in person, which opens up the possibility of meeting in some of the smaller communities in Alaska that we haven't been able to meet in to date. So the suggestion from the committee was to prepare a more expanded discussion paper on meeting locations and timing and put it out for public comment and review for action at an upcoming council meeting. Now, to give you a high-level view of the Finance Committee report, we're currently in year 4 of a 5-year grant. That's how the council funding works. We are annually funded through a line item shared with the commissions through Congress, as well as we receive additional funding from NIMS. Because our actual expenses were below our annual funding in 2020 through 2022, and much of which is related to having virtual meetings due to COVID, we've accumulated some unspent funds that we could spend through the end of our grant period, the end of 2024, and possibly into 2025 if we're able to roll that over, which we have been the ends of the last couple of grants, 5-year grants. And so we do have some money to work on some contracting or other uses, but we've had quite a bit of inflation that has occurred in the past year and is projected to occur in the next coming years. And so we're projecting beginning this year to start spending more than our annual funding. And that's not really a sustainable situation. And it raises concerns about, for me, whether or not I can hire full-time staff to replace either retiring or departing staff, or to be able to staff any kind of new initiatives that the council might have in the future. So that kind of concludes my report on the committee. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but the outcome is really to look for approval of the revised SOP at this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Appreciate the report, and just like to add my thanks to NOAA GC for their help in reviewing the SOPs. Any questions for Mr. Witherell? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. So when would the council know if we would, I understand the grant runs out at the end of 2024. When would you know if any of that funding could be rolled into 2025?
Typically, I'll give you an update. In 2024, summer of 2024, we'll be working on a budget for the next period. After we submit that budget, but before the end of the year in 2024, we will have to put in basically a request for extending our funds into an additional year to complete the projects that we were working on during this budget period. And I've been told that that's really kind of we'll get approved for that. We have been for the past, every time we've done it to date. But that is going to be up to the federal government and whether or not they allow that, no grants. I'd say the probability is high, but you never know.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then, my second question is, regardless of that, whether that rollover can occur for 1 year, the summary report, which unfortunately I only just opened, says that regardless of that, we cannot hire additional staff or backfill retiring staff at this time, because there does not appear to be available funding starting to support that in 2025. So that is new information. I just wanted to confirm that that is what's happening here.
Yes, that's a good summary. Realistically, we do have some extra money, as I said, some unspent funds. And in normal times, I would look to hire somebody on a 1 or 2 year term basis. But it's become more challenging to recruit people to Anchorage for especially a short-term job. So in particular, it's difficult to recruit for a fishery economist. And so there's a couple of challenges involved there. But until we hear that we've got some base funding that can cover our annual costs, I'm not looking to hire someone new, even though we have a priority hire from my standpoint of an administrative person. I guess we'll find out more at the Council Coordination Committee in May, where we'll receive kind of a status of finances and funding in the future. So I should have some more information to report in June if the council would like to hear that.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And that leads into, now I see this other recommendation that if you did have funding, you're looking for an additional administrative position to support the council's movement toward hybrid meetings and allowing people to testify and participate remotely. So that has come with additional staff and resources that we maybe didn't quite anticipate. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Witherell, I didn't think to ask you this during the executive committee meeting, but in the regional office, we've had incredible success with the Alaska Sea Grant Fellow Program. I know you've had fellows as well. It's relatively low cost, really top-notch people. So I'm wondering if you have thought to pursue that for some of the short-term staffing needs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Yes, we've had great success with our Alaska Sea Grant Fellows. One of the one we have now just got hired by Fish and Game. The previous one is now working for the New England Fishery Management Council. So I think our success in training people is excellent. It does take staff to supervise and mentor a new person. So yes, we do get some significant work from them. And that is one approach that I'll be certainly talking to my staff about.
Further questions? Mr. Witherell.
Okay, moving on with the report. We've laid out the committee and plan team meetings that we currently have scheduled for between now and June. I've also on the agenda, you'll notice that there is several documents in there, including an updated 3-meeting outlook based on the actions you took at this meeting so far. As well as our typical highlight of council staff responsibilities and an updated groundfish work plan. In February, we discussed that we were looking for ways to streamline our program reviews and our allocation reviews as a way to save some staff time and to focus them a little bit better. Our staff has done some thinking about that, and John is we're trying to wring out the last little bit of knowledge and expertise he brings to the table. So he's put together a paper here to help us through and make some changes perhaps in how we do business, especially with regards to the allocation reviews. And unless the council tells us to the contrary, what John's going to propose is really what we're going to move forward with relative to those reviews. So I'm going to stop here and ask Mr. McCracken to provide us with a presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. McCracken. One last rodeo.
Good afternoon, good evening. All right, there's a slide presentation associated with this paper that I'll wait for. What's that? It's supposed to be in there. If it isn't, I'll just speak to the ones I got here. Excuse me. All right, well, we don't have it, so I'll just speak to the ones I printed out, if that's okay with you guys. Okay. So as I reported in the.
Hey, John, we have it as an attachment to E1, so we should be able to get it projected.
Yeah, that's right. It's all my fault, sorry. I'll just tell you when to switch slides. Okay, so as I reported in the co-op reports, obviously over the past 2 decades, we've added to our portfolio number of different LAP programs. And with that, obviously comes the MSA burden of doing a program review generally every 7 years, except for the first one, which is every 5 years. And then in the recent addition of the NOAA allocation reviews with 2017 and 16, the council's workload associated with meeting these requirements for both the program review and allocation reviews have become very challenging. And so that was, as Mr. Witherall indicated, trying to find some efficiencies where there are. That was what the paper was all about. So to address this workload, the council staff has prepared an approach that will help better manage the workload challenge and meet the MSA and the NOAA requirements for both these requirements. Paper includes the original table 1, which you should be familiar with, which is the original timeline for the allocation and the program reviews. There's a summary of the program review guidance as well as the allocation review guidance, very top level, does not get much into the weeds. Then we move on to basically a summary of the approach to use the program reviews to satisfy allocation review requirements and formalize the need for a program review work plans. And when we do our program reviews, and then finally table 2 provides a revised program review and allocation timeline. And so next slide is table 1. This shows you that if in the far right hand column, you have a number of program reviews and I think 1 or 2 allocation reviews that are due currently or in the very near future. And so that's what we're trying to get at, is trying to find some efficiencies. So next slide there. This slide just speaks to a summary of program reviews. So in 2017, the National Marine Fisheries Service came up with a program review, some guidance for council staffs to conduct these program reviews. Suffice to say, after reading the document, that the review doesn't really specify any specific length and should only necessarily provide sufficient background to understand the analysis within the program review. So there might be some efficiencies inside a program review that each analyst can work some magic to try to get those down from, say, 200 or whatever pages they have been to something more manageable. So there might be some efficiencies there. This paper doesn't really get to that because, again, that's something that staff will always have to do, and we'll just have to try to find efficiencies in the program reviews. We'll get to the efficiencies that we gain from the allocation review that Mr. Weatherall talked about here momentarily. The other thing that we looked at was work plans for program reviews. So when we were going through this, I was canvassing the SSC minutes, and I discovered that the SSC has made numerous extensive comments concerning the importance of work plans. And so I picked that up and I put that in the paper verbatim. I've also looked through the guidance on program reviews, and I noticed that there was some mention about transparency in your work plans and in your program reviews, as well as allowing the public to be able to provide input on the planning during the planning stage of your program reviews. And so given these two requirements from the program review plus the SSC's comments, staff is recommending that when we do a work plan or when we do a program review, we always try to do a work plan to allow some slight tweaking as the staff is going to build that program review. The next slide. Sorry. Is a really brief overview of the allocation review. Most of you have probably already seen this slide. It includes an infographic that was included from NOAA headquarters. This slide speaks to basically where the council has been already, which was step one is to do the triggers for an allocation review. We've already completed that. We don't need to go back and do that. This infographic and basically what the rest of this presentation in the paper speaks to is the step two, which we've now figured out from a lot of additional guidance from NOAA headquarters, is that the step two of the allocation review is meant to be very short, very concise. It not need to be an elaborated analysis. That's meant for step three, when the council elects that we want to open that up and do an FMP change. The next slide is kind of gets to the approach for the allocation reviews. And this step has basically been over the past several years. We've done 3 different allocation reviews, and starting with the Central Gulf Rockfish review. This review, the SSC noted as it was going through, still struggling with the headquarters guidance, was that there appeared to be 2 different approaches for addressing allocation reviews. The first scope was that the allocation review seems to be addressed within the robustness or the overall program review, since it's much more encompassing and comprehensive as opposed to the allocation review. So for the most part, when we get to the final table, all of the program reviews will satisfy the allocation reviews. So the only really allocation reviews that we have to do outside of a program review are the ones that are stock specific tax. And the SSC noted that as well in their minutes. And so that would be like, for example, the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and the Gulf of Alaska Pequod sector splits. Those we would require to do separate allocation reviews. And we've already done the Bering Sea, Aleutian Island allocation review. And after doing that, ACFIN, and this is where ACFIN comes in and providing us a little bit more efficiencies, ACFIN has stepped up to the plate and has provided what I would call living annual dashboards of the Bering Sea, Aleutian Island, Pacific cod. So those are out there on their website. They exist. So the next time we do a BSAI cod allocation review, those dashboards will be available for staff or whoever to present to the council. And so working from that scenario, NIMS indicated that they'd be willing to do the same with the Gulf Pacific cod allocation reviews and any other allocation reviews that we have to do that are outside of a program review. And so, for example, in our appendix, we've included what I would call a dashboard, a preliminary dashboard of Bering Sea, Aleutian Island, Yellowfin Sole dashboard. When we were going through this, when Mr. Fye and I and Anna and everybody on staff were kind of going through this, we kind of stumbled upon the fact that the way the SSC laid out example 2 on how to do allocation reviews, that there were some allocations embedded in the Amendment 80 program that were allocation reviews because of the way it allocates yellowfin sole, acromackerel, and POP to the TLAS fishery. And since the Amendment 80 fishery doesn't really get into the details of the TLAS fishery for those 3 species, ACFIN has offered to go ahead and do dashboards for those 3 species. And so what you would see in the future is a report similar like what we did with the halibut fleet to the the reports to the fleet that David did in his B reports is that you would see a dashboard every 10 years on BSAI, Gulf of Alaska, Yellowfin Sole, Accomackle, and POP for those dashboards. And so the last slide gets to the final table, timeline table, and there you can see above the bolded line are all the program reviews and when those are due. And again, there would be no allocation reviews necessarily associated with that. We would just send a letter to NOAA headquarters saying we've completed the allocation reviews based on the program reviews. And so just one more note there, for example, in Amendment 80, if you remember, I think it was in February or December, I provided a work plan for the amendment review. There was supposed to be a chapter inside that Amendment 80 review, Chapter 9, that was going to satisfy the allocation review. We've now stripped that out. And what we'll do is we'll just have the Amendment 80 review, and that would satisfy the allocation review, with the exception of obviously Yellowfin Sole, Accomackle, and POP, and those will come up in 2025. Below the bar there, below that bolded horizontal line there are the allocation reviews. And I see, you can see the dates on those. And so what you would see is ACFIN would provide, again, a report to the fleet on those through the B reports. And there would be a staff member that would be shepherding those through to be able to address the goals and objectives of the allocation review and making sure they're being met. So that part would fall probably to the council staff, whereas all of the making of the tables and the figures would fall on ACFIN. Mr. Chairman, that's a brief walkthrough.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. Let's see if there's any questions before you ride off into the sunset. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. McCracken. So I was just trying to catch up with you. Then we would see those allocation reviews just in the B reports is when we would see that. And can you characterize kind of what level of work? I know you just said it would be on whether the objectives were met, but how much work is that for council staff? When I look at some of these, and it is just an allocation review policy, like for instance, the next one that's coming up on Gulf Pequod sector allocations, that doesn't seem like the most pressing thing for us to be working on, given the really small amount of cod and even a closed fishery within that time period. But I'm trying to get a sense of what level of work it would take to do even just that. It's slated for 2023 this year.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, it wouldn't require a lot of workload on the staff. I think that obviously whoever the staff member is that's going to be assigned to work with Mr. Fye, that Mr. Fye would obviously be generating, and I'm assuming he's already started, as I indicated in the appendix, he's already started looking at the Yellowfin Sole dashboard. I think it would be just basically kind of conferring with Mr. Fye and understanding the goals and objectives of the original Gulf Pequod split and seeing that it is meeting its goals and writing a paragraph or a page of text to support that or not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further questions? Well, I was hoping for one more McCrackenism, but I don't think we got one. Well, thank you, John. Really appreciate all the years of work at the council. Sad to see you go.
Thanks, John. We did work them right to the end, Mr. Chairman. So I have a couple more staff reports relative to action items that are coming up and scheduled for the June meeting. And we have posted a preliminary June agenda and schedule. And you'll note that it's a relatively lighter meeting than average. I don't yet see any reception posted or planned, but I suspect that one will occur.
I doubt it.
It's a very important meeting.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, so one of the items on the agenda for June is the initial review of the crab sea share analysis to modify the BSAI crab rationalization program. And I'm going to ask Ms. Marinan to come up to the table and walk you through a paper that she put together for your review to kind of make some clarifications that she needs to have before she completes this analysis. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon, Ms. Marinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. For the record, Sarah Marinan, council staff. Like Mr. Witherall said, we have just a few things we want to highlight on this issue. Alicia Miller with NIMS is on the line to present with me. And I believe Brian Brown with NIMS Restricted Access Management Program is also on the line and available for questions. We've been preparing for this analysis, this crab sea shares analysis, and we've identified some areas that are important to highlight for the council and for the public, and also some areas that would benefit from some clarification, I think, prior to extensive analysis. So we prepared a 3-page memo on this issue, and that's attached under the E items and the E agenda. And the council did receive some written testimony on this issue. You can see on the E agenda. It was also discussed at the PNCAC meeting. So we wanted to remind the council of some of the challenges with the current timeline for C Shares IFQ applications and how that relates to the proposed action alternatives and timeline for this C Share action. Secondly, staff are seeking clarification to the purpose and need statement, which was focused on years that had overlapping COVID challenges and challenges with closed fisheries. So basically asking if the need extends beyond the 3 years that are identified in the previous alternative set, if the need is still focused around those years, or if the need is extended based on other factors like low tax. There was an emergency action that may have addressed the council's purpose and need, or it's possible that the need is broader and still present. So that kind of clarification could be really helpful in us working on this analysis and the information that we bring and how the analysis is focused. So just a reminder about the crab sea share requirements. In developing the crab rationalization program, the council and NIMS intended that individuals holding sea share quota were active in the crab rationalization program fisheries. So in order to support this purpose, in 2008, the council took final action on Amendment 31, and that established the requirements for sea shares that are in place right now. And so you can see on the slide, in order to receive an annual allocation of sea share IFQ, the individual needs to demonstrate a participation as a crew in at least one delivery in a crab rationalization program fishery in the 3 preceding years, or if the individual was an initial recipient, the requirements are a bit broader. They can either have participation in one fishery, crab rationalization fishery, or they could participate in the crew in at least 30 days of fishing in a commercial fishery managed by the state of Alaska or U.S. commercial fishery in federal waters off Alaska in the 3 preceding years. So again, this provides extra opportunity for those who are initial recipients. And as a reminder on the kind of rationale around that for Amendment 31, supporters of the provision argued that it was reasonable to provide the initial recipients additional opportunity due to the displacement of people when the fleet contracted quite a bit after rationalization. And then in order to retain sea share quota, sea share quota holders need to participate as crew in at least one delivery in the previous 4 years. Or if they were an initial recipient, they could also participate in a non-crab Alaska fishery in the preceding 4 years. And if they don't meet those requirements after 3 years, NIMS would withhold that IFQ, and after 4 years, that quota share could be revoked. And the regulations do have a narrow exemption for closed fisheries, but it's only if sea shareholder has quota share in a single closed fishery. So for example, if the sea shareholder has Barredi CVC in addition to Bristol Bay Red King crab, which is of course closed right now, they'd still be expected to be active, and they could potentially lose quota share in both if they haven't demonstrated active participation. So just an example scenario here. Here's a couple examples, but just a reminder, the crab season runs from July 1 to June 30th. So this shows different seasons. And in example 1, if this individual didn't demonstrate active participation in these first 3 seasons. So 2015, 2016 season, 16, 17, 17, 18. Then in 18, 19, that was the first year where NIMS could have withheld quota share, withheld IFQ, excuse me. And then if they didn't participate that year, then in the following year, 2019, 2020, they could be in a position where they would have their quota share revoked. And I believe that RAM hasn't revoked any quota share to date. But that is a scenario that could be played out with the current regulations. I'll come back to this example, but in June 2022, the council requested an emergency rule to temporarily suspend C-Share active participation requirements for the 2022-23 season. And the secretary agreed with the council, and no C-Shares were withheld or revoked during that 22-23 season application period. So C-Share holders had another year to make up participation if possible, or they could divest their quota share. So that's, you can kind of see this play out in example 2. This individual had previously been active. A represents active here, and then 0 shows non-active. And this individual wasn't active in the 1920, 2021, 2022 seasons. And then the emergency rule came into play 22, 23. So otherwise they would have had their IFQ withheld that year. But it wasn't withheld because of the emergency rule. But if they weren't able to either get out on a boat or divest their quota that year, they could be at risk for the 2023-24 application season of having their quota share revoked. So also in June 2022, the council took action to initiate an analysis. So this happened at the same time as requesting for the emergency rule. And the purpose and need for this action is the CVC and CPC shares have a participation requirement of 1 delivery during the previous 4 consecutive years. With the ongoing impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, now in its 3rd year, many crew members have not been able to comply with the participation requirements. With the unforeseen circumstance of the decline of the Bristol Bering Sea snow crab stock and the potential fishery closures, there'll be less opportunity for crew to participate in crab fisheries. And then the one action alternative is to modify the C-Share requirements. So option 1 would be restart recent participation requirements beginning in the 23-24 fishing year. So do not count 2019, 2020, 2020, 2021, and 21-22 towards recent participation requirements. And option 2 is to give the regional administrator the authority to suspend CVC quota share and CPC quota share recent participation requirements. So this is the motion that we're tasked with analyzing for June. And we wanted to bring to light just a few challenges here. Given our current time frame, it's really too late to cycle through the full analysis. Really in June 2022, when the motion was made, it was too late to cycle through likely a full analytical package through the council and rulemaking to not count these specific years. And so as you can see with that example that I had, to not count those years, and I'm going to show another example of this too, of the timeline. We're really in a tight place for trying to get a rulemaking package out and be able to affect those years. And then I also wanted to note for option 2, this option is a challenge because it doesn't have the specificity to tell the regional administrator when the flexibility is intended to be exercised. And absent any specificity, the AP and the council would essentially be having NIMS make the policy decision of when active participation requirements would be important. So specificity there would help NIMS and the regional administrator understand what the council's priorities are for active participation for C-Share, if having these requirements in place are still important, and if so, what are the situations that might warrant exemptions or flexibility for these requirements. So I just wanted to speak to this timeline challenge again. This is more of a notification to the council and the public It has been brought up in the past. NIMS explained this issue during its October 2022 management report. This information was also included on one of their web pages and frequently asked questions, and they put out a bulletin on it, encouraging sea shareholders to try to get out on a boat. But essentially, if we have initial review of this action in June at this upcoming meeting, and then council final action in October, which would be the quickest next meeting we could have it. Generally, rule of thumb is 1 year for rulemaking. That puts us at implementing a rule related to sea shares in October 2024. And there are 2 application periods for sea shares within that time frame. So the soonest that we would expect these regulatory changes to be made would be before the June 2025 IFQ application deadline, in considering issuance for the 25-26 year. So there's 2 sets of application periods where people may be under the current regulations for sea shares, and the council is considering potential modifications to sea shares. And I think that's important to highlight in this action, especially with the current alternatives focused around those 3 years. And it seems this tool is not going to be able to address that, except for one thing that we could look at within this analytical package is potentially reissuing quota share if it's revoked during this time period. But this rulemaking package, I don't believe can really address this issue prior to it happening. Also want to point out with this timeline that it means that the latest that council final action could happen for essentially the same resulting timeline would be June 2024. So even if this is a council priority to get it moving quickly, it may not be necessary for everything to happen in June of this year and then October of this year, because we're still kind of constrained with this would need to be in place before the application deadline. So that kind of gives us some bounds in our scheduling.
Ms. Marinan, Mr. Mesereau has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Marinan, isn't there some way that the council can write a letter to the regional administrator asking him to not have enforce the rule because we have pending action to do that? I mean, I guess I could ask someone else at the table, but I just think that would be a pretty easy fix to not have to create a priority burden for something if they're not going to take anybody's quota share away.
Mr. Curland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You can write the letter, but the existing regulations really don't give the regional administrator that flexibility. It's pretty black and white. So we're kind of stuck. But one option here for the council to consider is if quota share is revoked for certain people, that the council could provide policy guidance wanting it to be reinstated through this action once this action is complete.
Thank you, Mr. Curland. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along those lines, in this, you mentioned, Ms. Marinan, option 2 in our current suite of alternatives, and that there's not enough specificity there about giving the RA the authority to suspend those requirements. Can you give any more flavor on what level of specificity is necessary? Like, do we need to say the words of pandemic? Do we need to say at some TAC level as a percentage of historical average? What level is being anticipated there?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, this is certainly something we could explore in the analysis when I speak more with NIMS. In preparing the memo, I think that option is a struggle in general, even with a pretty high level of specificity. It reminds me of in the Halibut Sailfish IFQ program and the medical lease transfer. There were some challenges with that because there wasn't enough specificity, and someone at RAM had to determine whether, having arthritis in one arm 1 year and in the next arm the next year, if that qualified. And so we came back looking for more specificity and something like that. And in this case, I think the level of specificity you'd need to want to, well, it's really council call how much, I guess, how much you want to be able to determine the overall policy goals of C shares. But I mean, the policy objective around C shares is generally something that the council would want to specify if you still believe in the requirements of C shares and active participation. But in order to give the regional administrator the level of specificity that they're not making in a position to have to make decisions on personal circumstances, I would think that you'd essentially need to just craft language on your own that dictates what are the thresholds. If, like, for instance, if you want to build it around low tax, you might need to come up with a criteria of what that means, because just saying low tax in general or a pandemic situation, then somebody at NIMS is still having to make that decision. And I'm not sure if that answer is very clear, but whether the council makes the decision or NIMS makes the decision, I think there's some level of policy decision that NIMS would be making if you kind of pass that decision over to the regional administrator.
Please continue.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next slide is Alicia's. So if she's online, I'll pass the mic over to her.
Thank you, Sarah. Through the chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon, Ms. Miller.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. For the record, my name is Alicia Miller with the Nashmean Fisheries Service Alaska region. So Sarah did a great job of identifying the clarifications that we're looking for from the council today. I'm here to present this one slide on our current administration of the C-Share participation requirements. As Sarah mentioned, the final rule implementing these requirements took effect in 2015, and this provision started to become constraining in 2018 for IFQ withholding and in 2019 for the revocation of C-Share quota share. One of the nuances with this provision is that documentation of participation is not submitted annually. So we receive an annual application from each quota shareholder. However, that documentation of participation is only required once every 3 or 4 years to ensure that they don't have their IFQ withheld or their quota share revoked. Unfortunately, since 2018, we've had some inconsistencies in our administrative procedures for reviewing this documentation. And in that time period, we have correctly withheld IFQ on certain occasions where an IFQ holder or a quota share holder did not meet those participation requirements. However, we have not revoked quota share. And in certain situations that may have been a necessary step, however, it was missed. So as a result, it's possible that a small number of C-Share quota share holders should have either had their annual IFQ withheld or quota share revoked in a past year. In response to that, we have revised our procedures for reviewing our annual applications. And in this upcoming crab fishing year, we'll be conducting a thorough review of our records for the upcoming application period due on June 15th. That brings us to an ask. One of the things that we're looking at is it's for all C-Shares to submit documentation of their recent participation. So in this upcoming crab fishing year, so that we have all that information available. As I said, we are conducting a thorough review. But it will be helpful if participants would submit that most recent documentation. I will note there's one more slide that Sarah is going to present, and then there's a couple extra slides that dive a little deeper into the timeline that just looks at this annual process of submitting an annual application at the June 15th deadline and the years involved in reviewing these participation requirements. I'm not planning to present those in detail, but I'm available for questions if there are any. And I also have Brian Brown with our Restricted Access Management program on the line if there are questions for him. With that, I'll turn it back to Sarah.
Before you do that, Ms. Miller, Mr. Twite has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Miller. When you say a small share or a small number, do you have the actual number right now of C shareholders who may be at risk under status quo? And what percentage is that of the total pool of C shareholders?
So through the chair, Mr. Twite, thank you for the question. I don't have those specific numbers in front of me. I do know that it is a very small number that we're aware of. However, we are still in the process of conducting that thorough review of our documentation, and we won't know the final number until that's complete. I do know that the ballpark is that there's around 150 or so C shareholders, and Sarah or Brian may have a more accurate number, but that's my understanding.
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. This is Brian Brown with Restricted Access Management. Just to supplement what Alicia Miller just discussed, our ballpark estimates based on prior year reports, which is the best available data that we have currently on hand, puts the number of total C shareholders correctly at approximately 150, as Alicia mentioned. The estimates that we can work with as to who would be affected by potential withholdings or revocations hover around the 10 mark, so 10 out of 150. That, of course, will change with this year's deadline, which is why we harken back to using the word estimate there. Until we have the best available data after a thorough review this year and reach the deadline, those are roughly the numbers we're dealing with, if that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Appreciate that. Okay, any additional questions before we move on?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in addition to the notification of the timeline and the request from NIMS, we were also asking for some clarification in terms of the purpose and need that the council laid out, and that being kind of focused around alternatives with those 3 seasons identified in them. The question for the council is there still a need after the emergency rule? If so, is the need focused on exempting active participation during the convergence of COVID and the closed fisheries, so those 3 years that were noted in the motion, or has it shifted to include future situations with closed fisheries, potentially low tax if fisheries open? And then if so, is the council intending to include those who may have had quota share revoked in the action, thinking about the potential for reissuing quota? And I've been notified that without proper notice, the council can't change alternatives at this meeting. But we did notice that the council may add some clarifications to this motion. So answers to these kinds of questions could help inform the analysis. Certainly the information that we provide in the analysis and potentially future changes to purpose and need instead of alternatives. The AP did suggest some changes, so that is also some things for the council to consider. And there have been some in public testimony as well. So, Mr. Chair, that's the end of our presentation. I'm happy to take additional questions.
Thank you, Ms. Marinan. Anything further? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One more staff report. At the June meeting, you're going to get a staff paper on small sablefish data. As you know, the stakeholders have been very interested in pursuing an approach that would allow fishermen to discard small sablefish that are worth less. And at a previous meeting, I committed to putting this on the June agenda with existing information we had from the old analysis, potentially augmented by new information if we had some readily available without making a large commitment of staff time. And so at this point, I'd ask Sarah to come up to the table and provide the council with a short report on what she intends to bring back for information on small sablefish.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Good afternoon, Ms. Kleber.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and council members. I'm Sarah Kleber, council staff. So as Mr. Witherell was explaining, in June, my plan and the folks that I'm working with at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center would be to bring back a paper that is intended to assist the council in evaluating how to prioritize preparation of a second initial review for the current alternatives that the council has for small sablefish release. And as part of that paper, we expect the paper to have not only a description of new information since the council saw this last in February of 2021, but also a description of kind of the workload and resources, particularly on behalf of the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, that would be required to adequately address the outstanding SSC recommendations, as well as how that additional information may help to address the council's stated purpose for the action. So a few of the specific things that we're hoping to include are any kind of outstanding changes in stock status, the fishery, as well as some of the changes in market conditions. I think in the advisory panel, at least, or maybe it was in your B reports, you heard some comments about the changes in the sablefish market. ACFIN is just starting to get the 2022 fish ticket data, so I am trying to include that for the June update. We've also heard, or you've also heard, that there is a lot of desire to incorporate the Nucky analysis. So I'm working with Alaska Fisheries Science Center staff to evaluate the original yield per recruit analysis from 2021 against the Nucky analysis and try to interpret the differences or the similarities between those in terms of how using one analysis versus the other can impact the results of the previous analysis that you've seen. A few of the other things I'm hoping to include are kind of a discussion about how discarding sablefish increases or could increase kind of the uncertainty that we have with this stock when we're already facing a lot of uncertainty that you've heard about both within the SSC workshop as well as during other agenda items, and how that relates to the discussion of impacts of an optional release alternative versus a minimum size limit. So I've had some discussions with Alaska Fisheries Science Center about bringing back some information on the differences in terms of impacts of each of those two options, even though the minimum size limit is not currently part of your alternatives. We wanted to include some discussion of that. There are a few other.
I'm a little slow on the draw to a question from Mr. Mesro.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Kleber. I recall the Knucky analysis was provided to us by industry, and what I was wondering is if that has been reviewed by the SSC or had legitimate peer review before we actually take it up and give it consideration.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesro. So that's a really good question. I actually don't remember if the SSC has reviewed that analysis kind of in its own, like specifically, but the conversations that I've had with the AFSC, because they've taken a pretty serious look at that analysis, without going into too much detail, they kind of the sablefish authors and the people that have worked on this before in the previous draft said it's certainly possible for us before June to take a look at that analysis and compare it to the results of what we have seen in the February 2021 analysis. And based on some of the assumptions, basically, if you use similar assumptions in both analyses, the Alaska Fisheries Science Center yield per recruit analysis is not super different it doesn't have very different results on the impacts if you use similar assumptions that analysis did. And so AFSC will be taking kind of a harder look at that and helping staff on my side, me, to incorporate those results into this update and figure out where the main differences are.
To the chairman, thank you. As long as I just felt like generally what we have is some sort of legitimate peer review from any industry generated science to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples. And as long as we have that, it's great. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzaro. Ms. Cleaver.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think I'm going to go too much more into kind of any details on the specifics here, but there are the two outstanding recommendations from the SSC were specifically about impacts on the age structure and overall productivity of the stock under different rates of discard mortality. And so the plan to bring back in June is for working with the AFSC to describe what the workload on that, as well as the SSC's other ask in terms of the impact of the uncertainties in the stock assessment, what that would take and what the trade-offs are and timeline for AFSC staff looks like. And I'm happy to try to address any other specific questions that the council has on what they could expect or if there are specific asks that could be kind of incorporated within this ask for the June update if we have time to. So I'll open it up to any other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be as quick as I can here. I was looking at the staff comments from our previous meeting where we took this item up and noticed that in particular the Ian Knuckey report was mentioned in that task in that staff summary, and that was it was directed towards any new information since last time. And of course, we've had some new information come forward at this meeting. And you mentioned that on the economics of the current market conditions for small for sablefish in general. And a primary cause of that may be some cause associated with small sablefish. So you picked that one up. The one thing I did hear in public comment, in addition to the Knuckey and the updates on market stock status, was Dr. Matt Koopman's work on this subject. And I was wondering if that's also been included in the Knuckey and sent to Alaska Fisheries Science Center for their comments, or if that is something that's new to this particular meeting, or if that's something that's already underway or something that would be considered. I just wanted to make sure that that's also included if possible.
Through the chair, Mr. Downs. So that's a really good question as well. And my current understanding is that we had the Knuckey analysis from 2021, and then there was an additional inclusion of a Koopman and Knuckey analysis from 2022. And so my plan is to work with AFSC to include both of those to the extent that we can before June, noting that Alaska Fisheries Science Center staff is really limited between now and then. So we'll do our best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Anything further for Ms. Cleaver? Mr. Withrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to let you know that I could probably answer any questions on the three meeting outlook that's posted, or the preliminary June agenda if you want. But before I conclude my staff presentation, I just do want to publicly acknowledge John McCracken's work. It's my last opportunity to say thanks for a great career, John. Thanks.
Okay, so that concludes Mr. Witherell's staff report. And we've got a bit of a tickler list there. Council members, if you wish to, if you're thinking about bringing anything up in for action that you want to flag for possible public input, you could say so now, or otherwise we could move into our AP report. All right, let's do that. I believe Lauren Mitchell is going to be providing the AP report. I'd remind members of the public who wish to testify, sign up prior to the end of this report. Okay.
All right, do you have me now?
Yes, we do. Good afternoon.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Council. The AP had one successful motion that came through during staff tasking, and it reads as follows. Motion 1 for C shares. Purpose and need. The CV and CP shares have a participation requirement of 1 delivery during the previous 4 consecutive years. With the ongoing impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, now in its 3rd year, some crew members have not been able to comply with the participation requirement. With the unforeseen circumstances of the recent drastic decline of several BSAI crab stocks and the BSS stock and potential fishery closures or low harvest levels taking place on the heels of COVID-19 pandemic, some crew members have not been able to comply with the participation requirement. There will be less opportunity for crew to participate in crab fisheries because of limited numbers of vessels participating in the fishery, restricting opportunity, or due to pandemic restrictions making it more difficult. This action is needed to protect the crew that have invested in this fishery. Alternative 1, no action. Alternative 2, modify the CVC quota share and CPC quota share active participation requirements. Options are not mutually exclusive. Option 1, restart the recent participation requirement after the pandemic and beginning in 2023 and 24, only count fishing years where at least 30 BSAI crab vessels fish. Do not count 2019, 2020, 2020, 2021, 2021, 2022 through the 2023 and 2024 seasons toward the recent participation requirement. Option 2, give the regional administrator the authority to suspend the CVC quota share and CPC quota share recent participation requirements in years of low BSAI crab quota, where few vessels fish, perhaps 30 or less, that is a little less than half the current fleet, or due to other unforeseen circumstances, such as the pandemic. Option 3, expand participation requirements for non-initial issues to match the requirements of initial issues. In other words, within the previous 3 years, participate in a BSAI crab trip or participate as crew in at least 30 days of fishing in a commercial fishery off Alaska. Option 4, do not revoke any CBC or CPC quota share associated with a closed fishery. Alternative 3, remove all CVC quota share and CPC quota share active participation requirements. Alternative 2 and 3 are mutually exclusive from each other. Alternative 4, reissue any CVC quota share and CPC quota share that was revoked between July 2023 and the effective date of the proposed action. And this passed unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Are there any questions? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our advisory panel report. Let's go ahead and take an afternoon break and we'll come back and take. All right, let's come back in 15 minutes and we'll take a public comment. That'll be 3:30.
Oh, they're not. Mine is working, but there's been a. Nope, it's the first one. Yep, that's what it is. It's the first one. There's something that's going on that one. Nope.
Testing. You got it, Maria.
Yep, that was it, Maria.
Okay, before we move into public comment, Ms. Drobnika's got a question for staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Witherell, before we broke, I'm sorry, I missed this. You mentioned that we could ask some questions about the 3-meeting outlook. And I noticed that for June, and we had a discussion about this, the work plan for the IFQ program review is scheduled. We have another issue in the batter's box, the area 4 vessel use cap that's been, I think, continually expressed as a priority from stakeholders. I just want to confirm that it would be the same staff at this point working on those two packages, and that it likely couldn't occur concurrently. And so there might be a need for discussion of prioritization if the council so chose, if we would need to, and I guess, how would that impact potentially the June calendar if we decided we wanted to theoretically reprioritize the vessel use cap over the program review? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Drobnika, the IFQ program review we have scheduled for Anna Henry to do that. And we have Sarah Marinan working on the sea share as well as the crab facility use cap. And she would probably be more she has more knowledge on the crab program to get it most efficiently done for the other one, for the area 4 cap. So if you identify it as a priority, we'll talk about it as staff. We didn't have an opportunity to huddle at this meeting and kind of provide an outlay, but if after public comment, you want to provide me with some indication of priority to get that piece done, that analysis done, we can have that discussion with the staff and the chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Ms. Drobnika. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize for not bringing this up earlier. It's been brought to my attention. This question is really probably either for Mr. Curlin or Ms. Watson, and I wanted to get it in before public comment. It's been brought to my attention that I'm not sure whether for sure a lawsuit has been filed against the agency regarding the implementation of the final rule for the 2023-2024 ground fish harvest specifications in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. And I wondered if, I just don't even know the status of that, if the complaint has actually been filed, or and what the potential, if it has been filed, what happens now, and when can you keep the council apprised on the status of that? That seems a pretty substantial potential impact on this council. And I'm just wondering if there's any information you can give us on that right now. I realize it's brand new.
Counselor.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Baker, for the question. Yes, this morning, NOAA GC became aware that a lawsuit has been filed challenging the implementation of the 2023-2024 ground fish harvest specifications for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands management area. Filing means essentially that it's just been docketed with the court. It hasn't yet been served to our knowledge on us as the defendants. Once it's served, we will have 45 days to file our answer and administrative record. That's about all I can offer at this juncture. I haven't had a chance to read through the complaint very carefully yet. I can say that we will continue to keep the council apprised on this case, as we do with all of the litigation that involves NIMS and the council. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for that information. I didn't know if you can provide the council who filed the complaint.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, great question. I should have provided some more detail. There are two plaintiffs, the Tanana Chiefs Conference and the Association of Village Council Presidents. And the named litigants are the Department of Commerce and the National Marine Fisheries Service. I guess the other thing I can say too, in case people are interested, the complaint primarily challenges our compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act, and it asserts two violations of the act and asks generally that the court find that our reliance on the 2007 EIS supporting the harvest specifications is arbitrary and capricious and in violation of NEPA, and it also asks to vacate the 2023-2024 final groundfish harvest specifications for the BSAI.
Okay. Any further questions before we move into public comment? Thank you, Counselor. Okay, we have 17 signed up to testify. Individuals and companies have 3 minutes. Those representing an association will have 6 minutes. We've got a timer running on the screen. Please keep an eye on that. If you are testifying remotely and you don't have a timer going, I will let you know if you run out of time, but please try to keep an eye on that yourself. With that, first up is Calvin Casapit.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, my name is Calvin Casapit. I'm representing the Southeast Alaska Federal Subsistence Regional Advisory Council, advisory to the Federal Subsistence Board. I want to take this opportunity to thank the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding the growing unguided non-resident sport boat rental fishery by non-residents. The council has heard concerns from the public that turns up to our meetings since at least 2014. We continue to receive information and testimony about these harmful consequences regarding this unguided non-resident sport fishery. This issue has been of such importance to the council that we've submitted proposals over the years to the Alaska Board of Fisheries to try to control this fishing, control this type of fishing. We've heard lots of testimony about unguided sport fishing having a significant impact on resources that are used by our subsistence users. However, assessing these impacts are difficult because of the way the sport fish harvest estimates are generated by the statewide harvest survey, mail out survey. Through authorities given by the board, by the Federal Subsistence Board, our council provides local and regional participation in fish and game issues. And like I said, we've made multiple attempts to address this with the Alaska Board of Fisheries process. I think what I've included with you was the last cycle, the Board of Fish, we submitted 5 proposals, one of them which I've attached to my comments here was, I guess we sent it to the wrong people. It should have gone to you guys. But in that same round, we also asked for a non-guided, non-resident sport fishermen to be required to keep a logbook of all fish and shellfish harvested for better collection of data. That was not passed by the Board of Fisheries. So we have participated numerous times in the public process to try to effectuate some change on this. However, we haven't had much success. We remain concerned about the lack of established limits and report of harvest by these unguided non-resident fishermen. And we think that conservation from established limits and improved record keeping are sound fish and game management practices and are consistent with ANILCA Title VIII. I'd like to know, our council would also like to know what other mechanisms could be taken or what other procedures we could try to get some attention on this and try to start addressing this important issue. And we stand ready to help the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council and the advisory panel to try to do that. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Casapit. Appreciate your testimony today. Any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I was looking through the proposal that you referenced that was attached to your comment sign up, Mr. Casapit, and the proposal seems to focus on your recommendation for changing the bag limit, the daily bag limit or annual limit for unguided non-resident sport fishermen. But I think your testimony also included recommendations for different record keeping and reporting requirements. And was that also just for unguided non-resident sport fishermen? Did I hear that correctly?
Through the chair, yes, that's true. I didn't include it in the materials to my comments, but I can send that to staff if you guys are interested. But no, we asked for, yes, that logbook for all fish and shellfish harvested by non-resident unguided sport fishermen.
Further questions, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Casapit, for your comments. We've taken this issue up here at the council and initiated 2 discussion papers in regards to this issue, and we're unable to find a clever way to identify rental boats. And if we were able to select a different bag limit based on residency for halibut, it's a fairly clever way to do that, but we're limited by the conditions of the Halibut Act that forbid us from having separate bag limits for resident and non-resident anglers. With that said, I would be happy to provide you with both of those discussion papers so that your group could review them and see if there's a better way to move forward with this issue, because we've taken it up twice and just had a litany of problems addressing the issue. And in this Board of Fisheries proposal, you have email address for someone on the subsistence rack. And is that email address one that I could use to forward you the 2 discussion papers that we've already initiated for your review? And I'd be willing to follow up with you outside of the meeting if that would be helpful.
Yes, that would be great. Yeah, that email is our coordinator, our designated federal official. And if you send a communication to her, it'll get to us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Any additional questions? All right. Thanks again, Mr. Casapit.
Thank you.
Next up, testifying is Kirill Basarjan. Says in person, but he may be remote. Mr. Basarjan, if we're not hearing you, you might try *6. Alice Rose Crowe.
Hi, guys.
Good afternoon.
This is my intro. Magawa angakakput ajit nga amaukaw pitiklugu kasatunlu Alice Rose Croata magnan umyoklugu mamtakilmiunga kuskokfagmiunga AVCP region ambiunga wing hotto tawam agauto upatlunga mantlachtos benardami. As part of my, since you don't have a translator, I will translate my introduction. I am named Alice Rose Crowe in the English to keep the memory of my paternal grandmother alive, and our upbringers in our way before I was born named me to keep my maternal great-grandmother's dignity alive, and that's why I'm here. I'm from Bethel. I'm a Kuskokwim person. I'm a salmon eater and processor, and I migrated to Spenard. And I lay this introduction on the record as part of our traditional knowledge. Oh, yeah, and this is my testimony, so start ticking and I'll talk fast. And please know that I'm going to say some really direct things, and it's not meant to be demanding or coming out of the blue and who is this woman, but we hear about leveling expectations and having a clear understanding of what is possible. And I appreciate the work that has been done, that there is this forum for us to come to. And having said that, I have some 7 action items that I would like, what I've heard other tribal people and fishers say we need done so we can engage in this process and not get mired down in litigation, which has already begun. And I'm glad that's on the public record too. So 7 things, highly prioritize these, please, so we can solve this together. 1, broad and time-bound analysis of bycatch impacts on 5 Pacific ancestral salmon stocks, both marine and riverine ecosystems and people and fish and game that we depend on in the AYK region and cascading into Bristol Bay, Kodiak, the Gulf, Southeast, and across the coast and river systems of the North Pacific. 2, robust, codified, and unified government to government sovereign tribal consultation about climate change and Bering Sea bycatch in AYK across Alaska and the North Pacific. 3, centrally incorporated ancestral knowledge, science and engineering in all statements, peer-reviewed analysis and reports, and as evidenced in the tone and tenor of an uptake and incorporation of public testimony and sovereign tribal government consultations, balanced deliberation, and ultimate recorded supportable decisions of the body. And 4, formal and immediate tasking of the nascent Salmon Bycatch Committee to assist the council to begin to responsibly address king and chum salmon not returning home. 5, and I'll start talking really fast. Initiation of an exhaustive North Pacific programmatic EIS scoping process to drive toward formal identification of direct, indirect, and cumulative effects, and including in an appropriately funded HIA or a health impact assessment as a central focus, with participation of the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium and partners, affected federally recognized sovereign tribal nations, and the vulnerable peoples whose health and well-being is harmed by this regulatory regime. 6, contemplation and matrix documentation of known federal trust responsibility violations with responsive mitigation measures identified to address ongoing unlawful and untenable human and tribal right violations. And finally, 7, we want to secure all-way public accounting of the various and hopefully interlocking and aligned council and NOAA fisheries deliberations, actions, restoration and enforcement activities intended to positively affect what we're bringing to the table. And in closing, salmon people lifeways, and you've heard me say this before, have been perfected across multiple millennia. We must not be subject to ruin by a continuation of this iteration of regulations geared toward maximizing and incentivizing industrialized resource extraction across this little blip of time. Please keep taking positive, high priority, time-bound steps to interrupt this downslide. And I really believe we always want to return to balance, and balance will bring true unity as we remain here strong and together. Juliana, did I go over? I did go over, I'm sorry.
You said you were summing up, so you were
Okay.
doing what I was about to ask
Thank
you
you
at
for
the
that.
time, so.
Thank you for the courtesy. Are there any
Great.
questions?
I'll go ahead and see. Are there any questions? Mr. Twite?
I don't know your names. Oh, right here.
That's fine.
Straight ahead and strive for tone. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Crowe.
Uh-huh.
Your final of your points,
Mhm. Yes.
talked about, and this is where I just started to lose you. I was tracking all the way up until the final one. But you talked about a network of interlocking federal and something actions,
so
and I
what
just got lost.
Okay.
Can you
Well,
let him
I
finish
was-
can you let him finish his question, please?
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry.
that is my question
Okay.
is, can you reiterate what you were asking
Yes.
for with that one?
For example, we're told there's multiple stressors on Pacific salmon, and I apologize. I thought you were done. I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I sincerely apologize. Let me give an example that just happened this afternoon. We've been talking about Pacific salmon collapse and how it's impacting our lives. We're here to talk about bycatch while understanding that there's environmental habitat degradation. Other people have brought that up. And we also know that climate change is happening. And if we're going to go into a robust tribal consultation, and for us to come, we have lives outside of this committee and this council. And are you going to come to us about climate change? And then over here, we're going to talk about bycatch. And over here, we're going to talk about habitat restoration. We want this all to be together, to be unified, because every time you call on us to testify, we get testifying fatigue too. You're listening, but we're preparing. And so that's what I'm getting at. We need a better way to know, like the dudes from the lower Yukon, my friends from St. Mary's, they told me to come for the different pieces that I came to today, because I was just going to come to the tasking. And I realized that even in my thinking, I saw climate change on there and I didn't come, right? Until they told me to come. And so that's what I'm saying. How do we all know who's on point for what? What is the tick list? What is the order? Who's on point and how does it all fit together is what I probably clumsily wrote. Does that make sense? Does that help you understand? Like, because there's a lot of moving parts here.
Mr. Twite?
May I just suggest that you're not alone in asking that most of the council members are asking for exactly that same thing.
Okay, so I support the council in their focus, and I'm here representing myself and my family. I'm also a tribal member, and they're aware of what I'm saying here. And we will be coordinating among ourselves within river systems and across all salmon eating peoples across the North Pacific. And so thank you. And I hear you and I respect what you're saying. And thank you for knowing that that's important.
Thank you, Ms. Crowe. Are there additional questions? Thank you again.
Yay, thank you. I'm done. Rihanna.
Next up, testifying remotely is Jackie Boyer, and there will be no questions. Good afternoon, Ms. Boyer. Okay, it looks like Ms. Boyer is not online. Okay, next up then is Stanislaus Shepard. Hello again, Mr. Shepard.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm going to introduce myself in my language now, translate. Huingay pigo at hakayuktun uduk ang lichas hong agwik pagmi azat sakajak nuksuk nuks pisok lo tot ang lichas hong tganhat anama atama leads hong. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Board. My Eskimo name is Uduk. My name is Stanislaus Shepherd, born and raised in Mountain Village, Azatazak, on the Lower Yukon. I lived a subsistence lifestyle passed down from my parents and my grandparents. If I would, I am still nervous from this morning's testimony. We are here to engage the public process. We thank you for your hard work and attention. I appreciate the board. We need high priority on actions that will help us get fish on our racks again. We want to hear, as river hear us, we want you to hear us as in-river users, as affected tribal governments. We want to work with mutual respect and thoughtful and helpful actions. Please hear us. My grandma told me, I didn't have time to give this example. At the age of 6 or 7, my grandma was about 80, 89. She told me in our Yupik language, come sit down, I'll tell you what's gonna happen. So I went there and I sat down and listened to her. Now remember, this is at an early age before really our area got westernized in the Western culture. Growing up at the age of 6 or 7, I didn't know what TV was. I didn't know what telephone was. She sat me down and she said, soon in your lifetime, you'll see like a little square like this, and you'll see people in there like they're sitting next to you. I didn't understand her. And then she went on to say, there'll be another thing that you take and you put it up here and talk. It didn't really dawn on me until 3 or 4 years after she passed on, 1970, early 1970s. We got KYUK TV with those big antennas and stuff. And then about a year later, we got telephone. And as I was sitting down having coffee or doing my homework, I finally realized what she told me when I was 6 or 7. Using traditional knowledge, she already foresee what we were gonna get. And the elders give us signs. They look at the signs as to if we're going to be receiving king salmon, and how, if they're going to be with the prevailing winds, with the water level, and with number one good sign would be the lamp eels. Every year we used to get the eels. They say, when we get the eels, after breakup, we'll get the salmon coming in. So for the past 6, 7 years, we haven't received any. This fall, we finally got some eels. So I'm guessing we're gonna get some salmon, but not really that much. There's these signs that are forecasting salmon returning into the Yukon River. But only, this is the big picture, only if the board take immediate action. I know it's possible that allowing salmon to pass out there in the Bering Sea, we will, and the signs I seen, what the elders used before me, they'll make those signs come true. Salmon come in, might be able to allow the commissioner might give us time to do a little bit subsistence. There's a saying that goes, where we, even as natives, we don't control all the animals. The good Lord provides. Example is from the age of 14 or 15, when we used to go spring camp every spring. There'd be a majority of the mountain village would go out spring hunting, and we'd catch the muskrats by the hundreds. And every year they would get more. One elder told me, we take good care of what we hunt. And that elder said, when the good Lord sees, they never really wasted anything. We always dried muskrats, maybe make so they'd be half dried, boil them and store them. That elder said, the good Lord always provide for what you need. And if he don't see you using it, it won't make that number high. It'll be down to where that if we start using them, they can reproduce. That's the same way the salmon situation is now. Department of Fish and Game, the feds, they're not allowing us to harvest any subsistence. And thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Shepherd, for your testimony. Are there any questions? I don't see any questions. Thank you for your time with us this week. Really appreciate it. It's great to see you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next up is James Landlord. Pat? Okay. And Mr. Landlord is going to pass. Paul Clampett testifying remotely. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Keenan. My name is Paul Clampett. I'm the president of the Sable Fish and Halibut Pot Association and a member of the Fishing Vessel Owners Association. I want to thank the council and the council staff for continuing to take up the issue of small sablefish release. The problem of a large amount of small sablefish entering into the fishery isn't going away anytime soon. Another large year class is coming, and we're still seeing lots of small fish. The market for small fish under 4 pounds has collapsed by as much as 40%. It doesn't make any sense to be harvesting these fish, especially since they have a low discard mortality. We are asking for a change in regulation to allow the fixed gear fleet to release these fish and move forward with the necessary research to allow this change as soon as possible. I would also point out that every other West Coast sablefish fishery allows for discards at sea, and in Canada, it's actually required. Thank you for your time. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Clampett. Any questions? Don't see any questions. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Clampett? Mr.
Yes,
White
sir.
has a question.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Clampett, have any of the other either sablefish managers or sablefish harvesters from the other states or from Canada, have you had a chance to talk to them about market issues? What are they saying in terms of the current market issues?
Thank you for the question through the chair. The market issues are the same up and down the coast. Although I did have some communication with some Canadians about 2 weeks ago, and their market seemed to be quite a bit stronger than ours. I don't know the reason for that. But it looked to me like, I know that I had a hard time trying to do the math. I'm not sure how much our exchange rate has to do with it, but it did look to me like they were receiving 50 cents more per pound. And it could be that they have a stronger domestic market, and what they're producing, mostly goes domestic. I'm not sure, but that's my observation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any additional questions. Thank you, Mr. Clampett.
Thank you.
Next up is Steve Miner. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kanine and members of the council. For the record, Steve Miner speaking today as a member of the Pacific Northwest Crab Industry Advisory Committee. Before I start my comments, just a brief trip down memory lane. The crab program developed in the early 2000s is probably one of the most complex programs attempted. It has A shares, B shares, C shares, processor shares, regional delivery requirements, community rights of first refusal, and binding arbitration, just to mention a few of the rather bureaucratic features. It was very prescriptive because we were venturing into unknown territory. But as a result, over the last 15 or so years, it's also one of the most heavily amended programs. And we are here today because of low tax and closed fisheries, considering yet another round of amendments. So this is not new. The Pacific Northwest Crab Industry Advisory Committee had a meeting on March 29th. We would like to thank council staff, ADF&G, and NOAA General Counsel all had people in attendance to assist us with the issues. And I'm going to briefly go through the minutes from that meeting and open it up for questions. The first order of business was election of new officers. Sean Dwyer with Trident was elected chairman, and Lance Farr was retained as vice chairman, and Jamie Goen agreed to stay on as secretary. We then moved to the crab measures that you're considering. The two measures that we actually took action on were the facility use caps and the C shares. I'll read the motion first. PNCAC recommends the council seek immediate action to protect seashore quota holders so the quota is not revoked, as well as pursuing action on facility and IPQ use caps. Both actions are priority items for creating flexibility in a challenging time for crab fisheries. I would note that at the time that this motion was passed, we didn't fully grasp that the agency is in a predicament here where they must enforce current regulations. As you saw from Sarah's presentation, it's likely that some seashore holders will fall through the cracks. And whatever action the council takes, we hope that you include an element to restore sea shares to those that may lose them during this process. You've heard from me repeatedly as an individual about facility use caps. I'll answer any questions if you care to, but moving on. We also discussed Red King crab area closures and the crab rationalization program review. PNCAC's plan at this point is to meet again just prior to the June meeting to take up these issues. We did not take up any motions at this time. We did want to point out that the challenge with the crab rationalization program review is that a lot of the data is not current and certainly doesn't encompass today's circumstances with these closed fisheries. So I think we are all faced with a challenge on that one. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miner. Any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minor, on the CRAB program review. Was that something that PNCAC supports like pursuing on the time frame that the council has, and they just might be providing advice on what should be included in that review? Or is that a lesser or higher priority that can you share with us the priority of the review, I guess?
Yes, Ms. Kimball, through the chair, thank you for the question. The PNCAC does consider this a priority, although I would like to expand on that. PNCAC in the past, during the 18-month, 36-month, 60-month, and 10-year reviews, played a very active role in sorting through the issues that the council was confronting. I think there's general agreement that there are certain features of the program that are not working right now, and we would like to see the council address it. I think it's going to be somewhat difficult to get the industry on a consensus basis, so the sooner we start, the better. But I think, as usual, any pressure the council can put on the process by announcing your intent to move forward is helpful in getting people to engage in a dialogue.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further questions?
Thank you very much.
Next up is Heather McCarty testifying remotely. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. This is Heather McCarty, representing Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, the CDQ group in St. Paul. I'm here to speak regarding the Area 4 vessel use cap. Just to recap, as you know, the council unanimously passed an action with a purpose and need statement and alternatives last year, and for this permanent solution to the vessel use cap issue in Area 4. As it became clear that any solution, a permanent solution, was not possible in a timely fashion, the council did, and we thank them for it, did pass an interim measure which removed the vessel cap in Area 4. We have asked a couple of times at least that we would like the permanent solution to the vessel use cap issue prioritized by the council. We know that there's a 5-year time period during which that can all take place, but we know from expressions of concern that we heard from halibut stakeholders throughout the range of IFQ holders about a vessel cap removal, and we have made sort of a good faith agreement that we would continue to seek this permanent solution and have it prioritized by the council. So I'm asking again, if you could do that, if you could prioritize the initial review. It's in the batter's box at the moment. And we note that in the halibut row in the June meeting, you have the IFQ program review work plan listed. And if it is indeed, as became clear right before public testimony, that it's the same individual analyst who is tasked with working on that work plan for the IFQ program review and the Area 4 vessel cap action, if we had to choose, I guess we would say we'd rather have you prioritize the vessel use cap action review, analysis and initial review. And so we're asking for that again. I can't speak for all halibut stakeholders, of course, but for those of us in Area 4, certainly I think that would be the preference. I'm happy to answer questions about that if you have any, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty. Ms. Strebnica.
Thank you, Mr. Kineen. Thank you, Ms. McCarty. Thank you for your testimony. You did reference the discussion that we had right before taking on public testimony. And I just wanted to, I know that you probably haven't had a whole lot of time to think about this, and it'll be kind of a timely conversation, probably concluding testimony along with some other issues. But I just wanted to just check to see if you were aware of any specific
issues from stakeholders regarding the IFQ program review that also may be seen as a priority from those individuals. I'm not necessarily aware of any myself, and just wanted to verify that with you before we lose you online here. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Drobnica, thank you. I don't know of any. That doesn't mean there aren't some. In Area 4, this would be our priority. I guess I look at the program review as a process that results in identifying issues with the program that may or may not need to be tweaked. And those issues are then brought through the IFQ committee to the council and for potential council action. And so that's a little bit of a process that I don't, clearly there may be other issues that I don't know about in other areas. But for us, this issue has been identified as kind of key. And we think that the proposed alternatives for the permanent fix for the vessel use cap issue have, real merit in that they address what has been identified as a problem in Area 4. So instead of sort of creating more issues, or not creating, but recognizing more issues, we would think that one that's already been recognized might take a priority. So that's kind of how we're looking at it. We certainly don't want to be at the end of the line after the whole process of the IFQ program review identifies potential issues and then goes through the process of trying to address them. So thanks for the question.
Thank you.
Further questions for Ms. McCarty? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Linda Benkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Linda Benkin testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. Two issues I wanted to touch on. The first is to also emphasize our support for getting the Area 4 vessel caps, the permanent action on that Ms. McCarty just spoke to, out of the batter's box and scheduled for analysis and council action. You may remember that the temporary measure did suspend completely the vessel caps across all regions, even those that extend into the Gulf, despite the fact that the issues are quite different between the different areas within Region 4. And we're not happy, particularly with that interim measure, recognize the need. Clearly, the council thought it was necessary as a temporary measure, but we really want to see a permanent action that's more surgical in its approach, differentiates between those different areas and doesn't undermine the goals of the halibut sablefish program or exacerbate the existing entry-level challenges that fishermen face from our small communities for the long term. So ask that be scheduled for analysis and action as soon as you can make that happen, and hopefully not before the end of, or to have that scheduled before the end of this year. The other issue I wanted to address was the, again, small sablefish release. As we have spoken to many times, this combination of the rapid and unprecedented increase in the TAC in combination with this influx of small and immature fish has really collapsed the sablefish market. We've been worried about that happening. We've been worried about the impact on the stock for the long term. While we still don't know what that long-term impact might be on the stock, it's quite clear that what the impact has been on the market, where people are now fishing for twice as much fish and making less money. Just to recap, there's 50,000 tags that have been recovered from sablefish caught on a hook and released. We know this fish to be tough and have a high survival rate. You have a paper that's been submitted that was discussed by staff that suggests that not only are there economic benefits to allowing release, but there may also be the resource benefits that we all see in allowing these small fish to stay in the water, spawn, contribute to the biomass, and increase in value. So we would really ask you to, our preference would be to have that analysis done, an initial review of it with a revised analysis back in front of you in June, Sounds like that may not be possible, but just to keep pushing for this to actually be scheduled and for you to take action and provide this tool to the fleet. I might mention that the trawl fisheries, with the exception of the Gulf rockfish trawl fishery, are allowed to release sablefish. We know the mortality of those released sablefish to be extremely high, probably 98 to 100%. It's just really unfathomable to us that the fixed gear fleet with high survival rates, careful handling, are not allowed to release. So I will end there, just ask that you move that action along. It's a problem that's really been created by these big tax and these small fish. It's something we have been saying, please don't do this. We now have all the problems that we were worried about, and we ask you to help with a solution. Thanks, I'll end there. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Benkin. Any questions? Okay. No questions. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Next up is Robert Alverson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Bob Alverson. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Get staff to turn that up just a little bit. Whenever you're ready.
Oh, okay, so I'm representing the Fishing Vessel Owners Association out of Seattle. We have a number of members that are, all of them are black cod quota holders in Alaska. And I'm basically going to be backing up Linda Benkin and Paul Clampett's testimony before you, asking for the release of small sablefish analysis to be a priority. It is a problem in marketing. We put together a report funded by the Sablefish Pot Association, Deep Sea Fishermen's Union, and ourselves through Fishwell, and submitted those two reports to the council, which suggests that on a variety of assumptions of mortality levels, that the growth rate of these smaller sablefish are such that it actually is a net gain in terms of total numbers of fish. We encourage, based on Kenny Downs and Andy Mesereau's comments, that those reports be looked at for their validity. We encourage that. And Mr. Chairman, we just encourage that you move forward with analysis of the small sablefish release. I think Paul commented, but I talked to a couple fishermen in British Columbia, and they actually have a size limit requirement to release to avoid and to allow those small sablefish to grow up. So that concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Alverson. Any questions? All right, no questions. Or Mr. Dwight.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I must be just really slow by now. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Alverson. I'm thinking about your comment about the BC regulation. Was that in context of potentially differences in markets, or were you just informing us on differences in regulation?
Through the chair, primarily through regulation. We had a size limit, a hard size limit off of Washington, Oregon, and California at one time. And law enforcement asked for that to be taken off. And it was very similar to the one they have currently in British Columbia. They were designed very similar. I think it's like 22.5 inches. I forget the centimeters that it actually is. So it was more the regulatory action, Mr. Dwight.
I don't see any additional questions. Thank you, Mr. Alverson. Next up is Edward Polson. Looks like Mr. Polson is not online. Courtney Howard.
Yeah, you got me.
Yes, we do. Good afternoon.
I'm a longliner from Sitka. I'm calling to request that the council revise the small sablefish release document and bring action back for initial review as soon as possible. Issues on the agenda for June, but the analysis has not been revised, so it's unlikely that meaningful action will be taken. I participate in the IFQ sablefish fishery, but I still fish with hook and line gear. I've been considering converting to pots, but I'm waiting for the regulations to get ironed out around the new gear type. Permitting pot fishermen to sort and discard small sablefish would make the gear type more attractive for my operation. The market doesn't pay much for small fish, and seems to me that the size of the sablefish caught with pots versus hook and line is different. And that's part of why I haven't switched over yet. Anyhow, I'm no expert, but I think it would get more people onto the pots and reduce the whale mortality. Just doesn't make a lot of sense to outlay a bunch of capital to buy a new gear set to then have less revenue from fishing with it. But I do understand that that gear type reduces the whale predation. So it would seem to me that that might offset whatever DMR from the small sablefish release. That's about it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Howard. Are there any questions? No questions. Thanks again. Next up is Gretar Goodmanson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'm here to testify on the sea share. And I don't think it'll be any surprise. I am for that. I would like to see the recent participation requirement that the years that 19, 20, 20, 21, 21, 22, and 23, 24 do not count towards that recent participation requirement. I understand there's some issues with that currently. I would like to see that the council perhaps, I don't know, put out a statement or I lost the word here, imply that whatever quota is revoked at this point for all of these other issues will be reissued in the future after we get our stuff together and the timing done. Another option is I would like to see is for the regional administrator to have the authority to suspend some of these requirements for difference. And I understand staff that they need some specificity for all that, but we cannot tell the future, and that's obvious with the COVID situation and with our quota situation. So to be more specific is to read the future, and I don't know that any of us can do that. Talking to Sarah here throughout the day, and since proposing this motion in the AP, I think for the simplest solution would be to revoke these qualifications, these participation requirements, but going back into long-term memory, which is fading very quickly and more so every year, I believe to purchase C shares is a different requirement than to maintain C shares. So I would, at this point, I wish I had thought of it, 4 days ago, but today I would like to retain the requirements to purchase the C shares where you had to fish crab within the recent 365 days, but the requirement to hold on to those shares should be dismissed because it's just creating an extra burden for both RAM and the guys that hold it. And you will see that in some of your comment letters, I think, that were submitted. So I got more to say. I see I'm out of time, so thank you much.
Thank you, Mr. Goodmanson. See if there's any questions for you. Thanks for your testimony today.
Thank you much. And just one more comment. I would like to congratulate John McCracken there on his retirement, and I hope to see him around the hallways when he gets bored. So congratulations.
He looks really excited about that.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you much.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Rob Sanderson Jr.
No, the 6 minutes, Mr. Chair, I promise. I'll try not to anyway.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Rob Sanderson, Clinton Heights Central Council. We have a citizenship of 35,000, based out of Juneau, Alaska. I live in Ketchikan. I live in my hometown, Heidelberg. Mr. Chair, I just have a few things I'd like to put forth to the council. Talking to our Southeast leadership just this afternoon on council motion D2 on the the knowledge and traditional knowledge and subsistence task force. That's something that at least in the Eastern Gulf of Alaska, our tribal leadership would like to see. And going forward with the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, we have a lot of intelligent people that carry a lot of knowledge down there. So I just want to put that out there. Anyway, Mr. Chair, I listen in and I attend a lot of meetings and I say this really with. It's very important what I'm about to say, and I'm probably sure that you've heard this, that, watching the conduct between the main council, this council that I'm talking before now, is very professional, very professional. I can't say that about your advisory panel. I can't. You have a member or two there that, talk down to our leadership. And it's getting talked about around council circles with our tribal leaders, not just here, but reports are going back home. People are listening. When that happens, don't expect our top leadership to sit around and just continue to let that happen. I, as one, will not let that happen no more. I won't. I'll say something respectfully. Like I stated at the listening session, I walk into the finest of both worlds. I was educated by a brilliant man. As a leader, as one of the leaders of a tribe of about 35,000 people, we are held accountable for almost every word we say to our tribal citizenship within Southeast Alaska and beyond. We do it with respect and dignity when we talk to our people. Please do not let this happen anymore with the AP. It has to stop. Thank you. Going forward, I was thinking, out in Hawaii some years back, I met a gentleman that was, I believe, at the Western Fisheries Management Council. Anyway, the one that is out there in Hawaii and Guam and all that, they have an indigenous coordinator. His name was, at the time, was Charlie Kahahai from Maui. I think it's time that the council start exploring this. I know it's probably going to get a lot of saying, well, we're already out, a lot of staff, time, this and that. But I think that's something that this council should at least consider, at least talking about, when you guys are behind closed doors, and at least think about it. We have a lot of good, young, smart people that carry a lot of knowledge that was handed down to them. And that's just something that I would like to see the council at least consider in the future, so. And I realize that you guys have a lot of work in front of you and things just don't happen quickly. It takes time. And I mentioned before that this council is going in the right direction. I know it's not going as fast as a lot of people would like it to, I've just heard some news, but I'm sure you guys all heard that. I'm not going to bring it up. But and it has been mentioned with the limitations of this body throughout the council. And I got this talking to some friends in the back that the council bodies, it has been shown that this body should have a tribal representation before reauthorization of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, because that reauthorization is not on a guaranteed timeline. There are issues that are important for the Alaska Native tribes to have representatives who understand traditional ways of knowing and being, and as well spiritual being in the way we live in this land. So my son, as you all know, Keenan, he is Haida and he is Athabascan, so part of him comes from Southeast and part of him comes from the interior. And so that's just something that, put that out there, Mr. Chair, respectfully. And so in closing, I think that, we just got to do the best we can and work with each other. Let's be more transparent going forward. And I say this with all honesty, that this sitting council before me is the most transparent council that I've ever testified before. You're approachable. I've never seen that happen before. And for that, it makes for a better relationship with all parties involved, including the tribes. When you have a tribal leader that's approached by one of your members on this council, it means a lot and it goes a long way for our leadership, and it builds trust. So with that, Mr. Chair, I am going to go ahead and just sit here. If there's any comments, if not, that's fine. I just wish you all, safe travels back home, and we'll see you guys in Sitka. So
great. Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. Always appreciate your testimony. Let's see if there's questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I wanted to ask a question on your first point about the protocol, the traditional knowledge, local knowledge subsistence protocol, and your idea for expanding that to Southeast or to the Gulf. And that came up in testimony on that item as well. And one of the ideas was to move through the process with the protocol we have now, which was generated by Bering Sea participants, and finalize that when it comes back through that task force meeting at a subsequent meeting, which I think would be October for this council. And then once we have that as a starting point, the idea brought forward was to have a smaller group of Gulf participants that might hold traditional knowledge, local knowledge, to look at that and determine whether there are some or all of that could be applicable in the Gulf of Alaska, for instance. And so I'm asking you whether you think that sounds like a good way to go, a good approach, or if you had another idea for getting that work done kind of in a time frame that might be shorter than initiating a whole new task force.
Thank you.
Mr. Sanderson, can you get your mic?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate that. I think, before I can answer that question, even though I serve as our vice chair, I do have people that I need to consult with, right, in our tribe, that our delegation that puts me into this position. For me, like I don't see a great sense of urgency right now as to what's going on out west that is in Southeast Alaska. So that question that you posed to me, I believe I can probably be able to answer that in the June meeting in Sitka. I don't want to overstep my bounds, but I like that direction though, and hopefully I'm pretty sure I'll come back with favorable news on that question. So. Yeah.
Anything further? Well, Thanks again, Mr. Sanderson. We certainly heard you and look forward to seeing you in Sitka.
All right, well, I really got to hand it to you guys. That's a lot of time sitting in these chairs. Good gravy. Yeah. All right, bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, testifying remotely or in person or remotely is Stephen Rhodes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chairman Kaneen, members of the council, my name is Stephen Rhodes. I'm in Sitka, Alaska, and represent Seafood Producers Cooperative. And I'm here to ask the council to bring back the analysis for small sable fish release with revisions, including the economic yield study that was done. I think it was the second time I spoke before this council in Seattle. And at that time, I was asking for the discussion paper on small sable fish, and I was a full-time hook and line fisherman. And now for a few years was a pot fisherman, and now I am full-time on the processor end. So I have a pretty good perspective on the change in prices at the dock and on the sales end. The release of small sable fish was important back then. There was comments about how we couldn't get anything done in time and that year class would pass through this size we were worried about. I think it's important now. I think it's important every year that we have a year class, and hopefully we have lots of year classes to come. You know, the writing was on the wall on this, and the increase in quotas, setting the ABC right at the tack at maximum every year, has increased the amount of product in the market. We have huge auctions going on in Japan of last year's market, which are crushing this year's market value. One comment is one of the reasons why Canada has a little bit better of an edge is they don't have any tariffs into the UK or EU that we have for Alaska fish. I want to thank you for all your work and hoping to move this forward again, because its timeliness only starts ticking when we actually get it to the next stage in the process. And Chairman Kaneen, it is not possible you will escape Sitka without a banquet celebrating your service, and I hope to see you here. Thank you.
Right. We can negotiate on that, but thank you very much, Mr. Rhodes. We'll see you in Sitka. Let's see if there's any questions for you. Okay, I don't see any questions. Thanks again, Mr. Rhodes.
Thank you.
Last up on the list is Stephanie Madsen, and then we'll circle back through.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Stephanie Madsen, Executive Director. I know you've had a long week and some tough issues, and I just wanted to thank you and appreciate your dedication and digging into the issues. I think the outcomes are a lot of work ahead, but a stepwise approach. Two other points, Mr. Chairman. One, I was a little bit startled by the budget discussions, and I certainly understand budget discussions, but not being able to hire full-time staff is definitely concerning to my membership. So if there's anything that we could do to help support that, I hope that you would reach out or give me some indication about what that would take to try to encourage more funds, definitely the rollover. I know those are internal to NOAA, but we would fully support trying to get those funds. We can't lose staff and not be able to replace them. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, I would be remiss if I didn't get up here after 30 years in this process, missing Mr. Hansen, Dr. Hansen. I was a newbie in 1993 and somehow got myself in a position of being the parliamentary procedure person over at the advisory panel. And I can remember several times standing in the back of the room trying to get Dr. Hansen's attention to come outside and help me with the parliamentary questions. I'm personally going to miss Dr. Hansen, wish him well. And then, of course, I can't let John McCracken off the hook as well. He wasn't around as long as I was, but he's retiring earlier, and I'm not quite sure how that happened. But I've enjoyed John. He's a hard worker and would like to wish him the best of luck as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Madsen. Any questions? Thank you. Okay, that will bring us back to the top of the list. Kirill Basarjan. Looks like he is online.
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon. We hear you.
Yeah, Kirill Basarjan here.
Hello,
Hi,
we hear you.
Okay, my name is Kirill Basarjan. I represent K-Bay Fisheries Association. I have a proposal there for you guys. I'm not sure if you guys can put it on the screen to see. We've been working on this for a couple of years now. We're trying to propose the restriction for the vessel limit to the like they have the same thing they have in 3 Bravo in the area, all area 4 areas except the area 4A. The reason being is due to a lot of weather conditions, and we don't have vessels 35 feet and under to fish our IFQ. We're leaving a lot of IFQ in the water. I myself leave approximately 5 to 3,000 pounds in the ocean. This year I might have to leave all my IFQ in the ocean to all 13,000 pounds because I can't find a vessel over there in 4A to fish. And I still have a payment to pay. And there's a lot of fishermen struggling with this also. So what we're proposing is a 60-foot and under vessels to fish the area, the C and D class quota, like exactly what they have in area 3B, 4C, D, and E. I'm hoping the council can support this proposal, and so we can possibly pass it the end of this year, so we can have it for next year, because we're really struggling to catch IRFQ, and this will really help us. If you read through the proposal, it'll give you guys more in detail. With my time constraint here, I can't get into detail much, but please look into this hardly and grossly. I would appreciate that. Another thing we're having is we're trying to pass a proposal for, I couldn't include 2 proposals here in this, is to fish long line quota for slinky pots. That would be great. That'll reduce a lot of bycatch, and that'll give a constraint for the long line fleet, hooking line, I mean. And I do support the black cod, the small fish we do support a small fish being discarded, or not discarded, but released. One issue we are concerned about is we don't want something to happen of high grading. If the small sablefish does pass, if the council and the IPHC can really look at it and see what kind of small fish can get released, so we don't have an epidemic like we have with halibut right now. There was, when halibut opened, we had a lot of high grading going on, and now we don't have big fish in the ocean left anymore. All we have is small fish, and that is a majority of it due to high grading. Millions and millions and millions of big fish have been high graded and sold. So I would really advise the council to have a really good look at this. And our organization would like to thank you all for taking your time to hear us. That's all I have.
Okay, great. Thank you for joining us and providing testimony. Are there questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Basarjan. I have a question about your first proposal, the one that you were able to attach to your testimony sign up. And I was wondering if your request to allow the D-share IFQ to be fished on larger boats is your lack of ability to find a vessel to fish your quota mostly due to perhaps lower halibut tax than we have seen in the past? Or do you think, and so is there a chance that this problem could be mitigated if tax go up? Or do you think this is a somewhat permanent issue and we should consider this proposal for the long term?
I'm thinking long term. What's happening is nobody wants to fish, especially small vessels, due to weather and whale problem. We have a big whale problem in especially the area 4. What happens is when the hook and line guys go out, they can only go out so far because they can't go to 4 mountains or past some vessels because due to fuel constraints. And stay there for 2-3 weeks to catch 10,000 pounds. That's how long it takes to catch 10,000 pounds. It takes up to 3 weeks because of the whale constraints. We're working on researching. We did some pot halibut. We're between K-Bay and our fishermen. We did it on our own dime. We tried that out, and we're trying to do other avenues to reduce bycatch and help harvest halibut only. And it's just nobody wants to fish out there less than 60 feet. I mean, less than 35 feet. I think there's maybe 4 boats that do fish that are under 35 feet. And if we do want to go fishing at 35, we had either have to lease a vessel, and there's not much boats out here to even lease to go fish. I have friends out there, local friends in the harbor that haven't caught their quota for the past 3 years. Well, this will be the 3rd year now. He does say that if there was a opportunity like the 4C, D, and E and Area 3B has, we would have some opportunity to go harvest RQ. And as of now, we don't, but the 3B area does, and it's working out really well.
Right. Any additional questions? All right. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Next up on the list is Jackie Boyer. There'll be no questions.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. For the record, my name is Jackie Boyer, or Afana Jeff. I'm the deputy at Native Peoples Action. NPA is focused on protecting our ways of life, or as many refer to it as subsistence, but we believe that term doesn't fully encompass what it means to us. It's not just sustenance or economics or jobs, it's our way of life. We'd like to thank you all for the attention you are giving to the very intimate, near and dear to our hearts issue of salmon bycatch. As many have stated before, salmon is our ancestors' culture and future generations. And I apologize for missing the cutoff testimony sign up under the agenda item, even though I'm a person who is a little more seasoned, 2.5 meetings deep. I still have many hats on during this meeting time, and like many others have a hard time with the fluctuating schedule signups and testimony times. Further on that issue, we'd like to encourage the council to follow the Board of Fish and Board of Game and state legislature setup when it comes to testimony, to have designated times to sign up and dedicated specific times for testimony. I can block off a day and even better a few hours, but I cannot in most cases block off more than that currently. And I know many people whom I look to for guidance on these issues could not attend in person or online over the past few days because of scheduling conflicts during the week of meetings. We'd love to see as many people impacted and engaged as possible. This work in these meetings are critical importance, and I know many people who are trying to engage but cannot leave work and other obligations for the week to wait to testify. An example, previously our organization spent costly and unnecessary ticket changes and hotel days to get a member to attend in person due to the council moving ahead of schedule significantly. Then after we made the changes, it returned to normal. Travel for rural areas is a significant hurdle, but we wanted to ensure they were present in the room to share their knowledge firsthand. We'd also encourage the council to allow written comments throughout the process in response to the information presented in the short window before the council meets and the information shared during. I know I've learned a lot over the past couple of days of meetings. Lastly, we'd like to express our appreciation to the council and staff for all the work that goes into these meetings and for the attention and consideration given to issues impacting Indigenous communities and engagement in our ways of life. Diana.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boyer, for your testimony, your suggestions, and again for you and your team for hosting the gathering the other evening. That was very great and much appreciated. Thanks again. Okay, last up, I believe, is Edward Polson. Or did Mr. Landlord pass? So yeah, I think that's Edward Polson. Not online? Okay. It appears that Mr. Polson is not online. I think that was the entire list. Okay, so let's stand down for 5 minutes before taking action. So stay close, come back, and we'll see what the council wants to do. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready to move into action on our agenda items. First up on my list is adoption of the SOPs. Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion. Staff will put up on the screen. Okay, so it's a motion to revise the council SOP. So the council adopts the revised statement of organization, practices, and procedures as posted on the e-agenda with the following additional revisions, with additions shown in bold and deletions shown in strikeout. And Mr. Chair, I think I won't read through all of this, but I'll just highlight the changes because they're relatively simple, but wanted to show it in context. So on page 33 of the document posted on the e-agenda in attachment 1, which is the council policy on addressing allegations of harassment of council employees. There's a change from should to must, requiring reporting of an incident to the council executive director. And there's the addition of the words or council member after supervisor in the following paragraph in 3 places to show that it would be the responsibility of a supervisor or a council member to follow up on allegations of harassment involving a council employee. And then on pages 37, 38 in attachment 2, which is the policy dealing with harassment of other participants in the council process. Likewise, there are 2 small changes replacing should with must to indicate an obligation to report when those incidents arise. And Mr. Chairman, that's my motion.
Seconded by Mr. Down. Mr. Kurland, if you'd like to speak to it.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's nice to get a second on a motion. I'm just going to say that. My additions shown here concern just a few additional changes to the anti-harassment policy that the executive committee discussed but did not explicitly endorse because we needed to run the changes by NOAA General Counsel nationally to verify that it's okay for the council to deviate from the language in the recommended language from NOAA on anti-harassment policies for all of the councils. And general counsel subsequently advised that this is fine. So the idea here is to do 2 things. First, to make it mandatory with the change of must versus should, mandatory that council process participants must report any incident or allegation of harassment. And second, to extend the existing requirement for council staff supervisors to immediately report allegations of harassment of staff and have that obligation also apply to council members. So, for example, if a staff member comes to me and says they were harassed, I would be obligated to report it so that it can be investigated and can't sweep it under the rug. These changes are intended to emphasize how seriously the council takes its anti-harassment policy, with this council leading the way and going beyond NIMS requirements. From my standpoint, we want to create a culture where it's clear that harassment is not tolerated and that if an allegation of harassment arises, the expectation is that it needs to be reported to the designated official to investigate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurland. Are there any questions on Mr. Kurland's motion? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kurland, I really agree with your thrust. I thought that for the very first should to change to must, since that referred to or others participating in the Regional Fishery Management Council process, I thought that we couldn't bind, we could only encourage because of that. So can you explain to me how we can apply must to that full class of others participating in a regional fishery management council process?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mr. Twite, thank you for the question. Obviously, the council has limits on its ability to enforce this, but the thought here is just to make it very clear, the sense of the council, that this needs to be an obligation on anybody in the council process. There's nothing we can do, frankly, if somebody chooses not to, but the thought is that should sounds pretty discretionary and loose, and that it might be beneficial for the council to articulate a clear expectation that people must report these incidents if they become aware of them.
Further questions on the motion? All right, any amendments? Any comments on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Just to be clear that my question wasn't in any way, shape or form meant to question the basic thrust of Mr. Curlin's suggestions here. I just want to go on record as associating myself with his answer to my question, that this council does indeed place a very high value on ensuring that we have an environment that's free from harassment, where people feel comfortable voicing opinions without harassment, and where people aren't worried about the possibility of being harassed.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any further comments? Is there any opposition to the motion? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Kurland. I really appreciate that motion, and I think it sends a strong signal about the council's belief here. So thank you very much. Also on Dave's list was crab sea share. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a motion on the sea share that is in response to the staff request that we received under our staff tasking and the report that we heard. So I will read through the motion. For the upcoming June 2023 crab sea share recent participation requirement initial review, the council requests staff to analyze ways to provide an exemption for sea share quota holders who are unable to fish during the COVID years and due to recent or low TAC crab fisheries, including closed and low TAC crab fisheries in the future, while maintaining the concept of active participation. The council requests staff to develop options that would allow NIMS to reissue any catcher vessel crew or catcher processor crew quota share that NMFS has revoked based upon a failure to meet recent participation requirements in recent years until NMFS implements a final rule resulting from this action. The council recognizes the complexities identified by staff and requests staff to provide further information and analysis on different ways to achieve the purpose and need for this action, including establishing thresholds under which the exemption from active participation may be warranted. For example, alternative 1, option 2 proposed by the AP, and not allowing sea share queues that are associated with a closed fishery to be revoked. In other words, CVC or CPC queues that are held in open and closed fisheries where the only open crab fishery is limited by low TAC. To assist in the analysis, staff would analyze the effectiveness of suspending the recent participation requirement after the pandemic and beginning in 2023, 2024, only count fishing years where at least 15, 20, 25, or 30 Bering Sea, Aleutian Island crab vessels fish. Also analyze not counting 2019, 2020, 2021, 21, 22 through 23, 24 toward the recent participation requirement. Analyze giving the regional administrator the authority to suspend the CVCQs and CPCQs recent participation requirement in years of low Bering Sea, Aleutian Island crab quota where where few vessels fish or due to other unforeseen circumstances, example, a pandemic. Expand participation requirements for non-initial issues to match the requirements of initial issues. In other words, with the previous 3 years, participate in a Bering Sea, Aleutian Island crab trip, or participate as crew in at least 30 days of fishing in a commercial fishery off Alaska for all CVCQs and CPCQs. Not revoking any CVC or CPCQs associated with a closed fishery. Reissue any CVCQs or CPCQs that were revoked between July 2023 and the effective date of the proposed action. The council requests staff identify potential criteria that the council could select to guide future decisions by the regional administrator to suspend the CVCQs and CPCQs recent participation requirement. The council will review this information at the June meeting and may revise the purpose and need and alternatives and options at that time. And with a second, though, speak to the rationale.
Seconded by Mr. Jensen. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. This motion is in response to the request under staff tasking agenda items and public comments. Staff has requested at this April meeting clarification on the council's purpose and need, specifically if the need still exists, given emergency action taken in 2022, and if the need is still focused on years identified for COVID-19 challenges, or if the need has shifted to other factors like low catch limits and closed fisheries. National Marine Fisheries Service does not have flexibility under the existing regulations to refrain from revoking quota share if someone fails to meet the participation requirements during times of closed fisheries, when opportunities simply do not exist and could force the sale of shares. The market to purchase shares is very soft and those opportunities do not always exist. In June 2022, the council initiated an initial review analysis to analyze potential changes to the share participation requirements. The purpose and need in this motion lists both the COVID-19 pandemic and the unforeseen decline of the Bering Sea snow crab fisheries and as well as the Bristol Bay red king crab fishery and the motivation for this action. Even the current timeline will not prevent some sea shareholders from having their quota share revoked if they have not met the active participation requirements or divested their quota share by the start of the 2023-2024 crab fishing season. There are existing exemptions for closed fisheries if someone holds queues in a single fishery that's closed, but that won't help someone who's had the opportunity to participate in another open fishery but was not able to. Many shareholders hold shares in more than one fishery. One possible remedy is that the council could reframe this so the analysis includes an option that would have NMFS reinstate revoked quota share for some category of participants. This motion is drafted for the council to provide some useful guidance on the upcoming June 2023 crab sea share recent participation requirement initial review. The additional information may help us refine our options at that time. For example, the option to give the regional administrator authority to waive participation requirements, for example. And on the motion itself, I'll just mention a few things. I appreciate the time that this has taken. It's a bit of a complex issue. It's much more complex than I thought it was when I started writing this motion. But in the first paragraph, my motion is that I'm not trying to do anything that doesn't maintain the concept of active participation here. This is not to permanently set aside active participation. This is also allows for the timeline that we saw Sarah's presentation that people may actually lose their quota shares, and we may have to address the possibility of or consider the ability of National Marine Fisheries Service to reissue quotas that they have revoked. So there could be there could be a time lag here between when we take final action and being able to restore our quota that was revoked. I mentioned in my deal that there's some options proposed by the AP rather than bringing the AP motion forward. That was identified in Sarah's presentation that we weren't able to, at this time, because of public notice requirements, we weren't able to refine the alternatives for the action. So these are simply things that will allow us to consider when the time comes. Each item on here is something that was addressed in Sarah's presentation, is needing some feedback on. I gave a range of one possible would be to consider how many vessels are fishing. And AP motion had 30 vessels. I included 15, 20, 25 to give a broader range, which was one of the things that was brought forward as a possible need in the presentation we saw. The ability to give the regional administrator the authority under certain circumstances like that to suspend suspend the quota, or to reinstate quota that had been revoked, or to not revoke quota. The expand participation requirements for non-initial issues to match the requirements. We've got currently two systems to determine recent participation. One is to active participation in a crab fishery, and other is any commercial fishery off Alaska. So I've identified that issue, and so I think I'll stop there. There's a lot to this, and I appreciate the time. It's a much more complex issue than people would think, because not only do you have quota shares of initial recipients, and the requirements for initial recipients are different for requirements for people that are non-initial recipients. We've had an emergency action that we've taken. We've got regulations in place already for closed fisheries that apply sometimes, and sometimes they don't. But it's a bit of a complex issue, but I believe everything I've identified here are things that staff has asked us to bring forward for an analysis that would help us have a broader look at this when it comes forward in June. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Can you turn off your mic, please? Thanks. All right. Are there any questions on the motion? Mr. Mesro.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Down. I'm sorry, but we had a little technical glitch here where that motion on there wasn't scrolling while you were reading your motion, and then the motion wasn't posted, and then you went into your rationale. And I hate to do this because nobody wants to get out of here more than I do, but can you give me a couple of minutes to read through this motion again before we start asking questions? I feel like I've been behind the curve the whole way that you were doing that. And so I stopped reading the motion and listened to your rationale because I didn't want to ask to do that again. So just with your indulgence, can you give me a couple minutes to just read through the motion so I can get caught up? Because it was nobody's fault. It was just that the technology didn't keep up with the words. I'm sorry.
We can make sure that there's a chance to read it. I don't want to break in the middle of an action, so we'll just I'll sit up here.
Yeah. You can ask questions, I guess, while I'm reading it. Just let's not deliberate on it. I just want to get caught up on something.
Sure. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Down, for the motion. I think you spoke to this, but I guess I just want to confirm. You spoke to bringing forward, I think, some concepts from the advisory panel motion, but as was mentioned earlier, staff informed us that we can't change the alternatives at this meeting. So it's my understanding that this motion would not change the alternatives. Your intention with this motion is to provide clarification to staff and to ask for additional information that would help answer their questions, but also allow the council to consider, when this comes back in June, whether any changes to the alternatives are needed at that time. Am I understanding that?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, Ms. Baker. I apologize for not catching the scrolling glitch and getting ahead of what was there. I was reading off my screen, but the final bullet point on my motion does identify that that we're going to review this information at the June meeting, and this is notifying that in this motion that we may revise the purpose and need and alternatives and options at that time. Does not do that.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you for that, Mr. Down, through the chair. My second question relates to the first bullet in the second part, assisting the analysis. Staff would analyze the effectiveness of suspending the recent participation requirement after the pandemic and beginning in 2023-24 and only count fishing years where at least 15, 20, 25, or 30 BSAI crab vessels fish. What is the basis for those numbers?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker. The basis for those numbers, I believe there was somewhere between, and I don't know the exact number, somewhere around 12 vessels or something that fished. Maybe it was a few more than that fished this year in the crab fishery and the Tanner crab fishery, which was the only commercial crab fishery that was open in federal waters. And so the alternative that was used in the AP motion specified 30 vessels, and I wanted to give a broader range there, so I dropped that down, knowing that 15 was maybe somewhere around the number of vessels that fished in these low tack, but trying to identify during a low tack year where fisheries are closed, what would be kind of a minimum number of vessels that would be good to use. So that was my rationale. I'm sure we'd see more on that, how well that matches up. We could modify that if we wanted to when we see this in June.
Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Down, I'm just kind of curious if you had an opportunity to run this by staff. And the reason why I'm asking is there seems to be a substantial additional workload that the staff hadn't anticipated, and a lot of work for the NIMF staff as well to have this ready for June. And I'm just curious what kind of response the staff gave to you on if they took a look at this draft.
Thank you. Yeah, I had input from Sarah Merriam, and I had input from Mr. Curlin. I had input from Lisa Miller, and I think a few others within NIMS. And I did not, and maybe I should have. I'm not saying it's not additional workload, but that wasn't relayed to me that that there was a concern with workload. And that's not to say that there isn't a concern with workload with this motion. If it appears that there's a lot of work here, then I think it would be my intention that we're going to see this in June, and we get as much of this in there as we can, and look at it. So I may, if maybe it would be a better question for staff as well, but that's my answer to you.
Mr. Chairman, we do have Ms. Marinan online. If there's people have questions about this, or if she wants to add anything or about concerns for workload.
Yeah, Mr. Wither, I think that'd be a good idea, Ms. Marinan, if you're online and you're tracking that conversation.
Mr. Chairman, this is Sarah Marinan. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. Yes, I did speak with Mr. Downs about the motion. We didn't so much speak about the workload aspect of it. I do think that this is it's a complex issue, and there's a lot here to explore in data that we haven't looked at deeply for a while. So I do think the workload is somewhat of a concern, and especially as Alicia Miller mentioned, the data might not be in the best state as well. But one of the points that I tried to bring out in my presentation is that, we have kind of a challenge with the time frame and trying to, and we've had testimony that this is a priority action for some stakeholders and they want to get this implemented as quickly as possible. But even if the action slips from June, initial review, we might end up with the same result in terms of when it could actually be implemented. So it is something to consider in staffing and thinking about when this might come back, is that, even if we scheduled initial review in October, and gave the analysts a little bit more time to think through some of these aspects, we might be on the same track for when something like this could be implemented. So I think that's all I wanted to say about that.
Thank you, Ms. Marinan. Mr. Down has a question for you.
Yeah, and actually in response to further response to Executive Director Witherall's question. So I just want to be clear that in this motion, and I would welcome Sarah or anybody else that to clarify that in this motion, I did not add anything that wasn't asked for in the staff report that we received under this agenda item, and I haven't asked for anything that wasn't in the report, that the written report. I mean, this is a response to your staff asking questions and input on these issues that I brought forward. I haven't added anything to that wasn't asked for, and there were some things that were added at the AP motion. There was to get rid of queues altogether. I think there was a vessel cap issue, and I took all of that stuff intentionally out of my motion because those were not things that staff had asked for.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down. I am not trying to nitpick here, but you have in the motion an example from the AP motion alternative 1, option 2. And I'm just having trouble finding what that references in the AP motion. And it could be a typo. Even if it was a typo, I'm still not sure what it's referencing. So maybe you could clarify that, or we could decide whether that language is necessary.
I'm just pulling up the AP motion here. So
Is there a chance we could have
this was
thank you.
I think we do have a mic on there. Oh, I got it.
Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So alternative 2, option 1 has some dates and things, and I use that as an example. I think Ms. Kimball, I think that because I've also included those dates, that probably is repetitive, and it could be taken out if it's confusing.
Through the chair. So is the language in the motion supposed to say alternative 2, option 1?
Yes, that's a typo. Thank you.
Okay. Further questions on Mr. Down's motion? Okay. And if folks need a little, Ms. Kimball?
I have a second question then given the discussion that we just had with Ms. Marinan, the appropriateness, maybe you could further comment on the last bullet in your motion, Mr. Down, that you've got a time frame suggested in there, or not suggested, but dictated in there. Is that still appropriate given the discussion with staff?
Mr. Down.
I'm just clarifying the question, Ms. Kimball. Are you talking about the suspending the recent participation requirement after the pandemic, that bullet point, or are you referring, you said the last bullet point in my motion?
Ms. Kimball.
I apologize. The last bullet that says the council will review this information at the June meeting and may revise the purpose and need and alternatives and options at that time.
I'm sorry, but it's late in the day and I'm probably not tracking you really well. The intention of that is that none of this would, I guess I'll have you restate your question. Are you asking if the dates that we have in here are necessary based on the fact we've got that in the motion that we can add those dates in easily in June? Is that the question you're asking me?
Through the chair. No, I was asking, I mean, we don't typically put timelines dictated in a motion, but I guess this begs the question of, is it important? Is it your intent under this motion that staff would do as much as they could in this section that you've outlined on to add to the analysis for June for our current timeline? Or that it's important that staff analyze everything in this motion as we would normally do when we get a motion, and it would be put on the schedule when that analysis was available, which might not be June, is what I heard from Ms. Marinan. So I just want to know which of those is your intent. And I think it's just begs the question because June is actually in the motion language.
Yeah, the intention of this motion is the former, Miss Kimball, is to get as much in there as they can and bring this back. I used June because that was the date that was in the presentation that we saw. It was in the written materials that we received on this. So June was what they'd asked for so that they could bring this back in June. But the intention is not to specify that it has to come back in June, nor that everything that's in here has to be analyzed, because there may be some data limitations and time limitations and staff. So I think that I'm glad that you asked that now that I'm clear on what the question was. Thank you.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Down, following up just a little further then on that conversation, and I'm glad that Ms. Kimball asked the question. I was struggling to come up with that same question, and as usual, she did it very well. So if we're shooting for June, and if we acknowledge that there's a real probability that staff won't be able to get all of these done to the degree that they're described in here, are we providing staff then with any instruction about which ones are most important, or instead are we asking staff to prioritize based on data availability, but equally based on which ones go most to the heart of the questions they were asking for clarification on? Is that kind of the implicit prioritization that you're suggesting here?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Twite. I'm not suggesting any prioritization here. There's no order of prioritization. I'm simply answering back the questions that were asked by staff at our presentation. I've included answers to all of those questions that they asked here. I think I'm been pretty clear with the answers to Ms. Kimball that staff will now take this and do with what they might. This was to answer staff questions so that hopefully we'll get a better analysis back in June, or when we see this analysis next, that the staff will have answers to some of the questions that they run into. They ran into some complexities in this issue that they wanted some clarifications, and so I've given them that. So,
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Down. I'm not sure that that's really fair to staff. I'm worried that it puts them in a position of being second guessed in June about, well, why didn't you, the motion requested this, and this. Why didn't you tackle X, Y, or Z? I think if we haven't given them some council direction on how to choose, we've acknowledged they're not gonna be able to get all these done. I'm worried that it's a bit of a setup that when they come back without all of these done, that without the council directing how to do that, we leave staff sort of vulnerable to essentially concerns expressed by public and others that, oh, well, you didn't do what you were asked.
Thank you very much, Mr. Twite. I think I would share some of your concerns there, but I would welcome staff or Executive Director Witherall to chime in here, and we've answered these questions and how staff will prioritize these, I think is a valid question. How is it that, my motion is answered back, and I've taken the time to put this together and present this to the council in response to a staff request. And so how does staff now take this and prioritize this, I think is maybe a better question for staff than it is for me.
Mr. Witherall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's quite possible that we might be able to fulfill all these data requests as part of the initial review in June. We don't know yet. We haven't had a conversation with our NIMS counterparts. That being said, I think our intention would be, given no further guidance, our intention would be to address all of these bullets to the extent we can, bring it back in the initial review, and identify those pieces that might be missing as initial review. We find out in June that there's substantial changes to the alternatives that need to be made, then we would schedule another initial review. But I think barring any further direction, that would be our intent, is to bring back what we have and identify those pieces that the council should provide to finalize the alternatives if we can't complete it all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That Mr. Witherall would meet the intent of this motion, and I appreciate that answer. And I would guess you could probably add to that, if they didn't get to one of these issues for some reason or other, they would identify why that is that they were unable to, whether it was a data limitation or otherwise. Thank you.
Further questions on Mr. Downs' motion? Any amendments? Okay. Comments on the motion? Ms. Kimball?
It's a bit of a question. I'm just wondering if it necessitates an amendment to deal with the typo that Mr. Down identified, or if staff could just make that change without an amendment.
I don't think we need an amendment, Mr. Chairman. I put it in my notes here.
Thank you, Mr. Witherall. Okay. Anything further before we vote? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just hope we can remember this conversation that we just had, because it doesn't always translate by the time we see each other again in June, that we just said that staff would do the best they could for this substantial new amount of work and still stay on schedule for the June meeting. And I think this is why we don't typically put timelines in our motions. But I realize that this is a urgent action that needs to stay on our June agenda, and that's how it's placed right now. So I can support that, but I guess just a word of caution that we recall this conversation when we get to that point and staff hasn't had time to do all of these bullets to the extent that people expected. And that's my comment.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Yeah, I would just add to that if I was to get forgetful and forget this conversation, I'm quite certain that Ms. Kimball would remind me of what we've done here. Thank you.
I look forward to that. Okay. Any further comments? Is there any opposition? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Down. Also in Dave's staff presentation, he brought up and discussed a little bit about the plan for small sablefish, and see if there's any comments or thoughts there after staff tasking presentation or testimony. Okay. I think that covers what Dave had on the tickler list. Anybody want to bring up anything else they heard in public comment? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I actually didn't hear this in public comment and I neglected to mention this earlier, but the ecosystem committee report, which we didn't take at this one, does outline the anticipation that the ecosystem committee would meet again on May 8th in order to review comments on an initial draft purpose and need statement that the ecosystem committee developed in their meeting Monday, a couple of years ago, or maybe just last week. And also as well begin the process of developing a set of proposed alternatives, all to bring to the council for initial review by the council at the June meeting. And so sort of looking for concurrence from you that the committee would actually go ahead and meet on May 8th.
That sounds fine to me, Mr. Dwight. Any other council member input? Okay. Right. Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, I did want to be responsive to some public testimony that we received regarding the area for vessel use cap issue and express from, at least from one council member, I do think that this is priority. And if there's a need to reorder this relative to the IFQ program review, I would, for one, support that. I'm very interested in hearing any concerns from other council members on this. And I also recognize that we may have to show some progress on that program review. So I guess I would defer to Mr. Witherall to speak to that if he wishes. But also related to this, we heard in public testimony a new potential IFQ issue in Area 4A regarding vessel length. And I do think my initial thought is that this may be a good issue to place in a program review, but I would like to do a little bit of outreach between now and the next meeting with staff and stakeholders to see, investigate an appropriate pathway for potentially initiating further discussion or analysis of this. Thanks.
Okay, other council members, Mr. Down.
On the vessel use cap, we did hear quite a bit on that. I'm glad, I appreciate Ms. Drobnica bring that up. We heard that from several people in public comments, and I haven't heard anybody that's really chomping at the bit for the IFQ review. And I realize that we're time certain on the IFQ review, that we need to get a start on that this year. But to the extent that that Mr. Witherall and yourself, Mr. Chairman, can take a look at that priority, I would support Ms. Drobnica in wanting to see the Area 4 use caps ahead of IFQ review, being that it might be the same staff working on both of those documents. Thank you.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do concur with both Mr. Down and Mr. Drobnica on what they're talking about, so I'm supportive of that.
Okay, looks like we have general support. Thank you, Ms. Drobnica. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of items I probably should have caught earlier, but I was reviewing the executive committee report and really wanted to confirm with Mr. Witherall under the council meeting locations and timing section of the executive committee report. The executive committee recommended that staff prepare a discussion paper on meetings and timing for review and public comment at an upcoming council meeting. And I think we talked about that potentially being possible for June. And I just would, I know we don't, it's your discretion along with the chair to make that decision, but if that's at all possible, I think that would be really helpful given some of the considerations that are described in that section about, the potential to change our meeting schedule, especially in light of the budget discussion that we had. And it seems those discussions might be good to have sooner rather than later. And then associated with that, I also did want to pick up on an issue we heard in public comment about perhaps considering Fairbanks as a meeting location, given some of the impacts of our salmon bycatch actions to some of the
interior users. And so as part of the evaluation of new meeting locations, I would propose that for staff to consider since we heard it in public testimony.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Baker. I looked at Mr. Witherell to see if he's got any thoughts on the ability to get that on our agenda for June, but we do have time on the agenda if we wanted to add a few more things that staff could get to. So that might be a really good option.
Mr. Chairman, I message received and we'll see what we can do.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Witherell and Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, again, was a little late in getting to this. So I'm looking at the 3-meeting outlook in October. And I had not noticed that in the other row, there's an item for the Salmon FMP secretarial amendment review. And my question is it required for the council to review that secretarial amendment? I am always worried about council time. And so my first question is that required? And if so, what would we be reviewing? What is anticipated for the council to review?
Counselor.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Baker, for the question. The preparation of secretarial amendments are governed by Section 304C of the MSA. That gives the council the opportunity to review and comment both on a FMP amendment as well as proposed implementing regulations that NMFS develops. The comment period runs for 60 days. I think to your specific question, the plan, as I understand it generally, is that NMFS's goal is for the comment period to overlap with a council meeting. So the council would have an opportunity to review the proposed FMP amendment and the proposed regulations. Whether that has to be agended, I don't think it has to be agended as an agenda item that requires a vote of the council. I think the notice requirements are for matters for council decision, and there is no council decision left to take. At this point, the council would just be drafting a letter. So I think it would be appropriate for it to be agended, or it doesn't need to be agended as a separate agenda item. It could come up under B reports. But there's probably some, I don't know if there's anything that NMFS wants to speak to in terms of scheduling.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just ask council members to bear with us a little bit. Obviously, this is new. This is something that was unanticipated. We're still trying to work out exactly what the procedural steps will be. But what Ms. Watson indicated is my understanding as well, that this could be a B report item. We can just provide an update and then there's the opportunity for the council to comment based on that update, but it is not an action item for the council.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one item. I think this is appropriate at this time. A reference to a meeting of the Enforcement Committee in June, not at the Sitka meeting, but virtually the week before. At least that was what I was told was planned. And the purpose of the meeting was to discuss enforcement issues associated with the Bristol Bay red king crab closure discussions. So that was when I left the meeting earlier in the week. That was the suggestion that had been made for that to occur, but again, virtually.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick note. We received public testimony from a gentleman from the Southeast Alaska Subsistence Regional Advisory Council, and I have provided to the Subsistence Regional Advisory Council Coordinator the 2017 discussion paper and motion, the 2018 expanded discussion paper motion, and the 2019 initial regulatory review analysis and the council motion. and it will be distributed to them, and I will make sure that Dr. Hopla is involved in this discussion if it evolves, because it involves the subsistence fishermen in Southeast Alaska. Just wanted to give you an update. And also, this will be our last chance, if you're not going to Sitka, to wish Chairman Canine well. So those of you that are in the audience that are not going to Sitka, you might want to wish him well. He will not be eating another lunch at the Hilton.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. We could talk about that for hours, but and thank you for sending that documentation on. It's that's helpful. Anything further? Okay, under Mr. Witherell's B1 report, we had a nomination to the crab plan team of Tyler Jackson. Typically, we would cover that in executive session, but it doesn't need to be done that way. Council members, if there's any opposition to Mr. Jackson being appointed, let me know, but otherwise we will have him added to the crab plan team. And with that, I've also appointed with EM emphasis to the FMAC, Ruth Christensen, Charlotte Levy, and Courtney Paiva. Mr. Witherell, anything further on your books?
That concludes the things I had on my list, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Well, as always, thanks so much to the public for the presentation, or for the all the participation and testimony. We really appreciate you being here. Ms. Witherell, you and your staff, as always, great job. Thanks, everybody. We'll see most of you in Sitka. Meeting adjourned.